Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the sunny Gold Coast, or main beach in the Gold Coast precinct. It's race day for the ASR Gold Coast 400. Today, it's a pair of two 200-kilometre sprint races. I should say it's pair two. It's actually a pair of 200-kilometre sprint races to round out the 400-kilometre distance, with qualifying having set the grid last night in what was a bit of an entertaining qualifying and top 10 shootout sessions, with a bit of a carnage-laden stadium super truck race in between. I think is probably fair to say, just to add a little bit of fun and take a little bit of the seriousness out of what is a very serious series overall for ASR. The second of three rounds on the calendar. Bathurst, the next stop. So the streets of the Gold Coast, they bite. Let's just put it that way. The concrete walls are everywhere. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong in a big, big way. And it wouldn't be remiss of us not to imagine that there wouldn't be a safety car today or two, because let's face it, there probably is going to be one. My name's Steve DeVries, and welcoming them back to the box, reprising their roles from last round and from last night as well, is Michael Zalavari and Chris Riddell. Most importantly, gents, did you get some sleep last night?
Something like that. Good morning, or good afternoon, Nether. Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's going to be a carnage-laden race, or pair of races today. Luckily, did get enough sleep to be able to call this effectively, and I think we're all going to be very awake very shortly as these cars hit the track. We're aiming for a 1:15 race time, a race start for the first race. So very, very short time until we're underway.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to the two races today. Hope everyone changed their clocks back forward an hour. Daylight savings took an hour of sleep from everybody, but we're ready to go. 400 Ks around the dangerous and spectacular Gold Coast circuit. Bring it on.
Absolutely, and I think with that as well, for guys that have changed their clocks forward an hour as well in a couple of the states in Australia, reminder to get those smoke alarm batteries changed as well. You were remarking this as well, Chris, because you're an ex-firer yourself.
Yeah, former CFA person when there was, back in my younger days. Saw way too many people not do that and saw the consequences of their actions. So please, change the smoke alarm batteries.
Absolutely. And that's going to take us through the better part of the next 6 months as well with daylight saving. So it's good to see that just about everybody that would have been affected by daylight saving has made it in for today. So all 19 cars that partook in qualifying last night are there and are represented, which is great to see. There's just been a little bit of shuffling with getting the race session ready to go, but we're not too far away from the first of the 68 lap encounters for the day. Got two races to squeeze in. We've got some broadcast interviews to squeeze in between then and now as well. I'm wondering what else we're going to have to squeeze, and I think we're probably going to have to squeeze the mega wall in again as well. There's definitely a few guys I'm looking at that are up there at the moment, and they've got the broadcast going. And actually, we might go and have a quick sticky beat right now, because there's a few guys that are just sort of starting to join the server. There they are. So you've got Luke Rosella and Roadies in there, and a few others that just started to get their webcams working. And a few others are starting to join in, but we're just going to have to tidy that up in the next few moments or so. And then we'll be back to seeing what those guys are up to throughout the race day. But I don't know. What do we read into last night? Last night, qualifying very, very entertaining. There was a little bit of carnage. We did see there were a few drivers push the envelope a little bit too far here, Michael. But overall, I think we did have a really good sort of a climactic end to both the shootouts. The two of them were very, very close.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something to take away from last night. While certainly the Parramatta Speedway racing pair of Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg are the fastest guys on track, when push came to shove, they only just scraped it across the line in both shootouts. Will Devonish running Kurt Stenberg very, very close in the first shootout, and then Rosella almost putting it in the wall on the beach chicane in the second shootout. So they aren't impervious. They look strong, certainly, but they aren't impervious. And 68 laps around this circuit with the concrete walls and the big curbs and being exact lap after lap after lap, that's going to be a challenge, certainly. And throw in some strategy, throw in driver changes, throw in having to get a driver minimum lap counter in, and possible safety cars. It's going to be a pair of frantic races, and it should be a very climactic event.
I think so too. What about you, Kiwi?
Well, You say probable safety cars, definite safety cars. Let's be real here. The strategy of this is a mess, and I know we're going to go through that shortly. From last night, we saw as well 2 or 3 of the cars you'd expect to be up the grid make very minor errors, track cuts, hitting the wall, just something very minor, which put paid to their qualifying session. And you can't afford one slip up today.
No,
and
definitely not.
And over 2, with the race would be roughly 90 minutes long. It's a long time to maintain your concentration at a place like this.
And on top of that, we're talking about those track cuts as well. The man who's probably has had the most, a very sleepless night, I think, after that one is Brenton Foley, because lightning struck twice for him last night. He unfortunately ended up with a track cut in both shootout sessions and at the same part of the circuit on both occasions, turn 2. So, as you said, not impervious to making mistakes throughout the day. They have got, obviously, a little bit of grace up their sleeve, the drivers, when it comes to the track cuts, but they'll get warnings that they're getting close and that they're going to have to be very, very careful with how the day pans out, especially when they hand over to the drivers at whatever point they decide to hand over as to how everything else will run. But while we're waiting for things to get underway, let's have a look at our track preview with thanks to Ryco Filters. This is the Ryco Racing Line. And off we go. Well, we were in the south of Melbourne last time out. We are now going to hone in on the southern regions of Queensland and the sunny Gold Coast. As we've said a few times before, Main Beach is the suburb name in question, to be exact. And as you can see here, honing in on the circuit itself. 3 sectors, very, very short, very, very busy, very, very bumpy, concrete everywhere. Flood.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is one of those premier street racing circuits. Held everything from IndyCar, almost held A1GP. That would have been a great fun time, but it is now the home of the supercars Enduro. Big bumps, big curbs. That's going to be the big complicating factor today. And really only one left-hander on the circuit here at turn 13, right at the top end of the circuit. So it really unbalanced in terms of tire quality and tire usage. The chicanes are very, very fast, but that means that you don't really use the left-hand side of the tire all that much until you get to that the one right-hander, my apologies, at the tail end of the circuit. So look for that corner to throw up a few surprises because it'll be a hassle getting the car balanced and all correct through that section of track.
You can see here on our Ryco Filters Racing Line, most of the gears are a third gear corners. Some drivers have actually found out they can use fourth in a few locations. One of the slowest parts of the circuit, down here at turn 4, 60 k's an hour, second gear for most of the drivers to try and get the shoot out of here. A couple of inconsequential corners on this circuit as well. Turn 5 is very much an inconsequential corner, as it's pretty much flat out heading up the beach road, heading towards the infamous beach chicane. The approach speed at 245 k's an hour or thereabouts for this one. And as we said, partway through here, some drivers have worked out fourth is a gear to have. A lot of drivers are using third and riding these curbs, just getting the right amount of flow through these curbs. We saw a lot of drivers jumping the curbs yesterday evening. And then another one of the inconsequential corners, turn 10. Again, fourth gear, and it's pretty much flat out as you're leaving the beach chicane. This one probably should be a turn here, but it's really not classed as it. And then into Breaker Street, one of the true left-handers, the second of the true left-handers, the other one being the hairpin at turn 4. Down Breaker Street, turn 12, another one of the very few left-hand corners. Keeping the car to the left-hand side to open up turn 13 and get a good run through here and down to the final sequence of corners under the WEC Endurance Chap Bridge and down into the final 2 corners. And again, the last of the true left-handers here. Second slowest corner on the course is the final corner. Only corner slower than that is the hairpin. And then maximise your run out of the final corner and up the front straightaway. Now you can see here, the man who did the lap for us has moved the car over to the left-hand side of the track, or driver's left-hand side of the track, to try and open up the angle heading into the braking zone for turn 1. Now, that'll be an interesting topic today as well, because as of last night, with the drivers trying to keep to the right-hand side of the track to minimise the run to the line and make it as short as possible for their qualifying laps, today you're going to have to take that wide approach. And if you've got a car that you're trying to pass for position into that turn, that could be a little bit of a hot spot going into the opening chicane today.
Yeah, it's not... Go ahead, Kiwi.
I was going to say, at the start as well, getting 19 V8 supercars through that first chicane always proves problematic. But even during the race, you want to have it decided nice and early, because there's nowhere to go on exit. The wall's right there on the racing line. So if you're just a millimetre to the left, you're going to find the tyres and you're going to find trouble.
Yeah, and we already saw yesterday too, a few drivers decided to rub that wall a little bit too much on the approach to turn 1. They just moved the car over fractionally too much, gave that wall a rub. It unsettled the run of the car into the chicane, and ultimately, bang, track cut and gone. So I'm actually expecting here, Michael, that at turn 1, I would not be surprised to see maybe 3 or 4 cars bail out and cut that chicane, but they're going to have to be careful. They'll have to arrest their speed so they don't burn up one of their track cuts.
Oh, certainly. It's almost a given with how tight and difficult that first section of track is. It's a wonder that we don't see more incidents there, truth be told, in both the main game and in the simulated game. Certainly, it's going to be a bit of a mess to start with, and something that I picked up while watching the Ryko Racing Line is that all of the corners that you'd expect to be able to pass at are really actually difficult to draw alongside, because you've got the sort of changing line or changing sort of approach into the braking zone. So, at turn 1, that's not really a passing opportunity, because you have to open up and hug the wall in order to actually get the optimal line. Same with the final corner, the hairpin as well, having to dive out from behind the chicane to actually get the car alongside to dive for the hairpin. It's all very difficult passing opportunities around this circuit. So it's going to be a bit of a mess. But hopefully a very good one. Hopefully an enjoyable one to watch.
Is there ever a good mess?
I don't know. AB's pretty tasty. I call that a good mess.
Anyway, we'll leave that one alone, I think, for the minute. Let's go and have a little bit of a look at the on-track action so far. There's a little bit of few drivers just exiting the drivers' briefing now, and a little bit of a warm-up session just to get everybody in. There's about 4 more drivers just waiting to arrive. And then we'll be underway. So we're on 1:15 now, and I think there's actually a little bit of an extended driver's briefing going on downstairs. I can actually see 1 or 2 people down there that probably shouldn't actually be there, but that's beside the point. The point is there's a driver's briefing going on, and we're waiting to see. I think there's 4 more cars to go. So there was 19 cars that qualified yesterday, and a few drivers probably just haven't had a chance to rejoin the official server before everything gets underway. I'm just trying to work out who we're actually missing here, guys. So I'm looking there. I can see that we're missing someone who'd be driving car 010, which is the Will Devonish and Pete Savage car. I believe Pete Savage is going to start that car today in both races. I'm not 100% sure. Some of the drivers may opt to change drivers for the start, depending on how they go in race 1. They might opt to switch it up for race 2, which is completely understandable.
We are missing one of the Evolution Racing Team cars, Damon Woods and Dane Liccardo. They're not in the server just yet.
And I think the 44 as well.
Yeah, correct. That's another good observation. So the Hans Brunswick and Lachlan Burke car, they're not in just yet either, but they are downstairs having the driver's briefing in the Discord channel. And actually, now that you mentioned it, the Brunswick Burke car has just arrived. And then there's one more after that. I think it might be the Ben Hall and John McDonald Mustang for Lucky Lock Motorsports is the other one that I think is currently missing, because I can see the Lucky Lock and Justin Cecil car is there.
Ben Hall is in the server. I think it's actually Tees and NZ Snipes who haven't yet made their way in.
Yes, very good.
Kiwi Racing Machine.
Yeah, the third of the Nissans. Yes, so they're waiting on those as well. So here we go. All right, so we won't be too far away. There's, like I said, normally we were expecting to get underway at about 1:15, but we're just waiting to. Like I said, I can see everybody is lined up in the driver's briefing chat downstairs at the moment. So there are definitely a few people that may have been a little bit late to proceedings. Unfortunately, that's one of those inevitable things. I think you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So a few people, I think, maybe have been caught out by the daylight savings time just a little bit.
Classic. Well, if they're all there,
it was bound to happen.
Yeah, exactly. So while we're waiting, I think it's a good time to talk a bit about the possible strategy for today, because there's a few complicating factors that we have to think about. The big one is certainly the driver minimum laps that has to be completed. So it is a 68 lap race, that is 200 kilometers for each of the two races today, and each of the drivers must complete a minimum of 28 laps to be classified. Now that's a bit of a awkward number because in these race cars, most teams have been getting around 23, 24 laps to a fuel tank. Now, if they didn't have to worry about the driver number, it turns it into an easy two-stop race. You fill it up at the start, go to lap 23, fill it up, go to lap 46, fill it up, and you're at the end of the race. But having to get one driver up to 28 laps means that there's about 5 or 6 laps there that they have to find in one of those stints. So either you can come in and short fuel for a stint and then just do a small spurt of 5 or 6 laps, or even up the pit strategy and try and run even stints for every single driver. Unless there's like massive amounts of safety cars, each team will have to do 3 stops is basically what we're expecting. So expect the first run of those stops to be around lap 22 to 25 or 24. And then the minimum driver lap at 28, expect to see some stops there. And then the critical lap to get home to the end is lap 45. But if you've still got a driver who hasn't jumped in the car yet, that's not going to be enough laps for them to get to the end. So at lap 40, if there still hasn't been a driver change, that's when you have to see people coming in to make that driver change. So there's a lot of complicating factors here. Of course, the safety car could change this entirely again. If we get a safety car early in the first stint at about a lap 5 or 6, might see some people dive in, take that pit stop there to then get to lap 30 and make the driver change there. We could see something happen where we've got a safety car at lap 22 and all of a sudden you have to stay in with your second driver for a longer period of time. It's a fascinating setup here, and I think it's nice that there's an awkward number for that driver, that second driver, that driver minimum number, because it means that everyone's going to have to figure out how to get through this race in the quickest possible time.
Well, how often do we see it with the real life supercars Enduro around here? Teams start with their co-driver, the supposedly weaker driver, and they end up having to do over half the race because of when the safety car's full.
Yeah, plenty of times. And, it might be a case where you have to take that sacrifice and make that pit stop under green flag just to get the better driver in. I think in the real world, there is enough quality in the co-drivers that they're close enough or near enough to close enough that they can sort of take that hit. But here, there are some teams which are very evenly matched in terms of their driver ability. For example, the Parramatta Motor Speedway Racing of Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg. But there are some teams which are a bit weighted in terms of which one is the quicker driver and which one might be a bit of a, I don't want to say anchor because that's a bit mean, but someone who needs a bit of help. So it will be interesting to see how each team manages that and whether or not they get it right during the day, because not only are we talking about a very complicated racetrack, it's also a very complicated strategy game.
Definitely is. And seeing a complicated strategy game, the safety cars, as you said, they will be the determining factor about how all this works out. Somewhere along the line today in each race, there's got to be at least, I think, 2 safety cars per race. I'd be very, very surprised if we didn't get any at all. Going back to the mega wall here, we can see there's a few people still waiting to join, so we'll keep admitting them. But it's nice to see as well, there's actually a number of drivers in there rocking some Penrite livery too, and some sponsorship. You can see up there in the very top, you've got Lockie Locke's got his stuff on his wall, the Stancliffs at the bottom, Braxton in the far bottom corner, and then his father Scott in centre down the bottom as well. They've all got a little bit of Penrite gear. And then you've got Ben Hall, he's the top right corner. He's actually got an old school Penrite shirt on as well. So I think it's the retro livery from when it was they were running that livery at Sandown. So there's plenty of good love for Penrite and Ryco Filters for the work they've actually done in getting them some backing for this great sequence of events that we've got going on, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's great to have sponsors on board, and it's great to represent them and show how much they care about motorsport. So thank you for Penrite, A Better Class of Oil, and Ryco Filters for jumping on board and supporting this great event. And before we do get underway, Nether, thank you for you as well, running this broadcast and doing all the hard work behind the scenes, and the admin team as well for putting this all together and allowing us to go and enjoy some motor racing. It's what we love doing.
Absolutely. Pleasure, as always. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Race 1 for the day. 68 laps, 200 kilometres, and a driver change required. So, rolling through the grid, I should say. Kiwi.
Okay, so coming from pole will be Luke Rosella in the Parramatta Speedway Racing with Kurt Sternberg as his teammate, jumping in. Outside the front row will be Peter Savage from the Blogdown Motorsport entry. Third on the grid will be the Kiwi Sim Sports machine with Scott Stancliffe. God, I'm struggling today. Fourth place will be Lion Mitch in the Tamaria Racing Machine. Fifth place, Lewis Whitting for Team Hasbeen. Sixth place in the C7 Motorsport Machine will be Darren Kemp. Coming off row 4, Nathan Higginson alongside Dane Liccardo. Ninth place will be Philip Boak, the PBF Race Engineering, beautiful looking machine. And in 10th place will be Braxton Stancliffe after his qualifying mishaps yesterday, not setting a time in either session. Just outside the 10th and 11th place will be Cheese in the Kiwi Sim Sports team Tanifa Nissen. And 12th will be his teammate Freakish in the Kiwi Sim Sports team Tapua. 13th on the grid will be Cam Rutledge sharing with Brock Harvey this week in the CRE Motorsport entry. 14th place Justin Cecil sharing with Lockie Lock in the Lockie Lock Motorsports entry number 237. 15th on the grid is RSM Latino in the RSM Blackshaw's entry, and 16th place will be Brad Severs in the number 45 Peugeot Lure Defer Par PBF. 17th, Betty Cecil in the AP Simsport Napa Auto Parts Machine, and rounding out the grids, Hans Brunswick from 18th place in the All Australian Races, and Ben Hall from 19th in the Locky Log Motorsports Mustang. 19 drivers taken to the grid tonight as Luke Rosella makes his way up to the pole position.
Here we go. So drawing up to the grid boxes for the very first time today. 2 races. This is obviously race number 1. There's a couple of cars in the field here that are going to have a fair bit of work to do. Hans Brunswick's going to have a fair bit of work from 18th on the grid to get themselves back into a reasonable position with their qualifying mishaps yesterday and not being able to take part in Quali 1, but they did a good effort to get into Quali 2, and they're going to be sort of mid-pack after the first race is over. Just a couple of drivers at the back that we're just waiting on to get into play. But here we go. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? There's going to be a little bit of carnage. There's going to be a little bit of mayhem. And at the end, we're going to have a race winner. Away we go. On board from Luke Rosella. Lights go out. And already a major issue for Pete Savage. Off the front row of the grid, did not get going. Slapped the concrete wall on the driver's right. And Rosella's got a clean set of heels into turn 1. And ahead of Scott Stancliffe and Lewis Wedding.
Everyone seemingly making it through the first chicanes. They come down to the hairpin. Remarkably little carnage after that first incident, and we all seem to make it through.
Yeah, I think Peter Savage actually got a bit of a tap from behind as well. That's what actually put him into the wall. As we come up to the beach chicane now.
Through the beach chicane for the first time. Here they go. Look at them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, all single file. Everybody through. A couple of cars being harassed by others there. So far, so good. Everybody through cleanly. Hans Brunswick's made a couple of spots there. He goes. He's about to make up another spot on RSM Latino. And late down the inside there. We just didn't quite catch it. Did he go down the escape road? It's RSM Latino's actually down the escape road at turn 11 and has to rejoin. Now, did he get taken out there by Brunswick? Let's have a look at that one on the Ryco replay, because there was a late send there from Brunswick. He'd made up a good couple of spots. He'd made up 2. He was looking to try and make a 3rd. And here it is. And was he far enough up the inside for it? Oh, maybe just. And, I think, they both didn't really make the corner.
Yeah. I think RSM got a bit scared off the corner there from Hans and decided to take the escape road. But Hans himself made a mistake and locked the front wheel and had to take the escape road himself. So a pair of, Hans effectively taking out both himself and RSM Latino on that incident. Lucky they didn't make contact, but they are at the back of the grid now as we're on lap 2.
Lap 1 in the books. Lap 2 is underway now. Rosella's got a very nice lead at the moment. It's out to nearly 2 seconds over Scott Stancliffe and Lewis Wedding. Nathan Higginson's a bit of a surprise packer here, gentlemen. He's avoided some of the carnage. He's made his way up to 4th. So that's not a bad effort, but then there's some little bit of carnage down at turn 11 again for the second time in a couple of laps. There was cars sideways, and there's a little bit of pushing and a little bit of shoving, and Higo is very much the cork in this sandwich right now. He's got a very angry Lime Mitch. He's got Pete Savage, Darren Kemp, Braxton Stancliffe, and then comes the ERT car with Dane Liccardo at the wheel. So this is a little pot on the stove that's just starting to simmer away here.
This is absolutely going to end in tears. It's a matter of when, not if. At the moment, Lime got a very poor run out of the final corner, and now that's Peter Savage.
He's been squeezed!
All the way to the wall. It's almost Coulthard versus Tander at the main straight here. They managed to squeeze through just and live to fight another day. It's very early in the piece, and someone's around at the back. That's Peter Thrower.
Yeah, Thrower around at the back.
And both Kiwi Sim Sports cars in the wall there, Peter Thrower and Cheese.
Yeah, how did that happen? That's a really big question mark as well, because it looked like there was a little bit of contact. We did say there was going to be some people get spilt at some point. Off to the replay for this one as well. So, as we said, a little bit of carnage a little bit early. I'm actually surprised. I thought it was going to happen at the first couple of corners, and we got away with it. Not on lap 2.
Everybody yellow in the beach chicane. Dane Liccardo's around at the beach chicane as well. We're just watching this on replay.
Yeah, so it looks like both the team cars. Oh, Lockie Lock and Justin Cecil would have had their hearts in their mouths there too, because both the Nissans actually walloped the wall on the inside at turn 3. So that's a bit of a lucky break for those guys.
And Liccardo is motionless. He is stuck on the exit of the beach chicane. Nothing's happening here. This might be an early DNF for the Evolution Racing team.
That is. I think that's going to be a bit of an issue here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a safety car thrown. We'll go on board. Let's have a bit of a listen. And I'm not sure if the engine's running in that car, gentlemen.
That's very dead stick. Nothing's happening.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good at all. So there's going to be yellow flags through the area at the moment.
Surely he should just
and he's gone. And he's gone.
That is unfortunate for the Evolution Racing team. Not the way that they would have wanted to start today's action. They were early on in the piece, up in the top, that top group in the Higo train. Unfortunately, they've come on start.
Yeah, so that's where we suspected things would happen. The back chicane would bite at some point, and that's a big mistake very early on. And they're going to have to. Oh, it's Lockie Lock exits. I just saw that in the background. Lockie Lock exits at the hairpin at the chicane as well. So another victim at the the beach chicane as Pete Savage.
Well.
Yep, and now we've got a safety car has been called for. So not a surprise that it's been called for very early after 2 major incidents at the beach chicane. Well, it didn't take long, gentlemen.
It didn't indeed, and something that we just caught on just before the safety car was brought out. Peter Savage has made his way through on Nathan Higginson. So just the corner as the safety car was called, that move was made. So that's great work for Savage. He's now got a direct line onto Lime Mitch and Lewis Wedding.
People are taking the bait here, gentlemen. Sorry, gentlemen. People are taking the bait here with the safety car. There's a number of cars coming down pit road. So you've got Cam Rutledge, Cheese, and they'll have damage to repair in that car as well. And looking a bit further afield, probably the back half of the field from about 12th on back has decided to take service here, which is probably a smart move because all the leaders have gone through. This is what we were talking about. This is like a bit of a Pukekohe type of an incident in supercars last year where a few drivers just caught the safety car at the wrong time. It came out at a bit of an inopportune time for them, and they had to go around again and end up at the back of the train. For these guys that are further down the order, as we just got the top cam watching them all arrive and depart here, it's not bad timing at all, because if they can save a little bit of fuel here, this means that they might be in a position, they've essentially got a pit stop in their pocket, they've got one out the way. If they can make it to lap 28 now and save a bit of fuel, they won't have to worry about stopping 3 times. They've only got to do 2 more from here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is perfectly timed for those who have the co-driver, so to speak, in the car at the moment. From here, you should certainly be able to get to the end of lap 28 with the safety car and a bit of fuel saving. So this has worked out very nicely for those who've come in the pits, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more come in next time around.
Yeah, well, the important bit for them is they're going to have to sort of be very careful about what they decide to do and who's taking the bait. And Rosella is taking the bait. So, and who else is going to take it? Anybody else going to come with him?
Savage comes in as well.
So that's covering. So that's a bit of an interest. I would have been a box opposite in that situation because they need to gain some track position because they've had that poor start.
I actually don't think it's too bad a plan here for Savage and Devonish. It means that they're playing the correct strategy at the expense of track position. I don't think that's a bad call at this early stage in the race. Sure, track position is paramount at a street circuit, but when the cars come out, when the cars are restarted and when we get to the end of this first stint, they're going to be in the box seat to make the advantage at that point. I reckon this is a good move because this is going to be putting them on the same strategy as their direct competition.
Yeah, now this will be the interesting bit about
and
where
Stenberg's gone in. Stenberg's gone in.
Yeah, that's interesting because that's going to might cause a little bit of drama with their pit strategy and when they have to get a driver out, because that means from here Kurt can actually do his minimum driver stint. He can actually do 2 stints back to back, basically. He can do 40 laps and then put Rosella in.
Rosella in the car, yeah. Same thing for the CRE Motorsport car. Brock Harvey has very unwillingly been strapped into the seat of that Mustang. He was protesting quite loudly yesterday about being in a Mustang, but he has been strapped in. For those who don't know, the Harvey family are very much a Holden through and through. So this is basically a betrayal of the highest order in the Harvey family. For him to be driving a Ford.
I did get a message from Brock Harvey yesterday when his father was watching the live stream yesterday evening and said, I hope that's a paid drive in that Ford. Brock edited out a whole bunch of other stuff in the message, and then the next comment was, this year couldn't get any worse.
I got that message as well. Brilliant stuff. Love to see it. Love to see a little bit of banter in the mix as we've got one more lap at least under safety car. It's Scott Stancliffe for the Kiwi Sim Sports car team that is leading the field now. He has Lewis Wedding, Lime Mitch, Nathan Higginson, Darren Kemp is the top 5. Then Braxton Stancliffe, Philip Boak, Zroliak, Brad Severs in 8th, Ben Hall 10th, and Brock Harvey is the first of the cars who have made a pit stop, currently sitting in 10th place.
That's not bad from Brad, actually, to avoid all the carnage, put that car in 8th position. It's not too bad at all. He's not the fastest driver in the field. He'll admit that himself quite winningly. So now he's going to have an angry pack behind him. It's what can he do to hold them off as long as possible.
I've got another pit caller, sorry, there. RSM Latino has come in. Yep.
He has indeed. So RSM Latino in the car for that one now, and he started that car, so there's not going to be too many dramas there with him staying in that car. The lead up at the moment, Scott Stancliffe, there he is on the screen there, and there he is in the sim rig at the moment. Penrite sponsorship, good man over there, good family man in New Zealand, actually still in lockdown at the moment. And he's been on the horn. I can see him there. He's on the horn to Tim Redmond as well. They're talking what they're going to do from this point onwards as well. He'll be communicating what's happening and strategy-wise and trying to figure it all out.
And hopefully they can get the driver change right this time.
Yeah, well, that'll be the next question.
Yeah,
I think I believe that's probably why they've actually elected to start Scott for this one, is after the Sandown dramas with Scott's game causing the problem, that they've elected to actually put Tim Redmond in to start proceedings for this. Scott Stancliffe in to start proceedings for this one.
So we've got split strategies through the field already, and then splits in those splits as well with driver changes and the like. So 18 cars still on track as the safety car lights are out and it comes into the pit lane. Scott Stancliffe leads the field. They're getting very angsty in the back half here, trying to squeeze their way through as Scott has the control of the field to the line and will be away for the next run of the mix. And Higginson's had an absolute shocker in the mid-pack. They go 3 wide ahead of him as they come towards turn 1 for the first restart of the Gold Coast 200, first part of the Gold Coast 400 rather. And they managed to squeeze their way through. Darren Kemp up 2 positions just off the restart there.
Yeah, good move by Darren Kemp. He's just moved ahead of Nathan Higginson. He actually moved up to P4, so here he is, 4th in queue, as Scott Stancliffe tries to kick away as quickly as he possibly can here. Very, very good driver, Darren Kemp. He's had quite a good defensive performance in a couple of rounds of Super 2 this year, and in one of the supercar rounds at Phillip Island. He was extremely difficult to pass. And now with Higginson behind him, another driver that likes to get a bit sideways, although he's looking down the inside here at turn 11, and that's a very late lunge and gets him back straight away. But it doesn't have the drive out of turn 11 down to 12, and Kemp will hold.
Points for the audaciousness of that attempt. That was very much last minute. and it actually cost him quite a bit of time, I think, as well. Dropped almost half a second off the back of Darren Campbell already.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And then look at this. This is the view that Braxton Stancliffe has of the rear end of car 00 as they head up the start-finish straight for the 8th time and on to lap 9.
Coming through to the... Oh, sorry, you go.
Okay, I was about to say...
So that's so closing in under brakes. Braxton Stancliffe very nearly ran into the back of Nathan Higginson there for a few moments, and that opens the door for Phil Boak down the inside at 4.
They got both of them a little bit of power on oversteer as they exit the corner. Stancliffe just a little bit more power down the back straight as they come towards the beach chicane. Boak's not giving it away though. He's really forcing the hand of the Penrite Ryco machine. They come through the beach chicane, all out the other side nice and cleanly. And it is as you were. Something I noticed further back, something we kind of missed in the lead up, is Kurt Stenberg has been powering through the field. He actually came out of the pits 4 cars ahead of Will Devonish and Peter Savage, and look at the gap now. Stenberg already into 8th, leading the cars that have pitted, and Devonish and Savage just trying to make their way around the outside, hit the wall at turn 13 there for Savage. He's still in 14th place, so that's already quite a substantial number of cars in between the two championship protagonists at the moment.
Oh, and thrower at is that thrower or freakish? No, freakish into the wall on the exit as well. So you're right, Flood. This has been a bit of a disastrous pit stop, and this is why I said box opposite for Peter Savage, because with where Stenberg's come out, at the time he was leaving the pit lane, there were cars on the main straight, and that's where the issue is now for Savage. He's not been able to process this traffic. This has actually probably ruined a little bit of the early strategy, and again, they're going to need a safety car probably at some point to try and catch back up. Whereas if they were box opposite, they would have had track position, they would have been top 3, and they could be kicking away right now.
Yeah, but that might come back to bite the likes of Stancliffe, Wedding Line, Mitch, Darren Kemp later on. It's difficult to say now, but we've got to say certainly Stenberg has done the business, passing some of that traffic so far, and he sits pretty comfortably in 8th, right in the back of the battle between Foley and Stancliffe and Higginson. And Higginson's not actually too far away from that battle further up. He's held on quite nicely. So it's almost a train from 2nd all the way to 8th, with Lewis Wedding, the has-been racing car, setting the pace that everyone else is following.
He is, and he's got a bit of a train behind him. He's just stretching his legs a little bit here. They're only losing a couple of tenths a lap to Stancliffe out in front. Stancliffe's last lap at 11.5. Wedding was at 12.7. They're not losing much in the final sector.
Whoa,
the damage is way. The damage.
Couple of cars that spun to the chicane.
There we
the
go.
Penrite machine.
Yep,
and Philip Boak.
And Phil Boak and another safety car. So that one is the end of that. So what happened to Phil Boak? Is he 100% out of this one, or has he managed to get it going? No, he's just getting going now again. But again, not a surprise. Safety car gets called for, and this will let Savage probably off the hook a little bit. Let's have a look at what happened to Phil Boak. Oh, he's actually got into to Braxton Stancliffe here, I think, as well. Yeah, big mistake, Phil Boak, under brakes. And if we bring that up on the replay and we rewind it back a little bit, you can see here, I think this is just a big mistake under brakes. Just completely missed the braking point. Yep, 100% on 100% on Phil Boak there. I think that one, he's going to be a bit filthy with himself after that one.
And the stewards will certainly have to have a look at that as well. And we've got some pit callers while that has been happening. Scott Stancliffe from the lead comes into the pits. That's a surprise to me. And Nathan Higginson comes in as well. Let's see if anyone else dives into the pit lane. Braxton Stancliffe probably as a result of some damage in the pits as well. This is on the end of lap 11, by the way. So these guys have gone a little longer than those a little further back who pitted on the first safety car. Anyone else taking the pit lane?
Yeah,
RSM Latino, yes, and Phil Boak.
Yeah, Phil Boak, unsurprisingly, RSM Latino as well. They were in the mid pack, so I think they've probably just pulled themselves out of that pack and elected to just stay out of trouble, which is probably not as silly as you actually think it is. Probably a very smart strategy call, actually. So 4 callers on pit road. Scott Stancliffe has stayed in the car, and this will be all about getting to driver minimums now. So this means that they can comfortably, from here, they'll be able to get to lap 28 without a problem now, switch out and get Tim Redmond into the car for the final 2 stints. So this has worked out well for them, whereas a lot of the other drivers have gone a little bit of an opposite strategy. You've got Kurt Stenberg and Luke Rosella who have had to play, who have done something that we probably we weren't expecting to do. They've gone in and swapped after about 5 laps because of where the safety car fell, and they're going to have to try and get Rosella in at some point to make sure he clears his minimum lap number. So if he's already done 5, that means in a 68 lap race, he's got to be in around lap 43, no later than lap 43 to get his minimums done.
Oh, that's going to be... 43 would be 25 laps. I think it's actually 45.
Plus 5. Plus 4.
45.
Yeah, plus 5 laps, yeah. You
So
probably want to lap either side, I guess, to be safe.
So that is the critical lap number. So they're playing, if they are planning to put Rosella in for that last stint, they are playing a very dangerous game of making sure that that last stint goes the distance and Rosella can get the distance in that last stint. So they're committed to the critical lap if they're following through on that strategy. A few driver changes. We had one driver change in that string of pit stops. RSM Latino's jumped out. Steve Warwick now behind the wheel of the Blackshaws Smash Repairs Commodore. Otherwise, everyone else has stayed behind the wheel as they were.
I tell you what, I think this works pretty well for the drivers who haven't stopped yet. They'll get pretty close to that lap 28 window now with all these safety cars, will they not?
It depends on how much they're able to save, really. It's going to be a complicated little mix. I'm not sure that you can save a full lap under safety car, if that makes sense. So saving 5 laps would be an absolute miracle for these guys if they are trying to get to that critical lap. They might, lap 28. They might, in fact, need another safety car to get there. And if they do, then if we do get another safety car, that would be very, very interesting. I guess we'll all find out in about 15 laps when we get to that magical lap 28 and see where people are at.
I think we'll have one more lap behind this safety car. So, looking at Kurt Stenberg up in the 4th place now, I guess for him, he'll just want to get out in front and clear the traffic, would he? And just try and build a margin. And just bank on there'd be no more safety cars.
Yeah, as much as possible. I think they've got the luxury of car pace, which is very, very nice to have as a race team. So they have the flexibility to be able to pretty much do whatever they want and be the one that everyone is marking. At the moment, Stenberg is in 4th place, which is pretty impressive.
And it was a short safety car period too. It was only 2 laps, so they're about to get going again. You see Kemp just holding the brake here because everybody ahead of him's holding the brake. And there's a little bit of checking up as well. And now it was leader's prerogative to go here. There's been some dramas with this before in the past. And again, I think that maybe has there been an incident at the back here? Yeah, there has. There's been a major incident at the back of the train, and safety car's been called again because they need to clean up a mess on the front straight. So Boak involved in that one as well. Higginson, all the drivers that had been in for a stop.
It was Formula One Magello at the back there. That's exactly what's happened. There's been someone who's checked up. I think it's Brock Harvey who's checked up 3 or 4 cars ahead.
Yeah, they're all checking up.
And then it's just Constantine had accordioned all the way back, and it was in the end Stancliffe and the number 237 of Lockie Burke.
Yeah, 237 is Lockie Lock, yeah. So that's a bit of a disaster, I think, for those guys as well. But I mean, at the end of the day, let off the hook a little bit by the fact that they were toward the back of the field. They can come in and repair that damage and get it over and done with, and pretty much rejoin where they were to begin with. But I think there's going to be a little bit of conversation had probably on the radio to all the teams, just to make sure they allow a little bit of space at the restarts.
Absolutely. That was very, very unnecessary. Now, Flood, you just talked about needing one more safety car. Now what do you make of the strategy?
Well, firstly, I'll say my Discord nickname of Floodstradamus is ever again on point. Secondly, I think here you commit to one strategy. If you're trying to get to lap 28, you just commit to lap 28. If you are, on the other hand, someone like Kurt Stenberg, you've got the luxury of having that flexibility built in. So I think for the likes of Lewis Wedding, Darren Kemp, Lion Mitch, Hans has actually come into the pits. Brad Severs, Ben Hall, might as well just commit at this point. I think those are the only guys who haven't made any stop yet, according to my numbers. So if you're going to commit, you might as well just fully commit at this stage. And I said commit quite a lot in that section.
You actually did.
We've just seen Nathan Higginson and Philip both come into the pits. That's not a surprise.
Now, Scott Stancliffe actually went back around again, so he obviously hasn't got a huge amount of damage, or they're probably just assessing the car right now and working out what they need to do here. Now, for the drivers that had come in and changed drivers under the safety car, which actually is a smart thing to do when it comes out, if it falls your way, because it does cost a little bit extra time to do the driver swap, so it's better it's done under a yellow flag than under a green flag, so there's an extra 5 or 6 seconds involved in it, I believe. What this means for drivers such as Kurt Stenberg further out in front is that this just continues to elongate this stint for them. So if they were looking at 20 to 21 laps on fuel green flag running, that's now starting to increase towards, 25, 26. So it's getting a little bit close to that full stint length. Just depends on if they decide to go for a full send type of lap or stint once it goes back to green flag running, or if they then say, you know what, we're actually pretty close on fuel here, let's maybe try and save a little bit of juice and let's see if we can get Kurt's minimums out of the way.
Certainly, something to think about. It's all getting very complicated very, very quickly. It's gotten incredibly complicated very quickly. We were expecting carnage, surely, but I don't think we were expecting quite this much in the early stages of the race.
No.
Something that I have just seen and am trying to figure out, it looks like Steve Warwick and the RSM Latino Blackshaws racing car has gone a lap down. I'm not sure exactly how that's happened. It might have been just a long pit stop under one of those safety car periods, but they are now the first car off the lead lap.
Yeah, that is actually a bit of a surprise. Now, I mean, they were a little bit behind the pack when the incident happened. Of course, they were caught up in some things. Then you can see, yeah, they've actually been told they have lost a lap somehow. So.
Yeah, and their actually leading cars passed as well in the safety car train. They've just let Higgins, Philip Lokpath, and I think they're going to let Higgins pass as well.
Yeah, that's hashtag just AMS things. I think if you're... is there the lucky dog in this situation?
Yeah, there is a lucky dog, but it would have had to have been issued by now. That's the thing.
Yeah, so I wonder if it's been said, oh, you've got to line up behind Higginson, and the way that Warwick has done that is by dropping to the back instead of taking the extra lap, which is something that happens all the time with AMS, and it's one of the most annoying things about how the game operates the safety cars. So unfortunate for them, they are very early on a lap down, and will have a long race ahead of them to try and get back into the mix.
Going around with the safety car again.
Yeah, we are going around again. I think there's been a little bit of an incident with that car, the car number 50 that has just been instructed, race controls just been inspected, or asked to have a bit of a look at it just to see if there's any reason for why that's happened. Also, it looks like the race management channel has lit up with a couple of incidents to be reviewed. The turn 1 incident with Phil Boak and Braxton Stancliffe, that's going to require a post-race review. And there was also one that's just been put in there about what happened at the start finish line there. And yeah, there is a bit more of something going on at the back here as well. There's cars around, and who was that involved in that one? So there was, I think, Lockie Lock might have been the one there that was involved in that one. There was something happening in the back of shot.
Justin Cecil. So it looks like everyone's checked up as the safety car train has hit the hairpin, and then because of that, coming out of the chicane, Braxton Stancliffe just sent to punch the rear of the 237 Justin Cecil machine. Yeah,
and this is a little bit silly too by some of they've because they've been told that they need to allow sufficient space between each other. There's no need to be following that close, and that's now just put those guys a bit further back. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that reviewed by the stewards as well. That's a little bit uncalled for.
Anytime crashing under a safety car is absolutely unacceptable in my mind.
Absolutely, I 100% agree. But I think it's one of those things where, because you're under safety car, you just completely switch off. You're thinking about other things, whether that be strategy, whether that be the red mist, whether that be whatever's going on in that immediate moment, instead of looking 3-4 cars ahead, looking at the safety car train, trying to give yourself that space. So it looks like it's just something that's been an inattention mistake, and I think Braxton is attempting to retake his prior position, whereas Justin Cecil has sat at the back of the field behind, just ahead of Brad Severs, who was a pit stop caller. But we're going back green once again. Hopefully we get a few more laps running this time around.
Yeah, here we go. So let's hope we can get a bit of green flag running in. We've already had 3 safety cars, if you're counting at home here. And away we go to resume on lap 18. There was already a bit of covering going on at the start-finish line there. Lime Mitch moved across to try and cover Kurt Stenberg, but he's through already and up into P3 and is on the march. Kemp is the defensive driver now that needs to hold on here for a little bit and see if he can hold up car 2 for a bit. Big sideways moment for Stenberg out of the hairpin. That's going to hurt his run up towards the beach chicane here, as they're all struggling to get a bit of tyre temp back into those front tyres.
Yeah, remember, it's been effectively 8 laps under safety car now with the 2 back-to-back, and they fire through the beach chicane just... Oh, scrape of the wall there for Stenberg, but otherwise everyone seems to get through okay. Stenberg already up into 2nd place, as now it's the Tamiya car of Lime Mitch trying to make a move on Darren Kemp for 3rd position.
And there Lewis Wedding's got his hands full with Kurt Stenberg as well. I think probably the passing move, if Kurt wants to set it up, is probably going to be at turn 1. I think that's probably the obvious choice here. Just hold your line through the final couple of corners and just get a nice little bit of drive off. You don't want the power oversteer, and you don't want to slide the rear too much, because there you can see the Mustang's just taken off a little bit here and got a little bit of room on car 2 as they head down towards the chicane. So I think he's probably lost the opportunity here for a pass at this stage, because you've got to come from the left-hand side to the right, square it up. You've got to get the flow through here. Next opportunity is at 4, and he sends it down the inside at 4, and he's got it done.
Yeah, Lewis gave him plenty of room there, making sure that the pass was on and easy. I guess just figuring that it's not his race in a competition with Stenberg, seeing as they're on vastly different strategies at this stage. But check out the train further back. Kemp, Lime Mitch, Hans Brunswick, and Peter Savage as they fire their way into the beach chicane. It's the battle for the tail end of the podium, and it's already lighting up.
Yes, indeed. And here goes Lime Mitch down the inside of Darren Kemp at turn 11. And then Hans Brunswick has moved his way after a bit of an unusual start to proceedings for him, having started at the rear, been involved in an incident, having to fight his way back through. So strategies worked for them. They've moved themselves back into the top 5, and a lot of this lap traffic that was in between Pete Savage and Kurt Stenberg a couple of laps ago has now erased itself. But now it's up to Savage to try and scrape through the field as quickly as he can, get that car back into a podium position.
Lime Mitch has snuck his way past Darren Kemp now to take that 3rd place. Lime Mitch has been one of the quicker guys of the V8 series this year, and he's starting to put a bit of legwork in, try and catch up to the rear of Lewis Wedding. Hans Brunswick also having just a quick look at the rear of Darren Kemp's car. Got great run out of turn 4. Look at the power down. It's a drag race down the beach chicane, but already Hans has got the advantage, and he'll sweep across the front through the kink in the main beach parade, and will take that position heading into the beach chicane. So well done from Hans there. Got that move all set up with a great exit out of turn 4. Good
move by the team cars as well. So they're actually now running 3rd and 4th on the road. And now Lime Mitch is looking for a way past Lewis Wedding here. Lots of shadows starting to fall across the circuit at certain parts as well. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon in terms of game server time, so those shadows are going to get a little bit longer as the race drags on. 3 safety cars obviously doesn't help matters. They probably would have been expected to have a few more laps in the books by now. And Savage has got a great run a little bit further back on Darren Kemp now as well.
Yeah, side by side down the main straight, and it's going to be nothing in it, 12 thousandths of a second in it, but Kemp gets out of it. Kemp allows Savage to go through.
Yeah, that's a smart call there, I think, Kiwi, that just let that one go, and then just you've got plenty of gap so you don't have to, push the envelope too hard.
Yeah, there's nothing to gain by being on the outside into the first chicane. Just let the driver through. You get him later.
And then Scott Stancliffe is another one who's moved his way up from what was a lowly, I think it was down to 16th place, I think, at the restart there. Whatever happened there, they've actually now moved themselves into 7th place, having stopped at that last round of safety cars before they got caught in the incident.
Lime Mitch down the inside for 2nd place, gets the move done into the breaker street.
Good job. And not only that, that's now a very, very briefly opened the door for Brunswick as well, but he wasn't close enough to affect a move down at 11. And this little train. Wedding has just been hanging on since the get-go. He hasn't actually stopped yet, so those tyres are going to be a little bit second rate, but they will have had a little bit of respite as well. So this is a really good case study for us here in the booth as to how far and how many safety cars you need in terms before you need to affect your first stop, because this could affect their entire race. It could affect the entire result at the end of the day.
Hey,
Yeah,
if they can get through on 2 stops from here, they're going to find themselves in a great position.
The thing is, they still need to make up that 28 laps for both of their drivers, and that's going to be the complicating factor. Wedding has to get to lap 28, as does Lime Mitch, let's not forget. He hasn't stopped either, so Lime Mitch has certainly got a bit more pace in that car than Wedding does at the moment. In fact, Wedding is looking more vulnerable to those behind him, the Peter Savage and the Hans Brunswick machines. And remember, they both took the first a safety car to make their pit stop, so they're on a little bit fresher rubber, but more importantly in this case, a better strategy in terms of the likelihood of them getting to that lap 28.
Meanwhile, kicked away a little bit here as well, so that's a good thing for him. He's now got a bit of a break on Lewis Wedding.
Yeah, I was going to say, meanwhile, out front, already 7.5 seconds Kurt Stenberg's pulled on the rest of the field.
Yeah, so this puts pay to that strategy I was thinking about maybe trying to go long and do a bit of fuel saving, or maybe they've gone out hard to try and build a gap and then build some fuel saving into it, but he's had to run through the chicane, so he's had to burn a track cut for that one. Made a mistake in the braking zone, and that is a track cut for sure. So that's one, or one that we've seen. Don't know how many more he's got on the books after that, but we'll have to keep an eye out. There's a couple of good battles actually starting to brew a bit further down. So this is Cheese pursuing Ben Hall, who's actually quietly moved up into 8th place overall. This is a good-looking little battle here, and then you go down the bottom here. There's his co-driver NZ Snipes, who's on the horn there, making the strategy calls about what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. Whether they're going to try and pass on track, whether they're going to look at it through a pit strategy sort of argument here. Oh, big wheel 2 mil moment. This is the opportunity. Beautiful move by Cheese to the outside here, and I think he's going to get this move done.
Stancliffe in the background as well. The door's just going to be open a little bit here, and Stancliffe's going to try and force his way through on Ben Hall. Ben Hall hasn't stopped yet, so he's suffering a little bit here, and Stancliffe will squeeze through just.
Very nice bit of driving by the Kiwi duo over the course of those couple of corners. And it was all started by the mistake that was effectively the pressure mistake by Ben Hall with NZ Snipes and Cheese all over the back of them. And it ultimately paid dividends. You can see there was a big 2-wheel moment through the third part of the chicane, and then it upset his rhythm for the last bit, and then Cheese was all over him in a flash, and both the Kiwis have moved up a spot. So 3 Kiwis inside the top 10, 7th, 8th and 9th they run. There's only one car that's not in, the Kiwi car that's not in the top 10, and that's the Freakish and Peter Thrower car down in 13th.
Good showing from those across the pond, Kiwi. You'd be pretty happy with that at the moment?
I was going to say, if I start breaking into the national anthem.
Pass on here at the end of turn 10. Hans Brunswick on the inside of Lewis Wedding. Wedding was just a little tardy off the beach chicane, and now Hans has got the inside line. Wedding's holding it around the outside, though, as they're going to come into the right-hander and squeeses Brunswick into the wall.
A little bit of contact through the middle of the corner as well. I think Wedding didn't intend to do that. I think there was a bit of space left, but they just came together in a bit of an awkward spot.
I think it's one of those things where if you commit to staying on the outside of turn 12, inevitably you're going to understeer through turn 13, and that's just fired Hans into the wall. Certainly far enough inside for Wedding, but one of those situations where the inevitable ended up, of course, happening.
So we're up to lap 25 of 28 of 68, so we're, 4 more before the critical lap for the driver change?
Yeah, correct. So any drivers that have been in the car since the get-go can come in at the end of lap 28, and they will be able to switch drivers and not have to worry about the driver minimum. So there's already been a few drivers that have swapped throughout the course of the race so far. So mainly Kurt Stenberg and Luke Rosella have already made a change.
Second verse, same as the first between Hans and Lewis, but this time Lewis lets him go. So Hans is now back up into 3rd place. Sorry to interrupt.
That's right. Let's have a look through the rest of the field, see who else is in there that has made a change, that jumped in. So Cam Rutledge and Brock Harvey have made a change, and also to Steve Warwick and RSM Latino have made a change as well. It looks like they've actually been corrected and put on back on the lead lap as well. So it looks like race control has actually sorted that one out, which is great to see. That must have been, as I said, an AMS thing. I'm with you guys. I couldn't see a reason why they should have been down a lap to begin with. They were always on the lead lap. They were always two of the pit lane at the back of the group. And it's good to see those guys are actually back on the lead lap. They are where they started, which is the important part as well.
I wonder if because they're in the very last pit bay, because they have to drag themselves all the way across track, maybe that's actually the game is saying that they're outside the track limits and discounting that lap. I'm not sure if that's the case, but I have seen something similar to that happening in other races and other race series prior.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a first thing. I think there's always a few funny things that game engineers try and build into their games, and we've seen from a fair share of track modding we've had to do. There's been definitely a few weird and wonderful things that we've had to try and work out. Interesting to note, Darren Kemp's fallen through the field a little bit like a stone here. So Scott Stancliffe has just picked off car 7, which is now down to 7th place. And it looks like there's been a couple of tardy sectors from Kemp just as this stint starts to wind down a little bit now. Have these guys been in for a stop? I don't think they have. No. So they've been. Yeah. So they're hanging it out like Lewis Wedding and Brendan Ross are here as well, and seeing if they can get all the way through to lap 28 and get one driver out and another driver in.
Yeah, so the group of cars that haven't stopped at all yet are Lewis Wedding and Brendan Ross in the Has Been Motorsports, Lime Mitch in the All Australian Races car that's currently in second, Ben Hall and John McDonald. And they sit in 11th place, and then yes, this car of Darren Kemp and Steve Burko. So they're almost there. They've got another lap to do at the end of this one, and then they can come in and make that change. It'll be a Herculean effort, though, for those guys to make this race on 2 stops in total, as Lewis Wedding comes under pressure from Peter Savage down at the end of turn 11. And manages to hold on. So another lap for Lewis at least before he can get out of the car.
Yeah, and this will be the critical bit now. So you can see it looks like they're sort of preparing for a stop at the moment, but the question is whether or not it's this lap or whether it's next lap. If they go around again, then they've been able to do it. The fuel burn, I think the number of drivers we're talking about is sort of in the low 4s, so sort of around a 4.1, 4.2 litres per lap on the tank size that these cars have. So you can sort of do your math from there. I think it's about 112 litres, the tank. So you can work it out, it's pretty close. So they've done a formation lap. They've done 28, or better part of 28 racing laps. There's been about 7 or 8 safety car laps in there as well. And
well, more than that.
Yeah,
11, I think.
Well, there was 3 there was 3 in the first one, I think 2 in the second and 2 in the third safety car. So, but
okay.
Yeah, plus you slow down laps to catch up to the safety car. You can save a bit of fuel as well. So
and Ben Hall has come in.
That's too early.
At the end of lap 27.
That's very early for them. So here goes Pete Savage down the inside. Oh, it backs it in and he's going to wallop the wall on the outside.
That's a monster hit.
That's a fairly sizable hit for that. They're going to have to be very careful when they come to the lane for a driver change that they don't end up having to repair too much damage there unless they absolutely have to. Does Wedding go around again, or does he elect to come in this time around? Little cogs missing from above their position number here. But they
Mitch is in.
So there we go. So first and foremost, and Hans Brunswick as well. So this is an interesting point. The team cars will have all got separate pit bays as Wedding and Savage go through again. Stancliffe will go through as well. But
that's an incredible stint for Wedding, and Darren Kemp will go through as well.
So those guys have been able to make this work. Now the question remains, what are they doing in the pit lane with the 2 AAR Mustangs at the moment? They're both still stationary, keeping an eye on those at the moment. Is there a driver change being affected in either car? They're stationary for an awful long period of time, so I dare say there probably is a change going on here.
Surely they have to. Surely if you've made it to the driver minimum in 1 lap, you have to. And Lockie Burke does come out in the number
and Mishra
44.
as well. Yep, so they've both changed. So Brunswick and Lime Mitch have both cleared driver minimums and they are out of those cars. So these 2 can stay until the finish here, but they've now gone a lap down because there goes Stenberg. Whoosh! Goes right past the pit exit. So that's how far behind they were. And they now do not want a safety car. They need to keep going and they need to have the race leader come in very, very soon so they can get their lap back.
That is an absolute. That's a very, very interesting point. I can't believe they've actually gone a lap down at this early stage of the
And
race.
here they come, and here comes more callers. So here comes Darren Kemp and Cheese. So they've all been in the car since day dot. Also, so it's the beginning of the race, not day dot. It's the beginning of the race. And Lewis Wedding's gone again. So
wow.
He's actually they're really extending this stint, and this could be beneficial to them at the back end of the race if they have to take a shorter stop somewhere. This actually might be playing up a good call for them right now.
Freakish is also in the pit. It's astounding to me how much fuel they've managed to save then in the number 5 has-been car. That is an incredible effort from Lewis Wedding if he's managed to keep this all together.
I think his tyres are absolutely crying out in agony, though. He's sliding around everywhere the last few laps.
There we go. Look at the shot down from turn number 4 as the field cycles through. There's your race leader. He's also now about to put Brad Severs down another lap. So at the moment, every car that's coming into the lane at the moment, and there are driver changes. So Peter Thrower's in for Freakish, NZ Snipes is in for Cheese, and Burko is in for Kemp. So driver minimums all being met there, and they've all gone a lap down. There comes Burko, just out of the pit lane, so he was in first, and here comes the other crew. And then look at this, here's Pete Savage, and Lewis Wedding finally has decided to come in.
I was confused there because I saw the front end of the Peter Savage car, and I'm like, that looks awfully like Kurt Stenberg's Parramatta Motorsports, Parramatta Speedway racing car. I was expecting them to almost go 2 laps down, but they have managed to sneak out away. Oh, there's a spin from Brad Severs just in front of both of the AAR machines at the exit of turn 13. Oh, that was very close.
He needs to engage the clutch here. He needs to spin that. He needs to kick that car around. And he's got it going.
Car.
Yep, stationed for too long. This is now awkward. This is really awkward for some of the drivers that haven't stopped.
Comes in.
And Stenberg's in immediately. So that means everybody gets their lap back that's behind him at the moment while he's stationed. But who does the safety car pick up? That's the most important thing.
Stenberg had no choice there. He had to come in.
Yeah, and on top of that, he's short on laps as well. He has not met driver minimum, so they cannot get him out.
I think just quickly,
I believe that they might be a lap short here. I'd have to just try to remember when they came in. I think they came in at the end of
lap 5.
At lap 5, so they are 1 lap short. Stenberg has not made minimum distance at the moment, so that's a disaster for them. The race leader has currently picked up. The safety car has currently picked up Brendan Ross at the beach chicane.
Also, there was a mistake for Peter Savage at the end of turn 10. He's actually dropped behind Scott Stancliffe as they both come into the pits, as does Braxton Stancliffe. So we will see whether or not these are driver changes here. Stenberg stays out. He's got another few laps to do on his co-driver minimum.
The lead of the race is currently Phil Boak, so he hasn't stopped yet either. So he's been in for a pit stop to repair some damage and other things, but he hasn't got out of the car. He's cleared driver minimums as well, so this would be a perfect opportunity to get Boak out and Foley in, because they could get it done under the safety car and not lose too much time. And that would then cycle the lead of the race back through to Stenberg. At the moment, Steve Warwick in the car as well. They're up to 3rd, Matt Cecil and Taipan 4th, and then come the AAR pairing of Mishra and Burke, who have got their lap back. So at the moment, the only car that is a lap down is Peter Thrower and Freakish. Now, I'm not sure if that's because, actually, it's because they've been passed by Boak, who's currently the race leader. There they are behind at the moment, so, and they're going to get waved through here now as well, I believe. And the answer is yes. They have gone through. So they will. Everyone is now back on the lead lap. So that's a lucky break. That wasn't lucky. You probably got a track cut for that. But that's a lucky break for everybody that was a lap down. That Stenberg had no choice. He had to pit. But unfortunately for them, it's a lap short of getting him out of the car.
I'm trying to work out at the moment where everyone sits on their driver minimums and all that jazz. Lap 31 is the lap that Stenberg pit in, and he was in the car for 26 laps. So 31, if we do some quick maths here, is that going to be enough to get to the end of the race with one further stop? Yes, it is. So it is possible still for them to come in at the critical lap, install Luke Rosella in that car, and get to the end of the race. So it's not ideal, but it's certainly not disastrous yet.
And also, let's not forget that that number 2 car is probably one of the cars where the driver you have in there doesn't matter so much. They're both equally quick.
Yeah, correct. Now, I'm just seeing what's happened. There's been a penalty issued by race control for Brad Severs, and I'm just trying to see what he's done there. He's actually might have been done for speeding on pit entry, or maybe he's had a corner cut somewhere that's come up. I think it might be a corner cut, final corner. No, maybe not. Just having a bit of a look there, but either way, he's been issued with a stop-go penalty, and I think that, well, they're in the lane right now. He's met the minimums. The question will be, is Rhodey going to take over this one? I'm looking on the Teams meeting at the moment, and it looks like he is. Yes, he is. There we go.
It's a shame that the state ended like that, because Brad was actually doing a mega job staying out of trouble. And
he is, and now importantly, he's going to get out, and he'll be still on the lead lap. He's come out just ahead of the race leaders. Watch the pit lane, blend line. That's it, all good. Now the hard luck story here is Brock Harvey's gotten out of car 51, and he's now gone a lap down. He's actually caught in the middle here, and the safety car is actually in as well. So.
Oh, we're back live. Oh my gosh.
And we're back live. So that actually happened really quickly. I actually wasn't expecting that. I was expecting it to be at least another lap under the safety car. And now the hard part is that Cam Rutledge is the cork in the champagne bottle here and needs to get out of the way and let as many of these fast cars through as possible. He's done a really good job to let everybody through pretty much at the hairpin. There's race controls issued a penalty for Brendan Ross here as well. And then Rhodey's down the escape road at turn 13. So he's got to be careful here with the rejoin. He's going to get rejoined just in the... Oh, he's rejoined just ahead of the race leader as well.
That was getting very complicated very quickly once again.
I'm just going to throw my lap chart away.
Yeah, I think we do here. I think that's probably all you can do at this point. And Rhodey's very, very slow through the final part of the sequence as well, and that's going to hold up Stenberg for a bit. And now it's starting to get really awkward for these guys. They're going to have to be super, super careful here because Stenberg's all over him, and he'll have to, I don't know, what's he going to do here? I think he's probably just going to set it up for turn 4 at this rate. There's another race control penalty issued for, actually a few penalties being issued here, so I think race control will be on the horn looking at what's going on there. There might be a few cutting instances going on here, and Stenberg goes through. Now Rhodey's got a bit of a problem because he needs to do basically what Cam Rutledge did and let these faster guys through, which he has done.
I think
there's actually a bit of a bit of a timing glitch going on here as well, because I think Kurt Stenberg definitely is the effective leader of the race, and he is. Where's he down the order here? He's he's down. It says he's registered as 9th, but he's definitely that's definitely not right. So they're gonna have to let these guys through. Oh, there's been a bit of a tangle down here at the final part of corners as well. So it's not all going to plan here. Just stay with the effective race leader. We know Stenberg is the effective leader of the race, and behind him it is Lockie Burke.
Daniel Cox has gone around at the Breaker Street as well.
Yeah, he's nose into the fence, and he's only just taken over from Nathan Higginson there as well. Now I'm hoping that the timing chart will sort of correct itself over the course of the next few moments or so. If not, there's going to be a few little issues that are going to need to be attended to by race control at the moment. There are a series of drive-through penalties and stuff. It looks like that is a result of it all, and now it looks like everything's just being cycled up correctly. So it will take a little bit of time, but I think it's one of those AMS things again, gentlemen. There's all sorts of weird and wonderful things that need to be sorted, but we know that Stenberg has got effectively the race lead from the man behind him. You can see there on the screen, which is Lockie Burke. And then the third place man is going to be actually it's now Scott Stancliffe. Sorry,
Tim Redmond.
Tim Redmond, who is now in third place. So there's a little bit of timing that needs to be rectified on some of this. So we'll do our best to keep up with it while it all gets sorted.
So while we're doing that, I can actually take you through who has and who has not completed their co-driver minimum laps if we have a chance. So as this group files through onto the main straight, where are we watching? We're watching, this is just the tail end of the pack. We've got Kurt Stenberg hasn't yet completed his driver minimum. He's done 26 laps, so he's ticked that one off now. So he's good to go. They can get Rosella in that car to the end of the race if they like. Savage is done, so that's Devonish in the car now. Hans Brunswick is done in the second place machine. Phil Boak is done. Lewis Wedding, Nathan Higginson, Cheese, Darren Kemp is finished. Justin Cecil is finished. Braxton Stancliffe, Brad Severs, Freakish, Matt Cecil is done. I think Ben Hall is also done in that one. Scott Stancliffe is done, and Lion Mitch is done. The hard luck story for me is Cam Rutledge and Brock Harvey. Brock did 27 laps in that stint, so he was 1 lap short. So he has to get behind the wheel for at least 1 more lap. Not able to complete his driving time in the Ford just yet.
Yeah, so that means that there's at least 1 more stop in that car as well. You can see it behind Brenton Foley at the moment on track. And yeah, they will have to do 1 more stop, so they can afford to get Brock in there, because Cam Rutledge, I think, started in the car. There was a change to Brock Harvey, and then now they've changed back. So Rutledge has already got a couple of laps under his belt. So I don't think that's all bad news. And everyone seems to be ticking. Yeah, we've got a yellow flag down here at the first sector again. What's happened? Is there someone just down here? Oh, we had line. It looks like it's Ujit Mishra that must have gone around there for a moment.
He got well over the curbs there, and yeah, he clipped the inside wall and almost got cleaned up.
Here we go.
It was a very wild ride.
Here we go on the Ryco Filters replay. Let's have a look at this one coming down into turn 1. So yeah, you got well out of control through the chicane there, and very nearly got cleaned up by Savage to boot, and had to turn the car around and get going again. So very lucky that. And then they arrived on the scene. Braxton Stancliffe arrived on the scene, and Brenton Foley arrived on the scene, and there was a face full of AAR to me a Mustang.
So we're still working on a timing glitch here. It looks like everyone from Steve Burko down is showing a lap less than what they should. We know Cam Rutledge is a lap down because we saw him come out of the pit lane just behind Kurt Stenberg. But we're still trying to work out why everyone around him is showing as a lap down.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing in the chat as well that not so much in the live chat, but also in the game chat, that there are lap adjustments being applied at the moment to make all that work.
Brilliant.
So at the moment, I think the top 8, as it sits right now, are looking
top 9,
top 10 are looking pretty handy. As I said, the only one we know that is a lap down at the moment is Cam Rutledge. So everybody else behind that needs to probably be elevated another lap to get themselves back on the lead lap. I think Rhodey actually has gone a lap, is a lap down as well. So it's Rhodey and Cam Rutledge are the ones that are a lap down. Everybody else is in correct position as they're all coming through. So I'm going to pick up probably the race leader, and we'll see if we can get a bit of a read on things here as they all come out of, say, the final corner here. Maybe down the front straight away. We'll see if we can actually get a bit of a plain picture here. We'll see how everybody goes. So here's Kurt Stenberg down the front straightaway. So there he goes. He's position 1. Lockie Burke, a couple of seconds behind. And then Redmond and Devonish are going toe-to-toe. And that's not the first time they've done that. Then comes Brendan Ross. So that's all correct.
Next will be Brendan Foley, Josh Andrews, and Ujit Mishra, the battle for 6th place.
Here they come. 3, 1, 2, 3. And then the lapped runner of Cam Rutledge. And then you've got behind them, Peter Thrower and NZ Snipes and Cheese, I think, are the next ones in the queue that need to be done. There's the Ben Hall and John McDonald car. Now, important to note, they haven't done a driver change yet, but Ben Hall's cleared the minimum laps. There goes RSM Latino. He's back in that car. And then the next ones we're expecting to see, you've got Taipan and Lockie Lock, and then Rhodey and Cam Rutledge are a lap down. So here comes the Taipan and Matt Cecil machine, followed by Daniel Cox. Now he's, I think, probably slightly out of position now as well, because he had that spin up at the early part of the corner at Breaker Street.
I think he's, in fact, the second to last car on the lead lap. Lachlan Locke just coming through now will be the last car on the lead lap, and in the background is Kurt Stenberg once again.
Now, which driver did you say hasn't done his driver change yet?
Ben Hall and John McDonald have not changed yet.
Well, they better do it soon.
Yeah, they're going to have to, because they're now getting to the point, the lap 40, actually, yeah, you're right, lap 40 was the one they had to do. So
45, lap 40.
40. So they have to, they've missed a trick here. They might not have worked that one out quite all the way here.
Here
They
comes
are a
Ben
lap
Hall now.
down, so they are only completing lap 39 now.
Yes.
So
Ben
Ben
Hall's
Hall is in the pits, and that will be him finished.
All right, so they've cleared that one. So that was the one of the worrying ones we were sort of a little bit worried about there. As the field continues through for this one. So yeah, so there's Lockie Locke's now gone a lap down, and Ben Hall is coming in for his stop. Now they are a bit further up pit lane, so they've now gone a lap down as well.
Okay, now we've got that sorted. I think everyone's pretty much going to make one more stop from here to the end. Strategy's simple from here.
Yeah, the strategy is quite simple from here. You can, when you meet your critical lap, you can get home. So for Ben, now the sad part is for Ben Hall and John McDonald, they need a safety car from here to make this home and not have to stop again. Otherwise, they will be having to do a splash and dash a little bit later on. So they definitely need that one to go. Now the car's trundling awfully slowly down the lane. Now,
Is there a pit limiter still on?
The pit limiter might still be on, and maybe they're also just doing that deliberately to let the traffic go through. I think that's a possibility.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, there they go. And then the car is... now, John McDonald has switched to a wheel recently as well. Yeah, he's come to a stop here to let the traffic through. He's got to be careful he doesn't trip the safety car for that one. And off he goes. Now, I'm wondering if there's an issue here with the wheel, because that's going awfully slowly, that car.
That is...
Something's not right. Oh, here we
There he
go.
goes.
Now that's speed. Oh, big wallop in the back for RSM Latino. Gave the turn 3 fence on the outside a huge bit of real estate exchange there. I wasn't expecting to see that come into the back of the shot, I can tell you that now.
That was quite a good sized wallop.
There was definitely a big sized wallop up there. Now, the lap traffic starting to play into hands again. Good to see. I think there's been a fair bit of work go on behind the scenes to get the running order correct. So I actually want to give thanks to Lewis Wedding. He's actually out of the car at the moment, having changed with Brendan Ross, and he'll be the one that's sorting that one at the moment with 3 of the other ASR admin team in the cars right now. I think actually 4 of the other ASR admin teams members in the car right now. So he's the only one that's there to do it. And Brendan Ross would have been doing it for race 1. For stint number 1 while Lewis was in the car.
Something we have missed while we've been sorting all this out, Tim Redmond has dropped quite a way back from the rear of Will Devenish. I wonder if he's made a mistake somewhere, or if he's just not quite got the pace, because the gap between them now is something along the lines of 2 seconds. So it's quite a substantial gap.
Yeah, I think Redmond's been passed by Will Devenish overall as well, and actually Will's honing in on this man that we're watching on screen at the moment with Lockie Burke. Picture of concentration at the moment, trying to fend off the advances of the much faster car behind him. Last lap around, it was a 10.2 for Burke, followed to a 9.8 for Devenish. This time around, it's an 11.4 for Burke and a 10.6 for Devenish. So they did have some traffic to negotiate though, but it's a much greater task, I think, now for Lockie Burke than he probably imagined would be in the next couple of laps.
I've just had my camera watching turn 11. I've seen about 4 cars in a row get very sideways and make contact with the wall. One of them Peter thrower.
So that's actually sideways on the corner exit as well as they're negotiating the corner.
Yeah, that's not how you're supposed to take that corner if you're trying to conserve tyres and fuel.
No, definitely not. There is Peter Thrower, who's one of those drivers that you mentioned on screen at the moment in 11th place. So one of the cars for the Kiwis that was the only one that was outside the 10, still is the only car that's outside the 10, but only by 1 spot. And he's 5 seconds down behind Steve Burko at the moment, or close enough to it.
We have had Steve Warwick coming in and swapping over to RSM Latino again in that car. Oh, well, sorry, no, RSM Latino's come back out.
And they've been given driver penalty. All right, here we go. So this is the important one here. So Kurt Stenberg's cleared the driver minimums. He's in. They've worked it out on the fuel that they can get home from here. So this is interesting with completing lap 44. So there'll be 24 laps to run in this opening encounter, and he's going to hand this one back to Luke Rosella. So through goes Burke, Devenish, Redmond, Brendan Ross, Foley goes through as well. And where's the next lot of cars? So there goes, there'll be Stenberg's 7th, so Josh Andrew goes through, NZ Snipes, Steve Burko, and Peter Throw. They're all going to go through while this car is currently stationary in the lane.
So this was exactly what the strategy was when we called it from the beginning. They'd committed to coming in this lap because it's been it means that Rosella has to do 28 laps total, and we are 24 laps from the end, and Rosella pitted at the beginning, the end of lap 5, so he's covered it off by 1 lap.
Correct.
And they're back on track out in 11th place. We've got Brute in the live chat, which is Peter Savage, saying that he's suffering some lag issues. So that he's struggling to navigate the track when he's behind the wheel. Unfortunate for him, but he's completed his drive time for at least race 1. So hopefully he can get that fixed up for race 2.
And he's been through I think a bit of a recent PC upgrade as well, with changing a few things to try and alleviate those problems. So that's a little bit of a worry. We often remark that Benjamin Rhodey Rhodes is the one that we always have to use as the benchmark for a lot of this, because we keep saying his PC is like a potato sometimes. So if he can run it on this one, that sort of spells a little bit of a worry for what might be going on with Pete Savage's machine at the moment. But the battle for the race lead starting to heat up a little bit. Will Devonish just crawling all over the back of Lachlan Burke right now. Doesn't have to worry about doing another driver change from here for either of these two guys. So this is a straight up fight for what will probably be the last 2 spots on the roster, and once the corrected order is had. And who's ahead of them at the moment? It's Daniel Cox, and ahead of Coxie on the road looks like that's Taipan in the second of the Napa-backed Ford Mustangs, the one who shares Matt Cecil. And I think Burke signalled earlier he's going to the lane here potentially. And Devonish is through on the outside, and yes, he is. So that's actually quite clever. Didn't want to actually cause a problem by coming across the track late, and committed early. So good, sensible driving. And now what about Will Devonish? Over to him to see what he can do for the rest of the stint. Now, he's got to stop again, but the question is how far can he go, and can he make a splash and dash work? And can he do it while Luke Rosella is stuck in traffic? Because right now, Rosella he's got clear track ahead of him, which is important, but he's yet to come across any of the cars that are yet to stop for the final time. So everybody ahead of him needs to stop at least once more, but it's not going to be for as long, and they don't have to do a driver change either. So they're going to get a little bit of a gain both on how much fuel they need to put in as he goes past the Lockie Burke machine in the pit, but also they save a bit of time by having to do to stay in the car.
I think we've just had Josh Andrew tag the wall on the exit of the first chicane. He was sitting quite comfortably in 6th place, but now slightly less comfortably with the pair of Kiwi Sim Sports teams behind him. Well, Kiwi Sim Sports and C7 Motorsports in the 2 Ultimas as they're battling for position. And Peter Thrower on the exit of the chicane as well, having a bit of a moment in the 3rd of the Ultimas. So all the Ultimas are in the top 10 for a start, and all line astern at the moment.
In the top 10 by the virtue of a couple of drivers, I think, having to stop at the moment as well. Lockie Burke, who just stopped, was inside the top 10, and now he's fallen outside. So when that all corrects itself, they will end up being back inside the 10, probably easily in the top 5. They'll be fighting for a podium position with that one as well. Sad to see that's obviously just the one retirement so far, and really, really early as well. With the Dane Liccardo and Damon Woods machine being out of commission, as there's a penalty just being served there by RSL Latino. So he's got the done. There's a bit of a battle here with Rutledge and Lockie Lock, the last couple of cars 1 lap down. And here comes the race leader. So this is an important bit for Luke Rosella. He's passed a couple of cars through the pit strategy, and Peter Thrower gets out of the way pretty sensibly. But then he's about to come across another little battle that's starting to brew between Rutledge and Lockie Lock.
They're both a lap down as well.
They are both a lap down, so this will be trouble. As just ahead of them, Rutledge had to shortcut the chicane there. Oh, and this is a little bit awkward too, because right on the scene at the wrong time, and Rosella had to commit hard to the outside there at 10, and then go around at 11. I think just a little bit of inattentive situational awareness then by both Lock and Rutledge, who were just sort of looking at where each other was when they came out of that chicane, and didn't realise the race leader was on their hammer.
Lucky stuff for Rosella there, being able to sneak his way through without incident. That got mighty, mighty close. Just covering off something that I noted a bit earlier. Oh, as John McDonald has flipped it onto his roof out of the beach chicane, and he's almost tagged Brendan Ross in that as well. Big 2-wheel moment, and it's actually flipped the car into the wall on the concrete on the outside.
And this might trigger a safety car too. We'll have to see what happens, but if you can get it going again, we might be lucky to stay green here. And yes,
It
just
looks like we stay green.
lucky.
Okay.
Very lucky. That could have been a real interesting spanner in the works. Time for a look at what happened here. Beat chicane bites. What did he do here? Oh, he was on 2 wheels for an awfully long time through the third part of the chicane. Brendan Ross so lucky to avoid the stricken number 19 Mustang. Well, if it's not an engine failure, it's being on your lid.
Well,
Car
I've
19.
come back at the right time. What on earth happened there?
John McDonald thought he was in the Tour de France. Let's just put it that way.
I think he was actually thinking he was in the Red Bull Air Race by the time he got done with that. That was remarkable stuff.
Or was he reenacting my driving from the Stiffer trucks?
Now the rule Now the rule stipulates as well that they do have to come into the pit lane and repair that damage if you flip on your lid. So he's doing just that right now, getting that over and done with.
Ujit Mishra has come into the lane as well to make his last stop at lap 49. So they've done another 21 laps on that stint. So they've got 19 laps to go. I just want to cross an I and dot a T here. I said earlier that Brock Harvey had only done 27 laps on that stint prior to changing back to Cam Rutledge. That was a mistake on my behalf. So we've got Steve Warwick or RSM Latino in the wall. So actually, Cam Rutledge came in at the end of lap 4, not at lap 5. So Harvey completed his drive time, so they're done. RSM Latino and Steve Warwick, though, according to my numbers, RSM Latino has been in that car for the majority of the race. Steve Warwick only having done 20 laps, so I think that one might be a post-race penalty or investigation, or they might have to swap back to Warwick at some point, because he still needs to do 8 laps by my numbers.
I imagine that car will be coming in anytime soon to repair damage from that crash.
Fairly substantial damage on the front end there, and they are the last car classified at the moment. If they keep going, as long as they've met the driver minimums and they see the checkered flag, they will get points. But you're right, they're going to have to come in and repair that damage because it's probably not steering 100% straight for car 50 at the moment. Now, the question I'm going to ask you now, Flood, is what's the strategy call for Will Devonish and Pete Savage here? Because they're yet to stop. Luke Rosell is carving through the field at the moment. 40 seconds the difference between between this car and what is effectively the race leader. Actually, as I say that, they don't make a mockery. I thought they were coming to pit lane for a minute. What's your numbers telling you as when these guys are going to come in?
So, Will Devonish and Peter Savage. Savage came in on lap 31, so we're at 20 laps for them now. Tim Redmond and Scott Stancliffe did the same as well. If I were these guys, as we've got a yellow flag through turn 1, I think that's the AAR car. Ujit Mishra, he's come to a stop at the end of the first chicane.
He has. He's gone straight through the chicane. Now, has he blown an engine here? I'm just trying to work out. No. Have they blown an engine? This could be a bit of a disaster, and this could actually trigger a safety car. So, down to the replay here. What did he do? Did he just do it on the downshifts?
Yep, looks like the good old money shift.
Yep,
and he's done.
He's money shifted that one, so that explains that.
So to finish my point, which very sad for AAR and Lime Mitch and the Ujit Mishra pairing. They were doing quite well. I think if you are Brendan Ross, Tim Redmond, Will Devonish, you stay out as long as you can, because the last thing you want is to pit and then have a safety car come out and basically just dump you down in that track position. If you can last as long as you can and hope for a safety car that allows you to come in on that safety car and maybe jump out ahead or around Luke Rosella, closer to Luke Rosella, I think that's going to be the optimal play here, because they've got the flexibility to run a bit longer. They've got maybe another 3 or 4 laps and then shorten up that stint right at the very end.
Tim Redmond's in now.
Yeah, here we go. As you called that perfectly, Kiwi. I was just saying, I just noticed him rolling down the lane towards the top end of pit lane. So this will be the final stop for them. Tyres going on. So they've got no choice here. They can't make it with the tyres they've got on the car. They'll run out of rubber. But it is going to be a fairly short fill on fuel, importantly. And they're going to come out probably looking like about 4th place at the moment once everything is all settled, because you've got Will Devonish still to stop, Brendan Ross still to stop, Brent Foley still to stop, and then Luke Rosella's gone past Josh Andrew, who himself has to stop again. There goes Lockie Burke, and these guys are going to come out currently net 3rd overall, pending on what's got to happen with the cars out in front. They've got to be careful here on the pit exit because they've had to feed in between some lap runners, and Tim's done that fairly well.
Nicely done from Tim. That's Cam Rutledge in the CRE Race Engineering car that's just ahead of him.
Quick run through the field. Anybody else looking like they need to take their final stops? I've seen Steve Burko has come in to take his final stop, so that's over and done with. It looks like Peter Thrower is in the lane for his final one at the moment. Sorry, just flicking through on the wrong screen here, guys, just to see what's happening. But there goes Peter Thrower down the lane, and they are at the top end of pit lane. So. And who else is that behind them? That's the Latino and
Steve Warwick is back in that car.
Yeah, so that's.
And I think Daniel Cox came in as well.
Yeah, he has, and Josh Andrews in now for his final one. So now he was a little bit quick at the pit entry there as well. So I'm wondering whether these guys might get done for pit lane speeding. We'll have to keep that one in our minds. There's the Daniel Cox, Nathan Higginson machine car 00, the HME Powerhouse design car, and they are done and dusted. Good to see there's been no incidents on pit lane. There's been no real running into each other. There's been people that have all come in for stops around the same time. We have seen 1 or 2 unsafe pit releases here in the past, especially the last time we ran this track when it was in its Indy layout configuration. There was actually, not only was there an unsafe release in the pit lane, there was also a car got bumped unintentionally on the pit entrance and got given a speeding penalty as a result of it.
Now, speaking of pitting, Brendan Ross has just come in from second place on the road. You might have seen that on top of the screen then. And he was actually blocking the brakes up on entry. He may have got himself a speeding penalty as well. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, so there they are in the lane. Now, the Josh Andrew and Braxton Stancliffe Penrite Ryco Mustang avoided a penalty, so they were very lucky, but we'll keep an eye out for what happens with that car on your screen there. So that moves Luke Rosella up into third place. Well, still effectively the race lead. He's still 2 seconds, or better part of 2 seconds a lap, for the last few laps quicker than Will Devonish ahead, who is pretty much running those tyres down as far as he can get it. Now, Brendan Ross avoids the pit lane penalty, so they must have got themselves down to a slow enough speed to do it, but they've come out behind Tim Redmond, who's currently in 5th place.
And actually, they have come out just ahead of Will Devonish and Peter Savage. So Ross is actually the last car on the lead lap currently after taking that pit stop. And you can just see Devonish in the back of shot there. Yeah,
so we've got Will Devonish on the screen at the moment. If we go on board with the car, there is the car in question. You were just talking about going through the chicane there. The team has been car 5 navigating the beach chicane. Now, it's important too because they've avoided going a lap down. They would have got the lap back when Will Devonish comes in anyway, but in the midst of a safety car, if one was called for, then that becomes quite critical. As you can see, there's a number of cars that are yet to, that are still a lap down relative to Will Devonish, but they're not a lap down relative to Luke Rosella.
Let's check out Brendan Foley at the moment because he's got a little bit of traffic and he's trying to navigate the beach chicane. He's got the number 7 C7 Motorsports car of Steve Burko that he's just scythed his way through, and then it's the number 23 AP Sim Sports. Oh, and we got a car on the wall. It's Josh Andrews out of the beach chicane as well.
And Will Devonish is in. While all that's happening, Will Devonish is in for his final stop. So Josh Andrews in 10th place. He's given the wall up, and he's gone down the escape road too. At turn number 11 with a big brake lock-up. So there's a big flat spot on that car. And
there might even be a puncture if he's had a big lock-up that hard.
Well, he's
definitely
waiting.
Looks like a puncture.
Yeah, well, he's waiting for some traffic to go through. So it's this heartbreak for car 1. Yeah, it's a front left puncture. Well spotted there, Kiwi. It's a front left puncture, so he's given that left-hand wall a big whack on the run out of the beach chicane, and he will have to come to the lane again. And Brendan Foley is in as well, so the race lead has been cycled back through to Luke Rosella. And
so Rosella
got a nice handy margin.
Goes through the first chicane. Will Devonish will come through next. Peter Thrower comes through, so he's a lap down. Devonish is in 2nd overall. Then it will be Rutledge and John McDonald through the chicane. There's Lachlan Burke. So he's jumped up into 3rd overall. Then it will be Tim Redmond coming through the chicane. They sit in 4th now. Brendan Ross will come through in 5th place. And we're waiting on Foley to come out of the pits. Still haven't seen him out of the pits. There he is. Where is he in relation to NZ Snipes?
Well, Snipes is just coming through the final complex now, so
Okay, so plenty of
decent
time.
margin.
Yeah.
Foley with a fairly sizable lockup going into the hairpin as well, so he doesn't have to sort of really worry too much. He's only got to take them a very short thing. And to compound matters for car 187, not only have they had to do the puncture change, but they've now been given a penalty for pit lane speeding. So that's not a surprise, considering it would have been a very difficult thing. And a late safety car has come out. There's a late safety car called for this one, so this now sets up a very, very interesting finish. What has caused this safety car to come out?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm cycling through the field and I can't see anything that's caused this safety car.
I can't either. Everyone's running.
There must have been a spin somewhere that's then not been picked up at a very early day, because these things just don't happen.
You're sure there's a safety car? It's only coming up.
I'm positive. I'm positive on the screen I'm looking at with Brent Foley right now that the yellow is flashing. So the safety car is going to come out of pit lane. The question is, who's it going to pick up?
Because it's not flashing for me on Luke Rosella. That's the weird thing.
It might have been cleared.
No, it hasn't.
Flashing for Steve Burko. Yep. I'm so confused.
So here we go.
AMS swing.
The question is, where's the safety car? Safety car has not left pit lane just yet.
It might have been cleared. In fact,
I think maybe it has. That was a bit of a weird moment. So somebody triggered a safety car, and then the race director has cleared that penalty. It's here in sector. Is it yellow flag here in sector 2? So
it's been called again.
Foley's got one, and I'm wondering if...
no, the sector car is out on track.
It is out on track. Okay, here we go. So there was a little bit of a confusion there for a moment.
Safety car's gone again?
No, here it is.
There it is.
No, we've got we're on board with Luke Rosella now. It has been called. So that was a weird one. It was on again, off again. Now it's on again. And wow, this
sounds like Melbourne's lockdown. On again, off again.
Yeah, this is going to compress the field as well. So this is not what Luke Rosella wanted to see, because Will Devonish has got much fresher tyres and much lighter fuel load as well. So this might be on at the restart here.
And I think it's
called just AMS things, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think it's called Rody. Yeah, he's got another lap down.
Yeah, so this will be the question as well. And there's going to be some lap traffic at play here as well. You can see here Rosella as actually the lap traffic's being told to go through here. So Pete Throw has actually got his lap back. And then you've got Will Devonish behind the race leader. Here comes Cam Rutledge. Now, is he going to be told to go through as well? This will be how all this plays out. This now sets up a really tantalising finish as we close in on 80 minutes on this race. We expected it was going to be around 87 or so minutes. We're not that far off, even with all the safety cars. But late drama. 4 safety cars in this one, if you're counting, ladies and gentlemen.
Has been a bit of a carnage field, especially that first stint was a mess entirely, but we've sorted things out mostly. We're still trying to figure out what caused this safety car, but the end result is that there is nothing separating Luke Rosella and the fresh out of the pits Will Devonish, and the safety car's coming in, so it's straight away. That's so perplexing, but we're going back to green flag racing. It's going to be 8 laps of carnage and chaos as we come to the line, and we're back underway.
I think the penalties will be cleared with all that one going on. So it might have been for something very, very innocuous that just happened that needed to be cleaned up. It's something really weird there. I think probably the race stewards have called that car in quite early, if it was indeed in a very short error. But it has spiced up this one. Whatever it will be, will be. And Devonish is all over the back of Luke Rosella right now.
This is the battle for the lead of the race, for the win. It's Luke Rosella on aging tyres just at the midpoint of his stint versus Will Devonish straight out of the pit lane. As they fire through the beach chicane, they've already gotten a massive lead over Lockie Burke, who's in 3rd place just behind.
Yep. Lockie Burke's at the wall at the end of the beach chicane as well.
Another victim down there at the beach chicane, and he continues to press on though, I think, for the moment, but he's got a damaged race car. We're on board with Will Devonish here. He needs to attack probably fairly early while Rosella's tyres are not quite up to temperature, but I don't know where he's going to make this work. That's the next question. Where is he stronger than Rosella? I don't think he was over 1 lap. They weren't that bad. Their race pace has been okay, but now they've really got to use it as he gives the fence a really big rub.
They're snaking down the main straight. Formula Ford stuffs. They come across the line. It is going to be 7 laps remaining. Rosella has a few car lengths as they pound the brakes into turn 1 over the curb. Rosella surely picked up a track cut there for using too much of the turn 1 curb. They fire down into the hairpin. I think if you've got the track cuts in your back pocket, now is the time to use them. And I think Rosella is making full use of that one as we're just waiting for a sector time just to double check.
Yeah, no sector one time, so he did get burned for that one. Now, the important thing is, like as you said, if you got them, then obviously they're there if you need to use them. But they're there for mistakes. They're not there for blatant running through the thing. So if you run through and you gain an advantage, then that potentially is reviewable a bit later on in the piece as well, if you've actually been perceived to have gained an advantage by doing so. But it doesn't look like he gained an advantage through that one. But these two nose to tail throughout each of the laps so far. Now, Rosella just pulls a little bit of a gap through the last part of the course, just up until they get to the final two corners here. Devonish is right on it. He's with him lockstep of the way right now. Now that the tyres are up to temperature for Luke Rosella, I think it's going to be a case of he might be in the better position to hold here. They've got no lap traffic on the road at the moment, so that's the important thing. The next car that they're going to come across is Peter Thrower, who's 9th, and he's all the way down at turn 11 right now. So they've got plenty of time, they've got plenty of distance between them. It's a straight up fight from now.
And they're absolutely throwing it through turn 1 chicane there, both up on two wheels, both having bicycle moments. I think we're going to be in for a classic Class 7 laps.
I think we are too.
Almost unicycle moments as they come through the beach chicane. Again, Luke Rosella tipping the car in over that third apex, somehow managing to power out the other side. Just an update further back, Lachlan Burke sits in third. Tim Redmond has mirrors full of Brendan Ross for the battle for fourth, and Brendan Foley is sitting in fifth at the moment. They're the ones that are sixth rather. They're the ones that are properly.
Here they are.
Back up the front.
Yeah, here they are. Here's the battle you were just talking about. So Lockie Burke just passing through front of shot. Then you've got Tim Redmond and Brendan Ross. So these guys could conceivably end up on the podium if there's a bit of a mistake. This is the best run for Devonish that he's had for the moment through the final corner. Is he going to have a nibble at turn 1? He's going to have to make Rosella pull the trigger and do something he doesn't want to do here. And he's on the inside, so Rosella's got to leave him the space on the inside for all but briefly. And maybe they might have got a track cut there, but we'll wait to find out when the timing comes up. And there's been contact! There's been contact! And Devonish is slowing down to redress the position. They've got a little bit of time, but no, they don't, because here comes Burke, here comes Redmond, here comes Ross. This has cost them dearly. Now they've got to get through the traffic. Devonish has done the right thing, but of course that was a little bit. I don't want to portion blame on that one. Rosella was in a little bit hot, so too was Devonish. It'll probably be looked at after the race. But at the end of the day, it's promoted Lockie Burke through to the lead of this race.
And remember, that car started off the rear of the grid after missing qualifying yesterday. So they've done the almost last to first challenge in the All-Australian Races number 17 car. And they are currently leading the way. It is Burke from Redmond, Ross, then Rosella, then Devonish, as we've got 4 laps left at the end of this one.
Now, the sad part is, obviously, it's not going to, whatever the penalty, if there is one issued for car 010, it's not going to change the result. They're not going to be cycled car 2 back to the head of the field. Car 2's got to do it the hard way here. You can bet your bottom dollar that all 3 of the cars ahead of Luke Rosella right now are going to be making those Mustangs and Commodores as wide as possible to try and cover off and protect that podium finish for all of them. As he flies through the chicane, so close to the wall there as well on the exit at 3. Ross makes a mistake, it gets it backs it into turn 4, but Rosella's not quite there to capitalise on it.
Just the fine margins at the moment for these guys. Rossi was almost spinning around himself at the hairpin, but he managed to gather it all up. Now they fire through the beach chicane again, and Rossi makes contact with the wall once more. Rosella opens the door, tries to get down the inside, and will make his way through at turn 10, just makes it through. So Rossi now into 4th, Rosella back onto the podium, and Devonish is looking for a move on Ross as well. So it's on for young and old here as we come to the very closing stages of the first leg of the Gold Coast 400.
We knew this would be exciting. I don't think it would be quite this exciting. Tell you what, Luke Rosella, I'm still going to back him in to win this race.
He's got 4 laps to do it. If he needs to do it, he's got 4 laps and he's got 2.4 seconds to make up. I'm interested out the front to see what's going on with Lockie Burke. Last lap around was a 10-minute 3 compared to Tim Redmond's 10-minute 4. So a little bit of a gain for Lockie Burke in that last lap. He's just inching away millimetre by millimetre right now. And what does Rosella do? He's got a bit of a mountain to climb now. And Tim Redmond, well, we know that there's plenty of animosity and plenty of back and forth banter between a lot of the top tier supercar drivers in the main series outside the Enduro Cup, and I think these guys have had their fair bit of smack talking and fair bit of how you going type thing throughout the season. But now's where the money starts to prove otherwise. If you can hold off your opponent for the last 4 laps here, you're going to have some bragging rights.
Absolutely. Track cuts on that lap for Brendan Ross and Brendan Foley as they're really in the necks of these machines in the latter stages. Rossi looks like he's under a little bit of pressure from Will Devenish, who's in a little bit of a sandwich there between the Brendan and Brenton. Cracking stuff, but that's just outside the podium. It looks like the top 3 have just a little bit of a gap. Redmond gained a little bit back, a 10-1 versus a 10-1 for the top 2. Rosella, though, a 9-6, so he's reeling them in hand over fist. He's doing it the hard way, and he's doing it absolute best. Oh, and Redmond's locked up the rears on the exit of the hairpin, and that's going to open the door for Rosella if he can get the drive, a little bit of power on oversteer as they come through the first sector. But Rosella has made massive gains into the rear of that Kiwi Sim Sports machine as they come through the beach chicane, and the gap is almost nothing.
Here we go. We've got the onboard on the roof hamburger can. We've also got the onboard with Luke Rosella on the meeting as well, and he's going to run into the back of Redmond there. There was contact there.
And Devenish is in the wall in the background with Ross. They've come a cropper as well.
So that takes them out of commission. And it's a safety car has been caught. I'm getting yellow flag here. So this is going to end up in a green-white checker finish, I think, here. And that'll be because of the contact in the wall behind them.
And if the one with Rosella and Devenish was questionable, this one is going to throw up even more questions for Devenish. If we can get that one on replay, Nether, that one's going to be a big issue.
Here it is. Ross moved to cover. We just couldn't see it. It was just with that one there. We're going to have to... That's a bit nasty. We're going to have to rewind it back, and we'll take it from the onboard. Here's from Will Devenish's point of view. So Ross has moved to cover, I think, late here in the zone. And then just I think Devenish wasn't expecting it. And they're both, one's down the escape road and one's in the fence.
That was honestly not much. He didn't do much wrong. He just on the brake a fraction later, and that was enough to send a punch. And unfortunately, that's put a paid to both their races.
It's one of those things where they're both just trying to occupy the same space of track at the same time. And as it happens, 2-1 doesn't go, especially in that situation there at the end of turn 10. So what we do have now, though, is possibly a 1-lap dash for the flag. It is Lachlan Burke who has marshaled the last stint of this race from third position mostly, but got given a gift when the 2 leaders came a cropper, and has led with aplomb since then. He's got Tim Redmond, who is let a little bit off the hook for at the end of that after getting the blowtorch applied by Luke Rosella in the latter stages of that stint. And then Brenton Foley now into 4th, Brendan Ross in 5th, Will Devenish in 6th place. Let's see if the safety car comes in, and we'll have a 1-lap dash for the end of the race.
Well, let's have a look from the roof cam. We'll see if the lap is called, if it's called in or not. If it does, it'll go in now. But no, we're going around again now. I'm just wanting to find out. I'm not sure what the rules are here, whether it is set up for the green-white checker finish or if the race will finish under safety car. It is going to be a green-white checker. We've just ticked over. We've now actually got to do one more lap. So there is, the safety car will come in, and we will get one final lap, a green flag runner. You can see at the top of your screen there, we're now on lap 68, which was the scheduled distance, and we have now got 69 that we need to complete. I'm sure a few people will be playing a bit of funny buggers in the live chat with that number of laps being on the board, but it goes to show the, I guess, some of the childish nature of a few people if they are.
Now, this is going to be interesting because I wonder if this puts people like some of the teams like Rosella, for example, in a bit of fuel trouble. They came in on lap 44 expecting to do a 24-lap stint to the end of the race. Having to eke that out for another 1 or 2 laps might be just enough to put them under pressure in terms of what they can manage with power to that engine.
They've had 2 safety cars though, so that's the important thing.
True.
They've had this is the second safety car in this period that they've actually had, so they would have saved a little bit of fuel for that very short safety car period, and then now they'd be saving fuel again. So I don't know what the state of the tyres, I think, is probably more the concern, because all the other drivers had stopped later than them. So Lockie Burke's got better tyres, Tim Redmond's got better tyres, and then Luke Rosella has got probably the worst tyres of the lot, plus has a lighter tank. So maybe it's a little bit of a trade-off. I'm not quite sure.
We will certainly see. How do you reckon Lockie Burke's feeling right now?
Well, I can tell you how he's feeling. He's on the camera right now. He's a picture of concentration. There he is. He's steely resolved. He's not very animated or anything at the moment. He's just waiting. I suspect he knows what's about to happen in the next 75 to 80 seconds.
And will the safety car come in on this lap?
No, it's going.
No,
again.
we're going around again.
No, we're going around again. So either way, we're getting a one-lap finish. I think it's now. This is the thing too with the safety car. It's set with it's always a minimum of 2 laps, and then there's a random one on top. Now the random can either be 0, 1, or 2. So there's a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 4. So it could be getting called in this lap. I'll have to see if I can get some information through from Lewis Wedding, who's manning the fort at the moment, whether or not he's actually going to, if the car will be called in here. We'll find out in a little bit. So what's the order? Burke from Redmond, then Rosella. That's your top 3 at the moment. Don't discount Brenton Foley to stick his nose in here as well. It's been a long time between drinks for Brenton Foley and Phil Boak to share a podium finish. And then you've got Brendan Ross, who's recovered up with that incident from Will Devonish. NZ Snipes is the second of the Kiwi cars in the 10. Then Steve Burko, Peter Thrower in 9th. So all 3 of the Kiwi SimSport cars, be it Holden or Nissan Variety, are in the top 10. And then you've got Daniel Cox, who's actually the first car 1 lap down, and he's the last man in the 10 at the moment.
From that, it's Taipan just behind Cox. Cam Rutledge, who's a further lap down. He's near the head of the field. Josh Andrew and Lockie Locke and Rhodey and John McDonald down the tail of the field. And Steve Warwick is the last runner at the moment. We lost Ujit Mishra with a blown engine on lap 50. And Dane Liccardo, of course, that big accident at the beach chicane very early on in the race, brought out the first safety car. That is the highlights, I guess, of the race so far. Hopefully we get underway for this green flag lap soon, because it's going to be an absolute grandstand finish here from the first leg of the Gold Coast 400, thanks to Penrite and Ryko.
Don't do anything silly now. This is the worry. Is the safety car going in? No, it's going round again. So this is, I think it might have to be called in manually here just to be on the safe side. So this is just elongating the inevitable, I think, is probably what the words I'd like to use. Elongating the inevitable.
It's just building the tension amongst the drivers even more.
Yeah, I think so too. There's a I actually just noticed that I think Lockie Burke's wearing his karting overalls as well as in there at the moment. So hashtag realism for some guys. I've seen Lockie Locke actually pull out his clothes and helmet before as well. Anything got underway to this afternoon, but for people like Ujit Mishra and Dane Liccardo, who are the only 2 cars out of this race, this is going to feel like an eternity for those guys waiting to get back in for race 2, because the original plan was around having the second race being not too far away from starting. It was actually estimated to be around a 3:15 p.m. start, so it actually might be a fairly tight turnaround for getting things up and running. We were a couple of minutes late, about 5 minutes late getting things going today for race 1, so it might be a slight delay in proceedings getting race 2 underway, especially if we want to drag some of these guys up for some broadcast interviews at the moment when we inevitably need to talk to them about their races. I think we have to keep it short, fellas.
Yeah,
I think so too.
Going to be hard with the amount of action in that race. Just a few quick things from the live chat. G Tuz, Greg Turra, thanks for tuning in, saying safety car driver's a glory hog. Absolutely right. Scott Nolan just questioning if everyone's got enough fuel and hoping that everyone's got enough juice to get to the end. It's going to be very, very close for 1 or 2 of these drivers, but either way, hopefully now we're on the last run down the main straight.
Yeah, I think this is, I believe this is going to be the last one, and yeah, Lockie Burke's holding station, the safety car's accelerating away, so here it goes.
All right.
1 lap dash, lads. Who's your money on?
Tim Redmond.
The kid to hold on.
I am also going to go with the AAR machine as they come to the line to start once again. One lap dash here at the Gold Coast 200, and we're back away.
Hold your breath, Australia. Here we go for one final lap around this first race of the Gold Coast 400, Part 1. Lockie Burke leads them away. Don't do anything silly here, guys. Just get through the opening chicane. Worry about it afterwards. Everyone looks like they're through pretty cleanly. Will Devonish trying to get past one of the lap cars in the back. That's Cam Rutledge. And Redmond has already got the defensive anchors out, trying to hold off Luke Rosella, and Foley's trying to buy into it as well. Lockie Burke's got a margin.
Everyone power on oversteer out of the hairpin. Very, very happy on the right foot as they file into the beach chicane. No mistakes here, lads, as they come through.
Rosella with a big moment for Luke Rosella, and I think that Foley wasn't close enough to capitalise. That's the problem. So there was a big oversteer moment for Luke Rosella coming through the back part of the chicane. And Lockie Burke's now he's got to put the defensive anchors out. He's got to hold on here. Redmond is pushing hard, and he's got some overlap and the run down to the final couple of corners. He's on the outside though, but he's got to try and make it stick. And now they're going to bump and grind here. Rosella might still get in here for this. It's going to be an absolute scintillating finish. Redmond and Burke. Redmond's just got his nose in front, and as they come to the line, it's going to be the Kiwi Sim Sports Commodore that gets the win.
Oh, wow, what a finish. Burke's tyres must have been off the cliff there because he understeered all of that last sector, giving enough room, enough drive for Tim Redmond to get around the outside and finish the race in first position. Congratulations to the Kiwi Simsport pair. Lachlan Burke, though, must praise his drive. Him and Hans Brunswick from the back of the grid, and then Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg finishing off the podium. Brendan Foley, Brendan Ross, Will Devonish completing that group of 6. NZ Snipes, T. Burko, Peter Throwan, Daniel Cox finish out the top 10.
Yeah, it should be important to note as well, that's actually the first victory in Top Flight Supercars competition for both Tim Redmond and Scott Stancliffe. They haven't got a win between them in the main game Supercars this year. Tim Redmond's had quite a number of podium finishes, but they don't have a win. They've also got wins in Super 2, but this is Top Flight, the first Top Flight win for those guys. So they're going to be mighty happy when they come in for the podium presentations in just a few moments. But what a scintillating finish. Top 11 on the lead lap, so there's some good results in there. The Kiwi, all 3 of the 4 Kiwi cars inside the top 10. The only one that was outside was Josh Andrew and Braxton Stancliffe, who had that late puncture and then got done for speeding on pit lane. So Redmond to the line, and I think we might, I'm not sure we're going to get some victory burnouts or donuts or what we're going to get here, but he's missed a trick going into the pit lane there. But we'll stay with him for a minute. But these guys, they led most of that one, Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg, and the safety cars and everything just came at the wrong opportunity for him. And we are going to get a little bit of a smoke show down here at the hairpin, and very, very nice. Representing the Ryco and the Penrite brands there. Penrite on the hood, Ryco I think is on the wing mirrors for that car. Actually, well, it was. It's on the back quarter panel on the bumper there. But a mighty fine performance for those guys. They came back from a very early incident there as well. Remember that's the first safety car restart. They were caught up in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a fitting redemption after their problems at the Sandown 300. So they've done an incredible job getting back on the pace, and yeah, just getting into that position. They've just done awesome work. Well done, guys. It's well done.
And that was a grandstand finish too. I mean, we talked about the qualifying performances last night being super, super close. But that one, I think, takes the cake in terms of probably one of the best finishes I think we've seen for some time. But yeah, very, very interesting race. Drive of the day, guys, I think has probably got to be the Burke and Brunswick AAR Mustang number 44. Second to last car on the grid. Was in the box seat to win that one, and just a couple of critical mistakes, just very, very minor critical mistakes right at the very end there is what probably cost them the win for that one. But hats off to them. They drove it Matt Cecil's in the chat's right. They had it won, and just a couple of those little late minute things just brought them undone. It wasn't very much, but it was just enough.
I wonder what caused that, because Lachlan Burke had a gap coming out of the beach chicane, but to me, he looked super conservative through turn 10 and turn 11 and sort of invited the pressure. And I'm not sure if they were running low on tires or something, but it seemed that the car was very understeery and they might have just lost out right at the very end there. Super unfortunate, but they should be very proud to take home a second place from, remember, starting 18th position.
Yeah, they are, and we're just waiting for all of them to pop up and get themselves out of the car. I think there's going to be some very happy gents that are going to be up here in the next few moments or so. But,
And there'll be some very, I think, aggrieved drivers as well.
yeah, I think that's to say the least. Kiwi, I think you're probably absolutely spot on there. There's definitely going to be a few guys that are going to have a bit of soul searching and a little bit of drama that they're going to have to go through and try and figure all this one out. But the important thing is we're in Penrite victory lane here, and the most important position is right here to have a chin wag to us right now. Who wants to take this one, guys? Because I think they're just containing their excitement at their very, very first top flight victory at the moment.
I'll jump in. Why not? Scott Stancliffe and Tim Redmond, congratulations on taking the first leg of the Gold Coast 400 here today. Ignore the rest of the race. That last lap dash, Tim, what an incredible drive. How do you feel at the moment?
Oh mate, I'm literally shaking in my seat right now.
Brilliant.
It was definitely a last lap to write home about. From the start all the way through to the finish, and particularly that drive off that last. I was a little worried I wasn't giving Berkey enough room, but he made it through okay. And yeah, we just appeared to get a slightly better run around the outside, so that really worked to our advantage there. But hats off to the boys. I mean, massive thanks for Rosella for giving us the right amount of car space that we needed. Through the early parts of that lap, and as well as Berkey for being such a champ, man. He's got some pace, and yeah, awesome work from the guys. Well done.
I can hear the shake in your voice. Incredible stuff.
Yeah.
So how about you, from being the passenger in that instance, after a great first stint, saw you really mix it with the front group. How's your heart going?
Yeah, probably better than Tim's a little bit. I just, towards that, when that restart came, I sort of said, hey, look, after Sandown and also Bathurst, if you go back and want to mention back last year, we were just happy to be on the podium. And, so we were like, oh, well, if you can have a crack, do it. If if Luke has a crack at us, well, so be it. So, Tim just held his own, and as soon as I seen that little bit more of a run on that last corner, I was trying to press my accelerator down still.
Giving him the full giddy up. Oh, that's an incredible result, guys, especially after Sandown and the disappointments from that event. You've got another race, though, to back up in a moment. Do you reckon you can calm everything down and get settled to attack that one with the same ferocity?
Yeah, mate, we'll have a JDs and go again.
Brilliant. And Tim?
Yeah, absolutely. We're ready to go for the next one.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck for the second one, and congratulations on an awesome first race, Scott Stancliffe and Tim Redmond.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
We'll hand over to Chris for the second place interview.
Hans Brunswick, Lockie Burke. So close, gentlemen. Still second place overall. You've got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I threw everything at it on the final lap, and just on the final corner, I couldn't get the traction and ultimately lost the run to the line. But Hans did amazing bringing it from the back to P6 when I took over, and from there on, I just put my head down, focused on what I was doing, and pushed every lap.
Yeah. What were you thinking when the seas parted ahead of you and you found yourself in the lead? What was the first
I was coming through the first chicane, and I heard Hans screaming, "Watch out!" in the hairpin, and I was screaming back to him, "Do I go to the outside or do I go to the inside?" Then the seas parted, and I just from then on, I was like, "All right, well, we know what we got to do. Let's try and do it."
And Hans, making stuff from you early on, that early stop, and then you were able to get up to lap 29. Just what were your thoughts?
Oh,
was pretty scary in the first bit, Chris. I'm just glad we got there in the end, honestly. But no, we started 18th, and obviously I really apologise to RSM Latino because we just both mucked it up and we both went straight on into the escape road, and then flick spin it, and I'm just like, sorry, Berkey, I think I've screwed our race. But no, Berkey's done a fantastic job all weekend. He's really carried this car. I've just been there doing my bit. I know I'm probably not as fast as he is. I tried to keep it out of trouble as much as I can, but there was a little bit of trouble and a bit of brown pants moments, but couldn't be happier. Would have been happier with a first place, but obviously second place is the worst position in racing, as well as fourth. When you're in fourth, you're off the podium, and now we're in second. We're off the a lead. So now we've done everything we could, and we threw everything at it in the kitchen sink. So Berkey, he really deserves this result, and honestly, we're really happy with the way it went, and great to be interviewed by yourself as well, Chris. So it's always a good time.
Absolutely. Well, good race 2 now. Good luck, gentlemen. We'll pass on to our third place interviews.
Thanks,
Thank
fellas.
I'll jump in and take the hit in this one. Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg, you marshaled the race the entire way through, and then a phantom safety car brought everything back together. Luke, just take us through that last stint and the events that brought us to the line.
I mean, what can you say, Floody? Yes, we've all seen it. I mean, we were robbed. He's so far back from us coming to turn 3, and I don't know if he's missed the braking marker, or I don't know what he was thinking, but he's just completely hit us off the road. So, we had to just press on, I guess, try make up for that, and got past Lewis, and concentrate try getting past Tim. Safety car came out, and we basically had no tyres as well, so it was really difficult to get past Tim and Lockie. Of course, they boxed on the last lap. We tried to capitalise, but we didn't. So we got third place. I wouldn't say I'm happy about it, but we'll concentrate on the second race.
Yeah, you can certainly feel the frustration, Luke. Kurt, yourself, a strong middle stint from you, powering through the traffic after your early pit stop. Was the strategy always to jump in on an early safety car, or was that something you guys really thought through on the fly?
Nah, that was definitely the strategy, was start Luke in the car and then pit as soon as we got a safety car after about lap 5, and we got it right on the number so that we could clear that little short stint, and then push on. And I have pretty good confidence being able to pass people through traffic, so we did that and we got a huge gap, and that really set up the race. But as Luke just said, that phantom safety car, and then whatever went on from there just robbed us of a win where we felt like that was where we were setting ourselves up for. But anyway, we've got another one to go and defend now and see if we can change the result.
Yeah, I can certainly hear the disappointment from both of you guys, but a podium is still a very respectable result, of course. You guys have certainly got the pace. You're starting race 2 from pole position once again. Is it going to be much of the same, hopefully more of the first half of the race than the latter part of the race for race 2?
Well, that's the goal, mate. So hopefully we can get out in front and pull a gap and then see where we go from there. So if you're not under pressure from behind, it makes it a lot easier around here because you don't have to push quite as hard, and you can save fuel and focus on other things and try and get the strategy right. So, that'll be the goal.
And you guys still maintain the points lead in the Enduro Cup with that third place. Are you looking at that at all, or are you just focusing on each race as it comes, Luke?
We're just focusing on each race that comes, basically. We know that Grigold and Damon, Damon's here, but we know Grigold's not here, so really our main rival is not racing. So we are battling Will and Pete, but we know we have a bit of a pace advantage over them anyway. So we're just pressing as hard as we can each race, basically.
Fantastic. Well, I hope you guys can fire up and get over that, not get over that disappointment, but get through that disappointment, work your way through and get onto the grid for race 2. And I hope it goes well for you guys today.
Thanks, Floody.
Thanks, mate.
And that was the third place, a very frustrated Kurt Stenberg and Luke Rosella. And you'd have to say justifiably so. They were the form guys. They were the strongest of the entire field, and the late race circumstances really played everything against them at the very end of the race, which is unfortunate. But hey, sometimes that is just how motorsport goes.
That's how motorsport goes, and that's how motorsport at this place goes.
Absolutely. And it's not the first time we've seen a last lap or a very short sprint to the line in at the Gold Coast, whether that be in the simulated form or in the real life form. It was just unfortunate that it went awry for the Parramatta Speedway Racing team this time around. But we do have a second race coming up very shortly. We are just trying to fix all the little bits and pieces, cross the T's and dots the I's.
You mean we get to do this again?
We get to do this again, yeah. Another 68 laps.
Another 68 laps, and I think what we owe ourselves, gentlemen, now is probably a little bit of a quick drink and a quick toilet break. So we'll be back on the other side of these commercials, and we'll be back for race 2. Don't go too far. The 2021 ASR Supercars Enduro Cup is proudly brought to you by Penrite Oil, Australia. The 2021 ASR Supercars Enduro Cup is proudly brought to you by Penrite Oil, Australian made and owned since 1926. Penrite, a better class of oil. Ryco Filters, the professional's choice for high-performance automotive filters since 1936. ASR would also like to acknowledge the ongoing support of Cam Rutledge Electrical, Matt Harvey Repair and Tune, Endurance Chat Media, Beyond Electrical, and Smith & Sons Renovations and Extensions. Thank you for being a part of our series through 2020 and 2021. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very, very entertaining, I think, race number 1 of 2 for the ASR Gold Coast 400. Steve DeVries here. I'm still catching my breath a little bit out of that one. I know that Kiwi Chris Riddell and Michael the Floodman Zalavari have just stepped away for a few moments' time just to see if they could get themselves a little bit of a feed, I think, and then they'll be back very, very shortly. But one thing we can look forward to is we've got the broadcast camera as well that's keeping an eye on everything going on over at the teams meeting. So you can see there's a bit of a few drivers have decided they want to have a bit of a break, toilet break, whatever it is. Nathan Higginson's deciding he wants a bit of a feed. So too Lockie Burke, he's got a can of Coke, and there's a bit of strategy being talked there as well. I don't know what's going on with Rhodey's one on the top left-hand side there, because it looks like his camera's gone and taken a bit of a dive. And I'm now seeing something that I probably shouldn't be seeing. But anyway, that's just the way things go over there. With the commentary guys still just sort of getting ready to return back. I think Kiwi Chris Riddell might be back.
I'm somewhat back, yes.
You're somewhat back with food in tow, I think.
Food arriving on a motorbike shortly.
Food arriving on a motorbike shortly. There we go. And I know that Michael the Floodman Zalavari has gone off to have a little bit of a feed himself, I think. So We'll get ready to go back to racing now. I've been told we're going to be going live with the next race at 3:25 p.m. So that's 5 minutes away from now. So there's still a few drivers just getting themselves ready to go again now. Importantly, I believe there's a few, maybe 1 or 2 drivers that are going to be starting the race that were a little bit different to what happened in the last one. I think this man on screen, Damon Woods, probably would like to start the race. I think he'd actually like to get some laps under his belt with what happened to Dane Liccardo in the early going in race 1.
Most definitely. Was it lap 3 retirement for Dane Liccardo?
Yeah, extreme. I think it was close enough to the mark. I think it was about lap 3, and it looks like there's some practice starts actually going on here at the moment, which is good. So I'm actually looking at the starters list for this next one. And actually, it's got Dane Liccardo listed to start race 2, so I'm wondering if there's been a late discussion to allow Damon Woods to start here. But I can see there was I'm just reading some of the chat here and just seeing if what's going on, and Damon Woods is saying that he is actually starting by the looks of things. So there is a little bit of late change there, and looks like there's also another late change. Looks like Kurt Stenberg might be starting this one in car number 2. So a couple of variances to what's on the list. It was meant to be a very similar looking list of starters to race number 1. But I guess with what's happened in the early going with race 1, that a few drivers have decided they want to vary up the strategy a little bit.
Indeed.
And
I don't think
probably not a bad idea. I think maybe just from Kurt Stenberg's point of view and Luke Rosella's point of view, having started pole position on the last one, we're getting a good conversion, and then just sort of being denied right at the end there. Maybe they've now got to have a bit of a thought process around the how many where they need to stop again. So maybe that might change up their whole demeanour with coming in early. Maybe they might actually, if they get another early safety car, they might stay out the next time around.
And given how tight the turnaround is, if the drivers are still a bit hot under the collar from the previous race, it might not be a bad idea to just take a break, chill out, let your co-driver start, and come back when you've chilled a bit.
That's exactly the point I was just about to make, guys. I think just that's good driver management between Kurt and Luke Rosella. Luke obviously very frustrated at the end of the last race with how things had gone. So just give him a chance to have a break, have a bit of a cool down, let Kurt take the start, and let Luke come back in once he's calmed down to really fire on for the second half of the race.
Yeah, that sounds like actually a fairly good plan. Now, that probably wasn't the plan all along. I think the plan would have been to start Rosella again in this second race, considering how well it worked for them last time out. And I think Luke and Kurt sort of have a bit of an understanding between each other about what each driver's strengths and weaknesses are, and it seemed to play out pretty well in the first run. Just looking to see if there's any other late changes here as well. Steve Burko's actually in now. Darren Kemp, did he start that last race? I think Darren Kemp started, but
Darren Kemp did start the last race.
Okay, so there's another change there. So Steve Burko win the C7 Motorsport Nissan Altima. Will be another late transition for things. Others have started. Looks like there's been another change as well. So Tim Redmond has decided to stay in the car for the start of this one, and Scott Stancliffe is going to change in a bit later on. Josh Andrew looks like he's starting for car 187, the Penrite Ryco Mustang, Penrite Ryco Commodore. There it is on screen actually. So it looks like he's been doing a few practice starts. So I think this is the first time he's actually going to have done a start in any of the races we've had so far. It's always been Braxton Stancliffe and then Josh to come in a little bit later.
I think Andrews started at Sandown. I think he took the first stint at Sandown and handed off to Braxton.
Yeah, he did right. He did too, because they didn't actually he didn't do either of the 2 grid races because there was the late change up that had to happen with that one. But and NZ Snipes is starting in this one as well. I think he changed out. So there's actually more than about 2 or 3. There's actually about a half a dozen drivers that have decided they're going to change things up for this one.
And Udrit Mishra as well. I think it's starting the number 13.
Yeah, correct. So that was Lime Mitch last time around. So I think there may be with the rate of attrition that happened, and maybe how different drivers want to drive the car. Maybe Lime Mitch might have a little bit more mechanical sympathy for car number 13. I mean, it's Mitch's number. It's unlucky 13, so it's lucky for him. It's probably not lucky for Orchard.
Yeah, it's one of those classic little situations. Hopefully they get to the end of that first stint and Mitch gets a extended run in the car because they were very strong in the first part of the last race. So guys, just quickly while we're sorting the things out, what did we learn from race 1? Anything that we took away that we weren't expecting or that we are excited to know now for the second race today?
Well, I think the big one is pay attention under safety car.
Yeah.
That's a very big one because, of course, there's been a few incidents under safety cars, so I'd second that one. I'd also go so far as to saying it might not be a good thing to come in early in the safety car stint if you're towards the front of the queue, because obviously that's then up. Compounded by the fact that then there's obviously a bunch of safety cars that have happened since then. There was a very early safety car in that first race. Those that elected to take the bait that were up the front of the field not only found themselves in traffic, but as everything sort of cleansed itself, eventually found their way back to the head of the field. But then it compounded the race a bit more for them later on because they ended up with having to stop earlier. Therefore, they were making their tyres and their fuel have to stretch longer, whereas all the drivers that had come in later had better that were around them had better rubber, and when that late race safety car came out for the green-white checker, they were in better position.
Well, see, you say that, Nether, but of the guys who finished on the top 3, or even the top 5, the only one that didn't take that very early safety car was Scott Stancliffe and Tim Redmond, because Hans Brunswick came in on lap 5, Luke Rosella came in on lap 5, Peter Savage came in on lap 5, so they were really looking to try and build that flexibility in. It just so happens that because of the way that the race fell on the latter stages, that the Parramatta Sim Sports team were committed based on their driver sequence that they had to come in earlier compared to the rest of the field, and then that's what caused them to have the problems with the tyre wear late on. So maybe that's something to think about. Maybe if you do make that pit stop, you stay on the same driver, so that way you don't have to worry about getting the second driver in for the last stint. And that's one less thing to think about. But I still think that that's the better strategy if I was the one making the call.
If you're down the back of the field, I'd probably tend to agree with you. So all the guys under safety car that were down the back of the field had, they basically got a free pit stop. But at certain things, I still think Rosella had some good car pace and probably should have tried to extend that stint a little bit and would have made life a little bit easier for him down the track. But at the end of the day, they got very, very close to playing that one out in their favour. So before we go to racing, it's time for race 2. So again, another 68 laps. Another 200 kilometres and the driver change required. Well, we actually went 71 laps in that last race, so went a little bit beyond the 200 kilometre distance. But time to go through this grid with Michael the Flatman's Alivari.
And starting off from pole position is the Kurt Stenberg in the number 2, rather, Parramatta Speedway Racing, that he shares with Luke Rosella. They were the fast guys last race out. Now we're looking for a bit of redemption. They are sharing the front row with the car that was the antagonist in that entire situation, Peter Savage and Will Devonish in the Box Down Motorsport number 10 machine. So look for some fireworks off the start for those guys. Tim Redmond, last race winner, and Kiwi Sim Sports with Stancliffe out of 3rd place. And they share row 2 with Lewis Wedding and Brendan Ross, and the team has been Motorsports Machine. Steve Burko, an impressive 5th place in the shootout yesterday for C7 Motorsport in the car that he shares with Darren Kemp. Burko starting that one, as is Josh Andrews starting alongside his co-driver Braxton Sandcliffe, the Penwright and Ryco Racing Machine. NZ Snipes rounds out the top 7, the Kiwi Sim Sports Team Taniva. And then Hans Brunswick, so close for him and Lachlan Burke. This time they start from 8th instead of 18th. Ujit Mishra will start this race. Let's hope he can keep his engine together in the AAR number 13 machine that he shares with Blind Mitch. Phil Boak out of 10th place. They finished in 4th the last time out. Nathan Higginson and Daniel Cox in the number 00 out of 11th place. David Woods sharing with Dane Liccardo. Hopefully they'll get more than 3 laps out of 12th place this time. Peter Thrower out of 13th and number 54 Kiwi Sim Sports Team Takula. Cam Rutledge and Brock Harvey out of 14th. Justin Cecil and Lachlan Locke out of 15th. Ben Hall and his co-driver John McDonald. We'll be hoping that John doesn't end up on his lid in this race out of 16th place. RSM Latino and Steve Warwick, troubled race for them last time out. They ended up with a lot of damage. They will start from 17th. Brad Severs and Rody will start from 18th, and rounding out the grid, Pan and Matt Cecil in the AP Sim Sport Mustang. 19 cars on the grid. Another 68 laps of action coming your way. Nether, it's going to be action-packed from the very get-go.
It certainly will. I did notice there was a little bit of a tangle, I think, coming through the last couple of corners between a few cars as well, but they've made it all to the grid. Here's the view from Pete Savage's number 10 as the lights are on, and now they're out. And away we go. And again, a good conversion off the start from car number 2 with Luke Rosella. Good conversion for both cars off the second row. Redmond and Lewis Wedding have both gazumped Pete Savage on the run to turn 1. The Bogdown Motorsports number 10 living up to its name and not going very well off the start, and all cleanly through the opening sequence of corners. Devon Savage probably would have been hoping for a bit better there.
Spin in the background. It's Josh Andrews. He's been turned at the hairpin. He's facing the wrong way, and there's carnage in the background there. Few cars getting to the stricken Penrite Ryco machine, and it looks like we've got a safety car straight away.
Yeah, we do for that one, unfortunately. So there was a little bit ugly. I put the words in my mouth and then promptly ate them. Here comes Josh Andrews. So he was actually up there inside the 10. Now, who ran into the back of him? Was he wide? Or he was tagged by Ujit Mishra. So not only has he blown the engine in race 1, but that's a big driving mistake from Ujit Mishra. And on the early going there, and everyone's sort of struggling to get through. So, well, this is the one where you don't want to pit. You do not want to pit on this safety car, because there's no way that it's even viable to change a driver, I think, at this point. It's just, just go putt around, try and save as much fuel as you can, and pick it up on the other side. But I think that one probably from the outset probably needs to have a little bit of a look. That's a little bit of a bad mistake going into lap 1, turn 4. I mean, it's very close proximity, so that part's not in the equation. It's just a case of that's very, very inattentive mistake from Ujit Mishra.
Yeah, not ideal, not the way you want to start the second race of the day, especially after a poor race 1. So not ideal for Mishra and the AAR car that he shares with Lime Mitch. On the other hand, it's good that at least they've managed to stay out on track and haven't suffered too much damage, both for him and Joshua Andrew. But that Penrite Ryco racing car, after starting in the top 10 after a decent lap to get into the shootout from Braxton Stancliffe, now down in 19th place.
No pit callers on that one, surprisingly, and unsurprisingly, no pit callers. But I think if you're down the back of the grid, I mean, you've got nothing to lose. You may as well come in and you got any damage from that instance. So there was Josh Andrew, he'll have a little bit of damage. Ujit Mishra is in the mid-pack. He's currently 10th on screen now, so he probably shouldn't really be coming in. But for the cars that are right down the back, you probably come in and get the damage repaired, top it off. You've got nothing to lose, especially if the safety car's going to another lap anyway. Let's have a look at some of the movers for that one. So good starts from Lewis Wedding and from Tim Redmond, so they are 2nd and 3rd on the road after starting 3rd and 4th respectively in that one. Pete Savage went back to 4th place. NZ Snipes has had a pretty good start, so he's inside the top 5. He's capitalised on that. Hans Brunswick has taken car 44 up to position 7, so that's a gain of 1 spot. Phil Boakes gained a couple of spots. He's started 10th, he's up to 8th. Damon Woods has taken car 288 for Evolution Racing Team into 9th. They started outside the 10. I think they were 12th or 11th or 12th on the road. They just
12th.
They were 12th, so they just missed out on the shootout. So they've capitalised on the errors of Mishra and Josh Andrew, and then they've gained another spot on top of that to begin with as well.
And then further back as well, Cam Rutledge is up 2 spots, Ben Hall up 3 spots, and of course the big loser has been Joshua Andrew, as we have Kiwi Chris returning. Kiwi,
hi.
How's the
Looks like I
pizza?
missed some. It seems tasty. So it looks like I missed some stuff.
Yeah, into the first quarter. I think Jacques Villeneuve at the hairpin. Yeah, it's not quite as extravagant, but we did have Josh Andrew turned around at the hairpin, so he's at the back of the field, and hopefully we'll be back underway fairly shortly, guys.
that's a shame for Josh Andrew. No one's taken the early pit stop, I'm assuming, on lap 1-2.
No.
Yeah,
definitely not.
it's one of those things where you're not really gaining anything to lose quite a bit. So if this safety car was longer and managed to get through to lap 5 or 6, you might see some people jumping in, but I doubt that's going to happen. At this stage.
Yeah, we want to see something funny here while the field's circling through. Pick up Kurt Stenberg here. This is what his co-driver is doing right now. He was actually relaxing. He's not even there. He was actually sitting there with his hands behind his head and just and just leaning back in his easy chair or whatever chair that is there. I'm not quite sure. But he's now gone to get himself a food and beverage, I think. So he's not even there calling the shots now. So I think we might be maybe. We're not going to green flag this time around.
We are?
Are we? No, we're not.
No.
Safety car's too far advanced with the lights on, so we're going to go around again.
So another subdued start to the second race of the day. At least everyone looks like they've got a bit more of an idea of how the safety car is operating, because we haven't seen anyone come to cropper behind the safety car, at least not yet. Fingers crossed, touch wood, all those other idioms for good luck. So does this advantage or disadvantage anyone at this stage with the safety car and the start being sort of neutralized? I know that Peter Savage had a shocking start, but is this a bit of a savior for him now that they can just reset and go again?
Yes, but I'm just looking through the list. I don't think it really disadvantages anyone, because I don't think anyone's got a driver in there who's like significantly better than the co-driver, because the concern would be obviously burning driver time behind safety car, especially early on in the race.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I tend to agree with that. I don't think everyone's in the same boat here. The only people that have been disadvantaged from it has been the Penrite Ryco Commodore of Josh Andrew and Braxton Stancliffe, and that has actually been noted in the race management channel. It probably does require a review, and I'm not sure if that'll be issued as an in-game penalty or what will happen there, but I think it was probably pretty significant enough to maybe needs to be served in-game and before the thing is out. But they can only serve it under the green flag if the penalty's issued.
Something that was coming through in the live chat, Nether, is that Lime Mitch, the co-driver for these, the number 13 car that is the initiator of that contact, he says that Ujit got tagged by the Red Bull machine, the number 074 of Philip Boak, which is why he made that contact in the first place. So a bit more to unfold there, as we looks like we're going back to green this time around.
Yeah, we are. So that'll probably have a bit more of a bearing on that. Brendan Ross, I'm sure, is probably taking a little bit of a look at it right now. It may elect to be looked at after the race, but field is currently under control of Kurt Stenberg. It's his prerogative to go. They're already fanning it, and he hits the hammer now and just gets a little bit of a gap on Lewis Wedding. So good restart for car 2. And they head down towards turn number 1 and 2 for the 5th time. Let's keep an eye on how things go. Everybody seems to be a bit better behaved this time around, although I ate my words last time. And yes, so far everybody good, everybody through this time. We're going to get at least another half a lap compared to what we got last time. But Stenberg's bolted. He's got a healthy margin already, and then leaving Tim Redmond and Lewis Wedding to start duking out, and for Pete Savage to play catch-up.
Yeah, everyone getting through quite nicely. A bit of a shocker of a restart, though, for, I think it was NZ Snipes, who just dropped away. Damon Woods, on the other hand, he's up 4 positions now, gained another position on the restart, and he's looking for a move here on the number 420 and gets it done through turn 12. So Damon Woods already fighting his way through and putting the blowtorch to a few of the guys through the pack.
Yeah, very authoritative pass there down at turn 12. And now immediately onto the back of Hans Brunswick in car 44. He's got some good car pace, Damon Woods, as well. He was right on board from the roof cam. And that's actually, well, it is the fastest lap of the race. It's actually the standing fastest lap of the race, because we've actually not had a full flying lap for the moment. That'll get lower the next time around. Let's have a look at the braking performances here. Good flow for most of the drivers through the opening few corners. And here's the concertina effect. A little bit of tagging, a little bit of bumping going on as everybody tries to get through turn 4 cleanly.
Wow. Have a look at the gap, though. Kurt Stenberg already has 3 seconds of this battle pack, and once again, it's the Team Has-Been car holding everyone up.
It is indeed, and this time it's Lewis Wedding from last time as well, as they all bump and bounce and ride the curves and put a little bit of air. And here goes Damon Woods. He's going to pick another one off. He might get 2 flights, especially he's got locked it up, and he's put Burko into the fence, and there's a little bit of contact there. He was definitely past Brunswick, but I think that he probably has a right. I think Burko probably has a little bit of a right to be agreed there, because Woods was not going to make the apex of that corner, and he had it all locked up.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with that, Nether. It's not nearly as clean as what the move he did earlier. And in fact, Damon Wood's going to pull over the side and allow Burko through, it looks like.
Yep, so here it is on the onboard replay. Yeah, he come from a long way back, and he was well wide of the apex. So the pass on Brunswick, I think, was probably fair enough. But yeah, that one, I think, is rightfully so probably to be readdressed, and he's done just that. So that's a good job. So that's a smart call. It's no good redressing that at the point where the incident happened because of how close the walls and everything are. So he's done the right thing and given it back as soon as he possibly can down the front straight. And importantly, he's remained behind him for a couple of corners now. So that redress is effectively completed, and he's free now to challenge again.
It was the only call he could make. He was never alongside him to make the pass. Just looking further down the field, it's like everyone is sort of... I thought someone hit the wall then. That was just my screen lagging.
Classic.
Well, there was somebody that hit the wall, though. It was Phil Boat getting into NZ Snipes at the same point where Woods and Burko got together and put the rear quarter panel of the car 420 into the turn 11 tyre barrier, but they keep going the right direction. So there is a little bit of push going on early, and then you've got Nathan Higginson is behind there as well for Phil Boat, and he's trying to get a move done as well, but there was no room there for car 00.
There was also an incident further back. Justin Cecil has been turned around on the exit of turn 10. Maybe a little bit of contact with RSM Latino. In fact, RSM Latino has dropped back.
That was actually two separate
address that.
There was actually 2 separate incidents there. Justin Cecil went around at Breaker Street. Latino went around further around the track.
Oh, there you go. So maybe it was an unintentional redress for RSM Latino. Either way, they are back at the tail of the field as this battle pack now. Lewis Wedding looks like he's dropped position to Peter Savage and Tim Redmond. They're going to fan out, try to go too wide into the beach chicane. No one should be doing that. Woods is being very aggressive early on in this race, getting behind the wheel. Remember, for the first time today, and he is really putting the hammer down and trying to bully his way through this battle pack.
And they're all hanging it out on the ragged edge there as well. You can see
someone hit the wall hard in the background. That was Nathan Higginson. He's in the tyres.
And there's 2 of them in there. There's 2 of them in there as well. It was Peter Thrower, and it was in the fence as well. And the safety car is called for again. So I think Higginson, I'm not sure who was at fault with that one, but there's cars with damage. And Stenberg's gone through, so he's missed the safety car here. Now, this is prime opportunity if you're down the order to get in and get this done while the leader has missed out. But they're all sailing through at the moment as we bring
Brunswick's in, Snipes in, Mishra in, Rutledge in.
So here we go. So I think this might be 2 separate incidents here, guys. We're just looking at this one on the replay. Higginson way too deep into the fence, and then what happened to throw up? He came in behind him. So there was 2 separate incidents in that one there. So I think that's probably self-inflicted between those guys. And yeah, there's a big flurry of cars in pit lane at the moment. So all the guys with damage are in. That's unsurprising. So there's at least a half a dozen cars in here now that are arriving and departing.
Yeah, I think Kurt Stenberg's problem there was he was actually past the pit entry when the safety car was called.
Correct. He was past the point where when the safety car was called. And that's what happened to him and Will Devonish at Pukekohe earlier in the year, that they missed out by about 20 metres for diving into pit lane. Literally as they passed the pit lane entrance, the safety car was called for and they came out. They were trapped. And then everybody else behind them peeled in and got their stop done. They then had to do their stop, and they were at the back of the train and had to process everybody. So that was a little bit different because it came out at a really awkward time at Pukekohe when the safety car sort of made those pit stops viable. But with the way the strategy is at the moment for everybody, those that are down the order and that have been involved in the accidents have got a bit of a free pit stop here and can then catch back up to the field. But what happens with the likes of Kurt Stenberg and Will Devonish and Pete Savage now, and Tim Redmond for a fact, do they decide to pull the trigger? Are they going to go box opposite?
It looks like
no, he's trying to drink him out.
Trying to fox people out there was Peter Savage. Steve Burko does come in, as does Taipan.
Yep.
Just for the information as well, we've had driver changes from Cam Rutledge. Brock Harvey's now in that car. NZ Snipes has jumped out. Cheese has jumped in that machine as well. Those are the only driver changes from those who pit in the first instance.
And this is now elongating the stints for these drivers as well. So some of them have learnt their lesson, I think, from, as much as they've been saying it, that that was always the plan. I think they've learnt their lesson from race 1, that maybe not the right call to make. And let's just try and elongate the stint a little bit and see if we can maybe get to lap 28, get a driver out, because we know it's possible. We know that Lewis Wedding was actually able to get to lap, I think it was lap 32, I think it was, before he came
31.
in. Or 31, before he came in and did his first stop, and they had 3 safety cars in that mix as well. So 3 safety cars, I mean, it's definitely possible to get to 28 and then get your first driver out and get your other driver in.
Speaking of getting the driver out, also had a driver change for Steve Burko. Darren Kemp now behind the wheel of that car.
So a little bit of a lull here for the moment. A few drivers playing catch up. So the likes of Nathan Higginson and co that were involved in that incident down at this part of the course have come in and done their stops, got their damage repaired, got back out again. Burko and Taipan just behind them as well. They're the last couple of cars on this lead group. And importantly, I think Peter Thrower has changed over to... Have they changed over to Frigish? No, he didn't come into the lane, surprisingly, and he was the other car that was in the fence with Higginson, so his damage might not have actually been that severe.
As we're going green this time around.
And we are going green this time around. So Stenberg from Savage, Redmond, Woods, Wedding, your top 5, then Boak, Ben Hall in 7th. Now he was up there early in race 1 earlier, and then Peter Thrower, Brad Severs and Justin Cecil, the top 10. Away we go again. Damon Woods timed the restart pretty well there on Tim Redmond, but just not quite close enough to affect the pass into turn 1. He'll hold station for the moment. Commodores 1, 2, 3 and 4.
They'll all slide their way through the first section of corners pretty neatly. There's some action in the background. Justin Cecil trying to make a move on Cheese, but they get through all right mostly. A few cars checking up, but everyone gets through pretty cleanly. Kurt Stenberg already with a few car lengths over Peter Savage. And they file through the back chicane. We are on lap 11, so already 11 laps in, but quite a number of them under safety car at this early stage of the race. And already a divergence in strategies as well.
Yeah, big change up from race number 1 with regards to how some of the strategies are playing. And so those at the back, I think, have at least got a little bit of flexibility now in their strategy. So if Steve Burko stay in that car, they'll run that car probably as far as they can and get to clear his minimum laps. They'll actually probably go slightly past the minimum laps and probably put Darren Kemp in and go again.
Kemp's already in the car.
Sorry, Kemp's in the car, so they've actually made a change. I do apologise. Taipan will be one of the ones I think that'll probably in that boat that they'll probably run him as far as they can and then switch out to Matt Cecil. As they just continue to stretch away here, the race leader continues to stretch away as Higginson's looking to make a move on the outside of Justin Cecil. And that's a fairly good hold through the chicane, but he's given the fence a bit of a wallop here, and that then opens up the door down here at turn number 4, and a little bit of a helping hand from Josh Andrew, I think, to shove Higginson through the open door, and then Andrew follows him through.
That was all a little messy, but I think at the end of the day, we will survive, play on.
Yep, I think a little bit of survived play on. I think Justin Cecil was a little bit vulnerable through that chicane. He gave the wall at turn 3 a bit of a whack and then ended up having to, he was going to end up in seating position anyway.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Darren Kemp, as I reckon he's picked up a puncher because he hit the wall hard on the exit of the beach chicane and almost got cleaned up by RSM Latino as well. Now they're running side by side himself and Taipan for the very back of the grid.
I think he's lucky to survive a puncture. He's still going straight at the moment and no wheel locking on the front there, so I think he might have gotten away with one.
Just very lucky. That was a big hit on the exit of the beach chicane. It's going on a bit further up as well. Nathan Higginson and Brad Severs with Josh Andrew. They're going to try and go 3 wide down the main straight here. Not the easiest place to do that. Josh Andrews slots in behind. And
he's in the fence. And gave the fence a big shunt. But he keeps going. And then Oh, Justin Cecil couldn't quite get down the inside there, and there's a bit of checking up as well.
Tapper at the back of the field here. Everyone's getting a bit crazier down the back.
Good run for Kemp, though. Good run for Kemp. And he's boxing on here with Brock Harvey. And they've got to get into single file for the chicane. You cannot go through this place side by side, otherwise someone's going to have to cut the chicane and burn a track cut.
On the note of burning track cuts, just as if I quickly interrupt you, Nether, I already noticed that Damon Woods, for all of his aggression, has already picked up 2 track cuts in this early stage of the race. One of them just on the restart as he tried to make his way past Tim Redmond. So already burning the wick very, very hard is Damon Woods, and hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them later on.
Yeah, if it doesn't come back to bite them too far down the track, they've still got to get through the driver change and stuff as well. But they've got to get to, I guess, to the pointy end of the field to be there at the end. The pointy end of the field, Ben Hall. He's started the first race, drove pretty well, got into the top 10 at one point. Here goes Brunswick, fires down the inside at turn 4 and picks off position number 7. But he's going to have to hand this car back to John McDonald, and as we said, we've actually been a few little dramas. McDonald has had a few instances. He's going to have to redeem himself somewhere. Flood's looking somewhere else on the screen, seeing what's happening.
I had eyes on Brock Harvey and Darren Kemp again. Kemp trying to be defensive but also attacking on Justin Cecil. Brock Harvey trying to be attacking on Darren Kemp. And 3 into 1 doesn't go at the hairpin, but they did manage to sort it out without nerfing each other. But someone who has nerfed himself is Brad Severs, who's hit the wall on the exit of the big chicane. He's back going once again. Yeah,
and that was coming, I think, as well. So he's had a bit of a torrid time, I think. He hasn't actually done a huge number of laps over the course of the 2 weeks anyway, so probably needed a little bit of seat time. That's why Rody delegated qualifying duties to him last night.
There's also 12:51 in the morning where he is as well, so fatigue could be playing a factor.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, being from Indianapolis in the United States as well. It's an interesting point, though, too, when you talk about time zones. We've got Kiwis, who are a couple of hours ahead of us. Everyone in Melbourne, Sydney, was on the same time zone. Adelaide being a half hour behind. Queensland now being an hour behind Melbourne.
Sorry to interrupt. Kurt Stenberg had a massive moment out of the beach chicane, nearly lost it. Sorry to interrupt you there.
That's all right. And I think he's actually had a little bit more of a drama down at 11 as well. He's a little bit wide. He's really pushing the limit here as well. I think maybe he's got that margin out to 2.6 seconds, but in the last race, when Rosella was at the wheel early on and then Stenberg came in, they had that margin out to quite a sizable deficit to the next car. So it hasn't gone at the same rate that it has been over the course of the last thing. And no, I thought he was coming to the pit lane for a minute there, but no, he keeps going. What's his lap time? It's a 9.9, so that's a pretty solid lap time for Stenberg. And then behind them, it's a 10 flat for Savage, 10.2 for Redmond, and 10.3 for Woods. So not a huge deficit between Stenberg and Savage at the moment. So Savage has actually picked his game up a little bit here, and still there or thereabouts, just in contention, just hanging back and just trying to maintain that gap without losing too much time.
Maybe Savage. Go ahead, Kiwi.
I was going to say, not bad from Stenberg then if he almost had an accident and still maintained it. But he's done it again!
I think that's just this line that they take through the chicane. They just love getting it up on, not on 2 wheels, but on 0 wheels through the middle part of that chicane. I was just about to say oh no, I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. Ignore me.
I'll reject your reality and substitute my own.
Exactly.
Let's have a bit of a look and see where the man who was in second place for a little brief moment was with Lewis Wedding. So he's now down to 5th. Brent Foley Phil Boak trailing him. Then Brunswick and Mishra have both now finally cleared the Ben Hall and John McDonald Mustang. So that car's now down to 9th. So there's a handful of Mustangs.
Oh, we got a yellow flag at turn 11, and it's Peter Thrower who's rotated the car in between the 2 short left-handers or the right-handers. There's so many cars. He was basically perpendicular to the racing line as a field of 4 or 5 cars came around the corner and almost got cleaned up about 3 or 4 different times there in the Kiwi Sim Sports Team to Poor car.
Now what happened here? He rubbed the wall on the inside. That was the problem, and then the team car finished the job. Now
and then just keep watching this as he tries to rectify his position here. Clips the wall again, almost backs into the other Ultima, and then look at this.
Yep, and that was very, very lucky. I mean, that's the hard thing too, with not knowing where the traffic is and having to wait to try and gather that one up. And he almost pulled off the flick spin, but he clattered the wall on the other side of the track, and that was the problem. He just couldn't get going after that fast enough.
Oh, we're going to interrupt you there, Nether. Oh, there's been a change for second position. Peter Savage has made a mistake at turn 10, clipped the wall on the inside, and has ceded position to Tim Redmond.
There you go. And that now means Savage is vulnerable to Damon Woods behind. So after all of his aggression, has actually sort of just gone into a bit of a rhythm now and just trying to I guess, coax the car along and see how they go getting to the first stop. Now, with that mistake from Savage as well, the margin has blown out. It's nearly doubled. It's gone out to 4.3 seconds. It was 2.6.
And as they come through the first sector split, it's actually more now. It's now 4.5 seconds. So Stenberg is jumping away while these guys battle amongst themselves. It's interesting to me that Damon has cooled off a bit. Maybe now that he's towards the pointy end of the field, he feels like he's done the hard work through the traffic and he can just settle into a proper rhythm now.
Yeah, I think they're going to be they're probably playing for a safety car here, I think, just to try and get somewhere there. Or there's been an incident at the first corner, and that is Harvey around and facing the wrong direction. He's given the wall a bit of a wallop.
There was no one around him, so
no, it was all on his own. Yeah, it was completely all on his own.
I did tell him that he wasn't allowed to intentionally bin that Mustang, so...
Well, he wouldn't want to, because I think him and Cam are on very, very good speaking terms, and I don't think he wants to get off those good speaking terms, let's just put it that way.
We've had a change now for third place. Damon Woods has gone through on Peter Savage. I'm trying to figure out whether or not that was a mistake for Savage or a move for Woods, because it looks like Savage has just let him through, truth be told, in the last part of the lap.
What's the strategy there? I mean, we're getting close to a pit stop window as well in the next 5 or 6 laps. We'll be expecting some drivers to come in. Do you think that maybe they're looking to just maybe sit behind someone, or not sit behind someone and save a bit of fuel and not hit the concrete walls?
I'm not sure, because it looks like Savage is already having problems clinging to the rear of Damon Woods. The gap is now 5-6 car lengths is there in the last sector, so I'm not sure what the thinking is there. Maybe Savage is nursing a problem. Maybe he picked up some damage when he clapped the wall. So I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to me to be the optimal strategy at this point in the race. However, I am not the one behind the driving seat. Just take a quick look back to 5th and 6th. Lewis Wedding has lost plenty of time. He's now coming under the blowtorch from Hans Brunswick.
Yeah, they're coming through the final corner now as we're just having a little bit of a look on board with Pete Savage to see whether or not he's actually got... And Foley behind it, so Phil Boak behind them, rotates the car and into the fence. Now, this is precarious as well. They're going to have to be super, super careful about how they get around here. Now, we can't just sort of see it because he's actually off the line. There he is.
There he is.
Well he's done a really good job there to stay to the driver's left, wait for that traffic to come through and find the gap.
So for those watching at home, that's how you re-enter the track. Very lucky to not get cleaned up and very lucky to not impact on another person's race. We've got RSM Latino back in the pits for that will be his second stop on lap 18.
Yeah, they're having quite an attritional race at the moment. I think those two gentlemen, the concrete jungle has bitten them, I think, a little bit harder than they probably otherwise would have liked. They'll be probably looking forward to Bathurst in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and we had a change for 5th position. Hans has made his way through on Lewis Wedding. So that's now the All-Australian Racers car into 5th place with the sister car down in 7th.
Also another pass being made here at turn 11 with the recovering Josh Andrew going through on the Ben Hall and John McDonald Lock Motorsports Mustang. So that's a fair recovery effort for these guys after having been turned around at turn 4 on the opening lap and now making their way back through the field. And they're not done too badly here. They're 40 seconds off the race lead. Everyone's still on the lead lap with the exception of the number 50 Blackshaws Commodore. But so far, a good recovery drive. The safety car has obviously helped get them back into contention as well. 2 safety cars rather, so get them back into contention.
Just on that, Flood, can we get to lap 28 with these cars at the moment?
Which cars? The ones that have pit?
No, or the ones that haven't?
I think it's borderline now. I think we're looking. We stared at what happened in race 1 here with needing 3 safety cars and Lewis Wedding being able to get to lap 31. So I think it's borderline to try and get to 28 with only 2.
Yeah, I'd have to expect that as well. We did have a lot of time on the safety car in the very early stages, though, so it is not impossible that they may have saved some amount of fuel, but it's a matter of how much and whether or not they can nurse that to the end of the stint. It's going to be pretty close. We did see, of course, I think it was Ben Hall forced in on the end of lap 27, so he was one of the unlucky who had to come in ahead of time. But I've got my eyes now on the battle for second place, as we've got Tim Redmond and Damon Woods almost side by side heading in towards the beach chicane.
Yeah, and Redmond was very wide at turn 4 as well. Woods was right there, but just couldn't get the drive off the corner. So the next opportunity for Woods to get past is going to be down here at turn 11, but I don't think he's close enough for this one. And he might just have to bide his time for a little bit longer. He's just trying to pressure Redmond into a mistake. A little bit of Morse code there going through 11, so that'll be a wake-up call for Redmond saying, hey, I've got a little bit more pace than you. And on top of that, they've now got Brad Severs coming along as the lap traffic as well.
Here we can move on here.
No way through. No way through at 14. You've got to be well and truly up there. Woods is really, really pushing hard here, and that's probably a fairly good run off of the final corner, but this is about as close as he was last time, and he couldn't make it stick, and I think he's actually just dropped back a touch now as well.
He lit the rears up, 2 big licorice straps on the ground as he came through the last corner, so not quite the run he was hoping for. But as these guys get onto the rear of Brad Severs, who does not a very good job of getting out of the way.
No,
Did
that's
not see Redmond or Woods at all there. Made it an absolutely awkward pass for the both of them. They just managed to sneak through. Hopefully he's got his eyes up now and he's a bit more awake and he can stay out of the way of the rest of the field coming through.
Yeah, and I must admit that's probably a little bit silly as well, because the blue flags would have been out at that point, and it's very easy just to step aside at the hairpin. It's actually wide enough to allow it to happen, and then allow not only these two, but probably could have allowed Pete Savage through as well. But yeah, and I think there was also a little bit of a reprimand on the Knuckles for a little bit of that unsighted driving from Sandown as well. Where the car was issued with a formal warning for that sort of thing, and that's probably going to constitute another one, I think, as they both run fairly wide through the final 2 corners, and it basically stations as they were again.
So we are now at the end of lap 24. This is where we were expecting a full green flag stint to come to an end, so anything out of here extra is basically bonus laps that you've saved under the safety car. Oh, sorry, the end of lap 23, beg your pardon. So we'll see pit stops starting fairly shortly. Of course, everyone's hoping that they get beyond lap 28 to be able to change their drivers and not worry about that complicating factor. But we have eyes still on the battle for second place. This has been the real energizing point of the race so far. Damon Woods, starting from 12th position, has made his way through quite nicely and sits just on the edge of the podium at the moment. Tim Redmond, race 1 winner with Scott Stancliffe, now doing the defensive effort. And these guys are losing time hand over fist to Kurt Stenberg. Last lap around a 9.9, played an 11.1. Of course, that was due in part to the traffic. That was the problem for both Redmond and Damon Woods. But it's a 9-second gap between Stenberg and Redmond.
Stenberg's in. Oh, and he locked it up on the run into pit lane as well, majorly. So that could be a pit lane speeding penalty for those guys. Redmond and Stancliffe are in as well. Now have a look at this on the replay, because he arrived really quick, Kurt Stenberg, and this goes with the Kiwis theory that maybe they were running a little bit too high on the fuel number. But have a look at this for a pit lane arrival, right? So not only did he have Higginson to negotiate, and that's tight. And look at this. He was all locked up.
He's done.
I don't think he got down to the pit lane speed limit enough. That could very well be a pit lane speeding penalty for car 2. We'll find out in the next few moments. That releases Damon Woods through to the lead of this race.
Anyone else making the jump at this stage? No, not yet. So we've got someone in the live chat, Brenton, I assume that's Brenton Foley, saying that fuel is very tight to make them miss the race, and there's the drive-through.
And there it is, gone. So that'll be another true lane. Foley through the chicane, Phil Boak, Brent Foley's co-driver, through the chicane at turn 1 as well. Stenberg won't be happy with that one. And he locks it up as well. He's driving angry a little bit now. He'll need a Snickers to get through and to get through to the pit lane. He'll be seething in there as well. I'm having a look in the team's meeting just to see if Roselle is actually there. I think he's actually he's still there, but I just can't see him in the visual at the moment. But I'm sure he'll be trying. Oh, and he's binned it! And he's binned it, and that's the end of that car, I think. He's had a major shunt at the beach chicane. You saw it live there. Car 2 in the fence after walloping the chicane, and that's over.
Wow. That was very unexpected. We were expecting that Parramatta Speedway Racing to be one of the cars to beat. And that's a massive set and match.
That is a massive change up in this title race as well for the Enduro Cup. That means that they're not going to have a reasonably comfortable cushion. They're going to get 0 points for this one, and they're only going to get, I think it's about 130-something points from race 1, because that's where they, in third place, that's sort of all you get. You get 150 points for the win. So it's all to play for here, not just for Damon Woods, who's out in front of this race at the moment. This now goes also in favour of Pete Savage and Will Devenish, because they were equal second with car 288 in the standings. These guys got 0 points from the last race as well. This really swings the balance in favour of car 10.
And what about Hans Brunswick and Lachlan Burke in the car 44? They finished round 1 out of 4th place, and now they took home a second in race 1. They're currently second on the road. They could be moving into the box seat of this championship as well.
They're currently
Damon Woods is in the pit.
They're actually now the race leader, because Damon Woods has come in for a stop. So these guys are now the race leaders. So big swing in the championship for the hunt for the ASR Enduro Cup in 2021. With thanks to Penrite Oil and Ryco Filters. And my, how fortunes can change in the blink of an eye.
Wow, this is gone.
That's just absolutely mental.
Changed everything.
And
you called it, Nether. You called it. You said he was driving angry, and he's obviously taken that with him and made a big mistake, and that's put that car out of the race. We've had Cheese have an accident on the exit of the first chicane. He's gotten going again. But yeah, wow, I wonder if that's a temperament problem from the way that the first race finished. They were very disappointed, Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg, and I wonder if they've sort of carried that disappointment into the next race and let it cloud their judgment, especially after taking that drive-through as well.
I think it's more likely that.
Sorry, Kiwi.
It's more likely the drive-through. He had a pretty good stint up to that point. But yeah, that drive-through penalty that came across because he had to cut in front of the Nathan Higginson car, put him on tilt, and unfortunately we got the end result. That's my theory anyway.
I think you're probably right there. I think the combination of factors, Higginson was staying to the left, probably thinking that Kurt was going to go around again. Probably wasn't expecting him to come to pit lane, and then when Kurt's come across, that's probably just distracted him a little bit. There wasn't any contact there. That was the important thing. There was no contact between the cars. Higginson got out of it late, and Kurt then made the mistake by locking up. And you're right, once the penalty went through, they realised that probably if it stayed obviously green for much longer, the race was over. There was Brad Severs in the fence again. I just noticed, negotiated by Hans Brunswick, who's actually on a critical lap. But yeah, then, as you said, came out angry. I think they were, as you said, Flood, they were disappointed with the race 1 result not going according to plan. Wanted to come out and prove a point, and unfortunately, it hasn't gone to plan for them. So that will be a big mountain to climb for Bathurst, but they might get the win there, but they're going to have to be really, really careful in the points-wise and have to have a result go their way. Brunswick goes around again, so now he's cleared driver minimum, so that's important for the race leader. Lewis Wedding coming in this lap, so there he goes. So he's now cleared minimums as well. He's going to hand over to Brendan Ross. So as they did in race number 1, Lewis Wedding did the first stint, although he went a couple of laps extra, and I dare say this will be a driver change for car 5.
You'd expect so. That's clearing out the minimum drive time for Lewis Wedding. Let's see who else comes into the pits. I think that is Cheese. Yep,
car 420. And they're all behaving themselves now. They're all not trying to come in at a decent clip. There's no marking references apart from what's on the road for your braking point for coming into the pit. So I don't think that they're want to taking any risks after seeing what happened to Stenberg.
Both Ben Hall and Peter Thrower in the pits as well.
Yep,
and on the critical lap.
And handing over, Brendan Ross leaves in car 5, so a change there. Boak will hand over to Foley. So all these guys are cleared minimums now. So Ben Hall, Cheese, Phil Boak, and Peter Thrower, they've all done their minimum lap requirements, so they can get the guys out and go again. And Cheese actually stays in the car.
Yes, and the reason is they've already made a pit stop. Snipe started that car. They came in on the safety car on lap 8. So this is maybe a bit of a misplay here for Cheese. Maybe they picked up some damage or something that has necessitated them coming in. So I don't see why they would come in now if they don't have to make the driver change.
Yep, correct. I think you're right. There's Brent Foley going into car 074. Freakish into car 56 in exchange of Peter Thrower, and John McDonald does get into car 19, so he's got a bit of a mountain to climb. He's got some redemption now, John McDonald. He has to take this, he can take this car home if he wants, but he's got to be very, very careful considering he's had a few issues already. A bit further up, Brent Foley, you can see, was in behind the race leader, who was or the effective race leader, which is Damon Woods, just negotiating a bit of traffic there in the form of Josh Andrews. So Woods is actually going for quite a decent stint here. He's actually got it out to, this is lap 30 for him. I'm wondering what's about to, when Dane Liccardo is going to take over this car, because Woods started. Liccardo is sitting there waiting for the opportunity to take over. I can see him behind the wheel at the moment. Getting ready to go. We'll bring him up on the camera. There he is. So he's sitting there waiting for his opportunity. He's not ready to go at the moment, but I think maybe they might go another lap here. But this is well and truly playing into car 288's hands.
It absolutely is. Hans Brunswick still going around. Did he pit on lap 8?
He did. No, yes, he did.
They did. Yeah, and they and he stayed in the car.
Yes. Josh Andrews has made it into the pits. That's his drive time done. So well done for Andrews. Filling in, of course, at the last minute at Sandown. He's done a very respectable job here. But how's the fuel economy for the guys? Oh no, these guys have all pit. I was about to go fuel economy for these guys out in front, the two All-Australian racing cars.
That's why I was asking. That's why I was asking that question.
Yeah, they haven't pit. That's the important thing. Woods
have pit. Sorry.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, Woods has been in the lane as well, and he's actually going for a. He's on a second run here. So the next question will be like how far. Actually, they need to take it up to lap 40 here for Damon Woods, because they're going to have to get Dane Liccardo in to fulfill his minimum 28. So that's the important bit as Braxton Stancliffe exits in car 187. Good find, I think, Josh Andrew for car 187. He's been quite a handy pickup, late substitute coming in for Sandown. By all accounts, he's in it for Bathurst as well, which is great to see.
Oh, excellent.
And
must be enjoying his time in the Penrite car then.
There is, and there has been. I know that we haven't updated the VEH in the game just yet for that car, but there has been a window change for that car to put his name on the side of the car. So that signifies to me that he's in it for the long haul, which is good to see. He's got he's done his minimum time, and now it's the young fella that's in the saddle for this one for the better part. The youngest man that is in ASR is Braxton Stancliffe. He's only 14 years old. And
as he runs wide.
Gone down his escape road there. There'll be cold tyres and cold brakes, I think, for that one there. As we bring him up here. You were saying, Kiwi. Sorry, Flood.
I was about to say, does that count? Is he? Do we have to call him a man? Is he yet a man at 14?
Or male? Let's just go. youngest, or just say youngest participant. I think. Or he's hitting the wall another whack there as well. But youngest participant in ASR history.
Brilliant. Good to see it, and great to see the father-son duo of Scott Stancliffe and Braxton sharing this joy and this passion together and putting on some good racing through it as well.
Well, this officially is now, given it's a top flight series, this is officially, we can call it, they have shared a track together. Sandown was the first one. There has been a couple of occasions where young Braxton substituted for his father in supercars, but they never actually shared a grid together. So this is Sandown officially was in. They may become the fourth father and son pairing to share a top flight grid in supercars. So we've had Greg and Noah Tara do it. We've had Colin and Steve Warwick do it. We've had these two guys do it in Braxton and Scott Stancliffe, and then the other one was Wayne and Liam Spencer last year. As the race leader is in, and behind him is Brock Harvey.
Brock Harvey. So I'll do the quick sums on that one to see whether or not he's completed his drive time now.
And to both the AAR Mustangs in.
So that's lap 33 for that pair. And that should be, well, both of them were in from the very beginning, so they are both done. And give them a big tick in my notes. So the guys who are out of the car, who have completed their minimum lap time so far, Phil Boak, Lewis Wedding, Nathan Higginson just made a pit stop a lap ago. Who else have we got? Josh Andrews is done. Peter Thrower is done. Ben Hall is finished, and we're expecting both Lachlan Burke and Lyon Mitch to jump in these cars in the pit lane, and that would leave Hans Brunswick all finished and Ujit Mishra all finished as well. So very well done from these guys getting their driving time done. We've got an update on Cheese. We saw him come to the pits a few laps ago. That was damaged, so that was why he came back into the pit lane. So he was a bit off sequence. That car that he shares with NZ Snipes, we've got to see that car in before lap 48 for Snipes to finish his drive time in that car.
Absolutely. Getting a little bit of word through in a race management channel. There's just a bit of clarification being sought on the latest that cars can come in for drivers that need to stop this car, the lead car actually, car 288. They're looking possibly at going all the way through to the end of lap 39 into 40, which would be right on the minimum for Liccardo. Yeah. He would get a full 28 laps in and have to take it to the flag as long as he stays on the lead lap. So that's the important thing. If they come in from the lead of this race and they exit in the lead of this race, or the next lead of the race once it's all said and done, then he will have to do 28 laps, no more, no less. It'll be right on the money. He can't afford to go a lap down, otherwise he will not be classified, having not been driver minimum. So if I was him, I'd probably err on the side of caution, maybe come in a lap or two earlier just to cover that off in the event that something untoward happens and they go a lap down or have an accident or something along those lines. I mean, it's negated by the fact that we look at race one and a number of drivers had to meet the minimum distance. We actually did 71 laps, so if there were drivers at the opposite end of the scale, they actually got the benefit of the extra couple of laps behind the safety car, which is a bit unheard of. As Woods is negotiating some of the lap traffic at the moment in the form of car 420 with Cheese behind the wheel.
And we've got a yellow flag at the end of turn 10. That is for Brad Severs, who's off in the escape road, but he's back on track. There's a few cars actually in that boat, the same boat as who were we just talking about? Damon Woods and Dane Liccardo. Peter Savage has been in since the beginning of the race. They came into pit on lap 25, so that's not the minimum. Tim Redmond as well, they came into pit on lap 24, so Scott Stancliffe has to get into that car. So they're the two that have been in since the beginning. A few teams have changed drivers in the middle and they're just completing their driver minimums now. Both Cheese and Darren Kemp they've come in to the pits. They changed drivers across that first stint. Lachlan Locke and Justin Cecil. Do you remember who started that car?
Justin Cecil, I think, was the man who started that car.
Okay, well, in that case, they're finished and done. So Lachlan Locke in that car to the very end. Brock Harvey, did we decide he's continuing on, so he's doing another stint in that machine.
Guys, I think there's an issue for car 718. They're very slow at the moment, and I think they've got a drama. Tim Redmond at the wheel for this one is very slow through the thing, maybe picking it up again. I think he might be coming to the lane this lap. I just noticed it when I was cycling through the field. Something wasn't quite right. So I'm going to have a bit of a look here. Well, he's had an issue or something. Yeah, he's just had a bit of a slow run or something through.
And he's coming into the pits.
Yeah, so I think he's got it, and he's been in the, there's some sort of issue for that car. I don't know what it was, whether he's had an issue with his sim rig equipment or something, but something was not quite right there, and they're now in the lane. So this will be a handover. Scott Stancliffe, I'm looking to see if he's actually ready to go, and he is ready to go. So he'll be getting into that car, be talking Tim through everything that needs to be done. It will have been happening very quick, I think, as well, because they wouldn't have expected to do this. And this is a moment of trepidation for these guys as well, because remember what happened at Sandown.
Yeah, certainly. Lachlan Burke as well is a bit slow in the middle, and he's coming into the pits as well.
Oh, they're done, and they're done, and they've had the issue again.
Oh
so
no!
That's a disaster for Kiwi Sim Sports. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe something else was manifesting itself, or something was not quite right, or did they actually? Remember this issue we had last time was apparently they'd stopped, and Scott had done another lap. and I don't know what's gone on there, but that's disastrous. What's happened there?
Yeah, it was a problem last time where the control was still with Tim, but Scott was out on circuit, so a bit of a weird one there. And Lachlan Burke's actually come into the pits and back out again. So a tragedy for the Kiwi Sim Sports team for the Scott Stancliffe Tim Redmond car. They'd be absolutely ropeable in that, and a bit of a confusion with Lachlan Burke and the All-Australian Racers car. Hans, if you are listening, just give us a bit of an update in the live chat as to why we've seen another pit stop for Berkey.
Yeah, that's a bit of a curious one as well. Just had a quick look at the sector times just to see what was going on for car 718. They did not stop. That was their stop that they were coming in for. So it doesn't look like they'd actually been in to change drivers or attempt to do it. So it's not the same issue that happened at Sandown. But that's definitely a weird one. But it's a bit of a worry, I think, too, when it comes to Bathurst. How are they going to actually manage to make that one work?
Yeah,
because the Bathurst you have to do, 2, 3 potentially driver changes. You can't get it to work at the first 2 races. That's going to be a cause of concern.
I think it will be. I'm actually just going to do the math now very quickly now, because it's going to be an 81 lap race, and to do that with the 40% driver minimum, you're going to have to complete 33 laps. So you've essentially got to do the better part of 2 and a little bit stints to make it work. So it's not inconceivable that they would put Stancliffe in to start that one and have Redmond at the back end of it. But although we did remember last year that there was the blown engine for that car a bit later on. Oh, there's a little bit of drama. Yeah, there's drama. I saw what you were seeing, Flood. It was down at turn 13 with Brad Severs caught up in a really awkward spot. I don't know why Rhodey hasn't actually pulled the trigger and decided to get them to come in, but they haven't done that just yet, as the leader was actually coming up on that car at the moment, Damon Woods. And here he is, the stricken car off to the side there, and I think they have to bring that car to lane. And here they come. Yep. So this is a changeover. This will be a whoop, and just got it stopped. I think he might have just made it there. And
Peter Savage will be coming in as well.
Yeah, I'm keeping eyes on Savage too, because they've met this minimum too. So this will be cover off. Now they've had about a gap of about 17 to 20 seconds difference, and I think that this is not a bad move. I think that Will Devonish will fancy his chances against Dane Liccardo over the closing 28 laps, especially if a safety car comes into play, and these guys are going to have to stop again for a splash and dash if it stays green flag all the way.
Yeah, certainly. It'll be very, very close at the end of the race as those guys are just coming through the pit lane now. Who else are we expecting? Brendan. So Brad Severs is in. Liccardo's already rolling away, but they cede the lead to Brendan Ross.
You can say that Brendan Ross is going past now. I think Lion Mitch has also made it past.
Yeah, he has.
Dane Liccardo's going to come out in 3rd place. Maybe 3rd place? Yep, 3rd place.
Yeah, so Dane Liccardo's going to leave the lane in 3rd place. Will Devonish probably be at least another 20 seconds behind. Now, where's that going to drop him in? It's going to drop him in to some traffic.
Just behind Lachlan Lock.
Yeah, behind Lockie Lock. But he's going to be ahead of Darren Kemp, most importantly. So he's not going to lose a spot. He's just going to have a couple of cars to deal with regards to traffic. But Afterburner's engaged, and away goes Will Devonish. So can he hunt down the effective leader of this race in Dane Liccardo? He's got 28 laps to do it, 29 laps to do it.
Just an update on Lockie Burke, who made comments that his car was very, very slow on his entry to the pit lane. It was a puncture. He hit the tyre barrier at Beach Cane, which caused him that issue. And so he came into the pits to rectify that. He currently sits in 9th, about 20 seconds behind Brendan Foley and 5 seconds ahead of Freakish.
Yeah, at the moment that Lockie Burke car is in 9th on the road overall. Now, the important thing to note here as well, the timing tree updating a fair bit as it goes on here. There were some drivers and cars that were off sequence to others with regards to pit stops. So that's what you saw for a long time there. Damon Woods had a number of cars a lap down, and he has, as he's come in to serve that stop, that's now given those laps back to those drivers.
Was that all for Flood from you before for Matty Cecil?
Yes, indeed. Great minds, think alike.
What did Matty Cecil do? So he's
got a very oversteering moment on the exit of the first chicane and just made a little bit of contact with the wall. He's ploughing on though. He's continuing away. is currently sitting down in 11th place for AP Sim Sports.
Yeah, good solid result for these guys at the moment, with Taipan having brought the car in and he's cleared driver minimums now as well.
Yes, indeed.
So let's work it out. Who's still left that needs to get in the car again? So Cam Rutledge is going to have to get in the car again. That's the number 51 CRE Motorsports car. They're currently down at 15th. They have to change. Everybody in the top. Actually, Steve Burko has to get back in the car again.
Yep, Burko has to get back in. He's going to get in on at least lap 49. He has 19 laps left to do. NZ Snipes as well. He's got 20 laps left to do. And as far as my records indicate, everyone else has completed their drive time except for Cam Rutledge. So he has to come in. Harvey has to bring that car in on lap 48 because Rutledge has 20 laps to do.
Of course, they're a lap down currently as well.
Okay, so in that case, they might have to hedge their bets and come in a lap or two early just to make sure. That's something that we didn't mention. And this is something that trips up the teams in the real game. If you're a lap down and you don't meet your minimum, you get kicked entirely.
That's right. As you speak of getting kicked entirely, we've had a bit of an update now in the live chat about what's happened to the Tim Redmond Scott Stancliffe car. Completely different issue to what it was for Sandown. You can see there was a computer update in the mid-lap, and I actually didn't realise that Tim Redmond's on an Apple.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
That's a bit strange. And then there was no force feedback, and then tried to sort it out during mid-stop while he's changing to Scott, and then they had the game crash. So there's a bit of a drama there.
Jeez, that's like 5 different issues happening at the same time for Tim and Scott. That's painfully unlucky.
Bit of a braking moment there for Lime Mitch, and he's had to shortcut the chicane at turn 1. There would have been a track strike awarded for that one, and he made a bit of a right hash of that under brakes. And he'd been chasing, and he was close enough to being under the hammer on Brendan Ross's hammer for a bit. He's lost a bit of time now out of that, so Rossi gains a little bit of track position after all of that. Where's the effective race leader of this race, Dane Liccardo? Here he is. Now,
just an update on the Redmond thing, sorry. Tim Redmond saying he's not racing on an Apple, it was an iTunes update. That was what happened.
That's just so unlucky.
Hashtag go Android, that's all I will say.
Yeah. Hashtag Spotify.
Yes.
Yes.
Just quickly, I think Freakish has had a moment. He looks like he's got a puncture on the front left of the car as he comes to the lane. He dropped. He's now a lap down.
Front left or front right? I did.
Front something.
No, it looks okay to me.
Okay.
Maybe it was just a lock up here. We'll get an idea as he runs into turn 1 what happens, because if the car pretty much goes in a straight line, then he's got a puncture. No, I think maybe just had a little issue there, so that's a bit of a weird one.
I think he was actually getting lapped by Rossi and then just decided to also... Oh, no, he tagged the leader. That was the problem. He tagged the leader through turn 12, made contact with the rear of the race leader as he was getting lapped. So now that gap at the front is very, very small. It is only about 1 or 2 seconds between Brendan Ross and Lime Mitch.
Back to where it was, basically, after Mitch had made that mistake at turn 1. It's now back to about the same distance at where it was. Now, these guys, of course, are not the effective race leaders at the moment because they do have to stop again. And likewise, the cars behind, they have to stop as well, but only for a short period of time. Unless they get a safety car, then the cars in positions 3 and 4 are in the box seat for the top steps of the podium. But having a look at the lap times that are going at the minute, Dane Liccardo's last lap was an 11.6 to Will Devenish's 10.2. So,
wow.
So these guys are driving on at the moment. And as I said, I think Will Devenish would definitely have fancied his chances against Dane Liccardo being in the opposite car and being able to reel him in over the course of the stint. Well, he's got, what are we down to now? We've got 24 laps to go. As the sky starts to get a little bit dark overhead, I've just noticed there's some of the new skies that the guys have been working on. There's a nice big cloud. Look at the sky. Look at the tinge in the sky back there. You can just see it looks like it's almost about ready to rain. And I know there's no rain in AMS, but it's starting to get awfully a little bit dark at that part of the circuit.
If I was living on the Gold Coast, I'd be like...
Actually, I'm going to interrupt you. It looks like Lockie Burks hit the wall in the back straight again and actually flipped it onto his roof this time. So we're expecting Burke to have to come in and repair damage this lap around.
Yeah, so he's coming through turn 9. He hasn't lost a spot, but he's on his way. And that is the rule. So I'm not sure whether the boys are aware of that or not, but they do have to come in and repair damage if you do flip on your lid. It is in the code of conduct. And what are they doing at the moment? They are, no, they're going around again, so maybe it might not have been so severe, but we'll...
No, it was definitely flipped onto his roof on the exit of the beach chicane. I saw it with my own eyes. Hans, you can't get away from me.
Hans
and Lockie Burke, yeah, the number 9 car.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, I will... maybe not. Maybe they technically were only on their side.
And
maybe technically.
Maybe, but we'll see what happens. But the important thing is they're not too far off actually being lapped by the current race leader as well. Brendan Ross is only about 3 or 4 seconds behind them. And here he comes into the beach chicane now. Up 1, 2, and 3, and actually keeping it fairly tidy. These guys have actually done a fantastic job throughout all of the racing they've done. They've actually kept it very tidy and very clean through all the races at Sandown and through both the races this weekend as well. So they're just bringing home a straight car at the moment. And Brad Severs down the road. I just noticed something out of the corner of my eye. He actually reversed onto a live racetrack, and that's a bit of a no-no. So he's had an incident.
That's Rhodey actually in that car now.
And he knows the rules better than anybody. So onto the Ryco Filters replay for that one. So he was already missing the bonnet. So he's had a prior incident and then has gone down the escape road here at turn 13. And, what happened here? And then, I think he might have just gotten lucky there. He didn't quite reverse out onto the racetrack. It was just grabbed enough reverse gear so he didn't have to do the flick spin.
No.
Race control penalty for Steve Burko. Now, is that for pit lane?
Yes, they've just come out. He's just been installed in that car to finish off his lap. That would be probably Darren Kemp.
I'll fill you in there. He got it horribly wrong on entry. He locked up. Actually hit the wall well past his pit entry line.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
And they're currently sitting in what is 10th place. Their second car a lap down, so they're going to maybe drop it. They're going to drop at least another few seconds here because that's actually it's a painful pit lane too. It's only 40 kilometers an hour and it's very long. It's almost as long as Bathurst pit lane. It feels like to a degree. It's a very painful pit lane to go through. And now they've got effective late race leader Dane Liccardo all over them as well. So they're going to have to find a way to let this through, and that's probably the best spot for it at the current point. And through he goes. But that's now taken a bit more of a margin. The margin between Liccardo and Devon is now down to about 5 seconds. So this margin is being eroded away very, very quickly.
It's not super quick. It's not as quick as we were seeing a few laps ago, but it is certainly coming down. Devonish is doing just enough to keep the embers of hope alive for the race win. There's a few things to cross off as well. Both Rutledge and Burko are back in their cars, so they'll meet the minimum drive time, assuming that they don't go many laps down. RSM Latino and Steve Warwick are saying that they might not meet the minimum drive time for Warwick, considering that they've had internet issues, and Warwick's only just jumped into that car, and they might finish a lap or two further down. So they are in a bit of a precarious position. Hopefully they can make it abide by the rules and get.
Oh, Burko! Burko has lost a wheel. Burko has come out of the pits and he's lost a wheel down at the chicane, and that's them over and done with.
Wow, a torrid 3 laps for Burko in the C7 Motorsport car. That's over and done.
That's stick a fork in that one. She is done. We're just bringing it up on the Ryco replay now, but I think he maybe tried to bite off a little bit more than he could chew at this chicane here. And he had the wheel, he had the lock on, he had the steering lock on at the critical moment. Instead of trying to straight line through the chicane, he ended up absolutely pancaking the wall. Not quite Scott McLaughlin style, but that is a disaster with a capital D for car C number 7.
Tried to bite off the whole pizza.
Yeah, basically tried to shove the whole pizza in his mouth pretty much. All right, some final stops happening now. So Braxton Stancliffe coming in. So this should see them right all the way home, the Penrite and Ryco Commodore, with only 20 laps remaining. They will probably go a lap down here as well to the race leaders as they tour down the lane. But this is the first car that has reached the critical lap or beyond the critical lap that they can get home from here.
Yeah, another point to cover off there. NZ Snipes is back in the number 420, and that means that he'll have enough to get to the end of the race, assuming that he stays on the lead lap. In fact, they came in a lap early, so they do have a lap buffer for NZ Snipes to get his minimum lap time done.
Brendan Ross
So
is
how's
leading this one, but
yeah.
what do you got your eyes on now, Flood? Because this is
Oh, I
where
was
it all
just about
starts
to
play
ask.
out.
Yeah, I was just about to ask how is the shape of the race at the moment? We have Brendan Ross and Lime Mitch. They last came into the pits on lap 28, respectively, for both of them. So they made their full driver change at that point. So they're going as long as they can, as Rossi's got the eyes on for.
John McDonald actually into
John
hard
McDonald.
into the fence there. The yellow flag was out, so he was a little bit slow, but he's just turned hard left into the fence. And a big issue there.
He was actually going to run off at 10 as well. Before that.
So these guys, as Lime Mitch gets that was a little awkward, but mostly fine through. The gap's actually blown out between Ross and Lime Mitch. It's now out to about 4 seconds. It was only about a second a few laps ago, and it looks like Lime Mitch, yes, he's coming into the pits.
Yep.
The end of lap 50.
Yep, so this will see him through. John McDonald, unsurprisingly, is coming into the lane as well. So Brendan Ross continues on, and he hasn't quite made it to the back of Lockie Burke just yet.
But check out the battle for third. Dane Liccardo has lost something big time here because Will Devenish is all over his rear bumper coming down the main straight. Devenish pulls out to the outside as they come through towards the first chicane. No room there, but can Devenish squeeze through at the hairpin? Dane Liccardo goes defensive, covers the inside line, and Devenish has to swoop around the outside. Can he get the drive this time, though, as they come out of the hairpin? They're going to go side by side for a stretch. Devenish can't get the overlap as they head down towards the beach chicane on this lap 51 of 68.
Devenish monstering the back of the 288 Commodore for Evolution Racing Team as they side through the chicane, and he's just biding his time here. Just got to pick the opportunity, but Liccardo's got all the right dance moves at the moment, all the right defensive lines, but he's got to be careful. He can't move over too much. He's got to make sure there's a bit of room here. Ooh. And now he's got the right idea here. Holds him wide on the outside here. Going to force Devenish on the switchback and then hold the other line. This is a good defensive lap from Dane Liccardo because this is important because these guys have to stop again. Both of them have to stop again at some point to get home from here if it stays green.
It would be a monstrous effort for the pair of them to get home from here. They came in on lap 39 for these guys.
Undercut.
So
Undercut going to be affected here. Yeah, Devenish is going to try and make the undercut work here. So that's probably the smart call. He closed right up and he's now putting the shoe on the other foot, basically saying to Dane, if you want to keep this race lead, you're going to have to put in an absolutely stonking in lap to beat me.
Yeah, it was the best call he could make. I was about to say undercut should be on here. To keep an eye on Dane Liccardo's sector through the first sector, see if he can actually maintain the rage. Yep. I think he actually got a track cut. Oh, there it goes, 19.6. Not too bad, actually.
Now, race leader Brendan Ross, I think, is probably in the next lap or two as well. He's having to negotiate traffic on the in-lap if this is the in-lap for them. John McDonald nicely stepping out of the way there at turn 13. And Devenish is away, so he's been and gone. Nice short stop. And Brendan Ross is in. So the race leader is in. Lime Mitch has already been in, and they were separated by a couple of seconds now. Where is Lime Mitch in all of this? He's currently third on the road. Liccardo's going to go through. I guess if he goes through again, he will effectively take the lead of the race, but he does have to stop one more time, and he is going through again. So that's a little bit of a surprise call there. Oh, Mitch! Lime Mitch has had a bit of a moment on the on this lap down at turn number 11. So he's gathered that one up again. But a bit of a question mark here about Dane Liccardo, whether or not this is the right call to actually go again. Where did Will Devenish drop into traffic? Has he dropped into traffic?
He's got a clear road ahead of him from fourth place.
No, so I think it's a bad move. I think he's probably banking on a safety car here. I think Dane Liccardo's not going to work. Although he might get one. There's a car that's in the fence there. What car was that? Was that the thrower machine, or was that? No, it was. That was the Peter Thrower and freakish Nissan. Bonnet went flying, so it didn't happen on that occasion. And Liccardo is going to go again. Now, this is important too, because even though Brendan Ross has been to the lane, he has ceded position to Lime Mitch, and Will Devenish has come out behind them. So effective race leader right now is Lime Mitch.
I'm not so sure this is a bad call by Liccardo. Remember, every lap from here makes the last pit stop shorter, and his lap times at the moment aren't too bad.
What's he going to do this time around? We'll have a look on the timing screen. He's actually going to get track cut that last lap. He might have.
I know, 1:11.6.
1:11.6. Okay, there we go. So, is he gone into a fuel save mode here? Because remember, he's got 30 seconds on Lime Mitch and Brendan Ross. He's got the better part of 15 laps to go. He can afford to drop at least a second and a little bit of lap to the drivers behind. But seriously, can he do a fuel economy run from here? Flood, we've seen this before in GT3, which is absolute miracle from Steve Bolger. But I don't know if he can do a fuel economy run 28 laps. Surely not. Not in this stint.
It would be a miraculous performance, and I don't see it happening. I think to me this is exactly what I was talking about for the likes of Will Devonish and Lachlan Burke in the first race, just extending that stint as far and as deep as you can, so that way if there's a safety car, you have the best quality at the very end of the race to be able to make to affect the pass and really affect the race. It would be a Herculean effort to get to the end. In fact,
he's in now. He can't make it. He's in now. So he's realised that he couldn't make it happen, and they have to come in and serve this. So that is going to still hand the race lead through to Lime Mitch
now.
Brendan Ross will be net second. Will Devonish will be net third, and Lockie Burke might sneak it into net fourth, depending on how quick this stop is for car 288. Got eyes on it at the moment, but here come the effective race leaders through the final corner. 1, 2. And then Will Devonish just a couple more seconds further away. Liccardo's on the move. He's going to drop into...
it's going to be close. It's going to be mighty close.
Where's he going to drop into? There goes Lime Mitch. There goes Brendan Ross. So the two Mustangs are out in front. There goes the lap runner in Lockie Lock. And
there he goes.
And there goes Will Devonish. So he's going to come out in fourth place. So he has lost third place overall in this one, but got a fresh set of boots to try and hunt down here. Roadies the lap traffic. And... that's a bit tight.
Just gets past.
So now it's time for Dane Liccardo to set some absolute heaters. And out the front, it's on as well. Brendan Ross knows that this is the opportunity, and he's all over the back of Lime Mitch like a cheap suit.
Lime Mitch was behind Rossi prior to the pit stop, so that undercut has been affected by all Australian races. They have the track position now. It's now 13 laps, 12 and a half laps for these guys to get to the end of the race. Can Lime Mitch hold on against one of the all-time greats of ASR in Brendan Ross? Team has been maybe once, maybe not anymore. They might be the nows for car number 5, him and Lewis Wedding.
You broke my brain with that sentence.
I broke myself with that sentence.
Well, let's get a little bit of a race update, I guess, as they all come around the final couple of corners.
Maybe not.
We won't, not just yet. Here we go.
Bit
slow for Lime Mitch and Brendan Ross with a full head of steam. Little bit of contact in the braking zone on the run to 1, and Ross is through.
Surely they both got a track cut for pounding over that turn 1 curb there, but I don't know what's happened for Lime Mitch there, whether or not his tyres are already gone or whether or not they didn't take tyres, but it seemed like he had no drive down the main straight, and he's now back in second place. It is the has-beens who are leading this race. Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding, after 55 laps, have shown their hands and are at the head of the field.
And on top of that, the Mustang hasn't had very many wins in ASR history since its inception. It's had a couple in the hands of Luke Rosella, and might get another one here today. And they're touching, they're both in the wall. They both gave the wall a rub on the exit of 11 as they've negotiated the lap traffic at Cam Rutledge. So he's now gone to 2 laps down. Only the top 8 are through for on the lead lap at the moment. Lockie Burke is the next one up the road, and he's about 7 or 8 seconds. He's actually just coming across the start-finish line now. So he's going to struggle to remain on the lead lap here. Where's Will Devonish in all of this? He's not far away, actually. Here he is on screen, and he's got eyes on these guys. You can see him going around the going around the curve in the front straight. So this is not over. This race win is far from settled.
Lime Mitch took a track cut last lap around, so he's now a further one down. It is Rossi holding on for dear life. Now the shoe is on the other foot, as Nether would say, because there's now Lime Mitch being the aggressor. It looks like there must have just been something off about that run down the main straight from Mitch, because he's immediately on the hammer on the rear of that Mustang heading into the beach chicane.
Yeah, and I think Rossi picked up another track cut there as well.
Blimey, it's all happening here in the latter stages. We've got 11 laps left of this race. and it's all up in the air at the moment. Devonish, Liccardo a bit further back. I think that battle has gone the way of the Bogged Down Motorsport team, with Devonish now setting incredible laps. Last lap around, Brendan Ross 11-1 versus Devonish a 9-5. So he's reeling in the top two as they come towards the latter stages. He's going to be there any tick of the clock.
Yeah, he will. You can just see him in the back of shot there. He's just emerging. He's just taking a few tenths every sector. You have a look at the sectors here. He was 3 tenths quicker sector 1. He was 4 tenths quicker sector 2 was Will Devonish. And as he gets across the line this time and we get a readout, he was 6 tenths of a second quicker in sector 3. Overall, he was 1.3 seconds quicker than the leaders the last lap around.
This is very soon going to be a three-way battle at the front. Devonish is chasing these guys down, but the livelihood is still in this battle for the lead. Limit's just giving a bit of a tap to Rossi coming through the hairpin as they've got a bit of lap traffic up the road. It is Steve Warwick in 11th place that they'll have to navigate through next. Has Steve got the eyes in the mirrors? Can he see them coming? Because if he's not going to get out of the way now, it's going to be very awkward coming through the final sector. There's a yellow flag further ahead as well.
Yep.
So it's very complicated at the minute.
I think someone was very brief. Oh, it's John McDonald. He's got puncture. So, it all came very awkward there, and the car does not want to turn right for John McDonald, so he'll be in the lane again for sure. But and all the leaders get through. Yeah, and
Devonish has been absolutely burned here, though, by Warwick. No fault of his own. Warwick can't just disappear, but he lost 3, 4, 5 car lengths just heading into the final corner.
It was all a little messy.
Yeah, it was a bit messy, and Brendan Ross has now got a little bit of breathing space, only to the tune of 7 tenths of a second, though, but this is closing up. Liccardo actually gained a couple of tenths in the last sector there as well by virtue of Will Devonish being held up a bit.
Tell you what, though, his lap time was still a good 9 tenths better than Brendan Ross.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag. It's Steve Warwick through the first sector. He's parked on the inside of the chicane. I reckon that might be a blown engine. He's exited out.
Yeah, there's a money shift in that one, I think, for sure. I've actually just got it on the replay now. We'll go and have a bit of a look and see what happened to it. They were gone way early. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. What happened there? That's happened down the front straight.
Wow.
That's gone very, very early. So not the money shift coming down the gears. Maybe there was a misshift from like 5th to 4th or something. That's burnt that one. And
that's very peculiar.
And over and done with.
It's just a shame for them as well. They're on for
almost a top 10.
Result. Yeah, which is a reasonable result.
Yeah, they were tracking quite well.
There was a question mark over whether or not Warwick was going to get his laps in, though, so I guess that solves that problem for the post-race investigation.
Yeah, there'll be a little bit of a look at that one, I think, as well. And sometimes when it's a factor that's outside of someone's control, sometimes there is a little bit of dispensation afforded to some of the drivers, but it's a little bit of everything's got to be taken into consideration at the end of the day.
Oh,
so Ross with 8 tenths of a second. John McDonald again. This is the second time in about 3 laps he's become involved in the lead battle for this race.
Oh. Line Mitch very screwily over the middle part of the chicane. He's looking more vulnerable to Devonish now than he is likely to pass Ross. Devonish has a look up the inside. It's a very late look, and lucky he didn't get his nose chopped off that time around. Well, rather lucky for Line Mitch that didn't happen, because that would have been a repeat of what we saw last race between Devonish and Rosella.
There's no doubt that was the fastest car of the two. But
of the three even,
yes. So he's just got to bide his time, I think. We're still plenty of time with 8 laps to go. As long as he's got the tyre life, I think he'll be able to get past at least one of these guys in the next few laps. He's just got to bide his time and be patient. Although Brendan Ross is starting to check out a bit.
He's only came in a lap later than Liam Mitch, as now he's trying to go around the outside. They make contact. There's a squeeze through the first chicane. Both of them go through the chicane. That was a bit Van Gisbergen and Whincup through there, but they managed to squeeze through. I'm not sure whether or not Liam Mitch knew that there was an overlap, or if Devonish was trying to stick his nose where it didn't belong, but they were both lucky to escape out the other side without ending up in a pile of bits.
Oh, there's the wall! Wow, that was a very, very close call. I was about to say, big defensive performance from Liam Mitch at the moment, but that was maybe a little bit too aggressive there from both of them. And Will Devonish has tagged the wall, but it looks like the damage might only be minor.
And immediately, Peter Savage is in the race management channel asking the race control to have a look at that. You can see the eyes, well, not the eyes wide open, the door wasn't open at all. As Mitch runs wide through the final corner as well, tags the wall a little bit. They're playing for sheep stations here. It's a sim race, lads. This is wild.
It is very, very wild. At the moment, Brendan Ross has actually kicked away now to a 1.2 second margin. So all the infighting between Mitch and Will Devenish at the moment is starting to pay some dividends for him, as we've now got 7 laps to run in this race. Top 3 look like it's pretty much settled. Liccardo hasn't been able to make any real inroads into the top 3 to really challenge there, but spirited drive nonetheless by these guys. They're going to finish 4th on the day, and they're going to get at least some points towards their championship tilt for Bathurst, so it keeps them in the hunt. These guys didn't get any points in race 1, but they're going to get some for race 2. And Brenton Foley is currently the last man inside the 5 with Braxton Stancliffe, NZ Snipes and Lockie Burke are the only cars that are on the lead lap.
And everyone else is pretty well spread out. This is the major battle on track, and it is the battle for the podium between Lime Mitch and Will Devenish. Rossi hasn't managed to fully skip away just yet. They are starting to reel him back in just a little bit. For your information as well, all 3 of them picked up a track cut last lap around. So Rossi as well pushing to the absolute maximum. We've got 5 laps left here for the Gold Coast 400, and Devenish again is looking down the outside. You would have thought he might learn a bit of a lesson and not take that move, and he actually takes his nose out of it this time.
But I think if he can try and get a good run here down the inside of 2, no, he's too far back this time around. Good hard racing.
It's fascinating stuff, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
Check out the margins as they come across the line this time around. So Ross's margins come down a little bit. It's gone from 1.2 to 0.7 of a second. There's some great shots out the back of the AAR number 13 Mustang there, with Will Devenish trying in vain to get past Lime Mitch, but supreme defensive performance at the moment, driving really, really well, except for that last little one that's been questioned on lap 61, where the car was in the fence. Through they go. And now he's gnawing away at the back. He's got to set it up out of here, I think, guys. He can't. The distractionatory tactics are not working for Will Devenish, and he's made a mistake through the final corner. I was about to say he needed to set it up out of the final corner and try and get himself ready for the rundown for a pass into turn 4, but he's now way too far in arrears to try and make that work.
He's just got to have a think about it. He's got to think about where the best opportunity to pass is, where he's quicker than Lime Mitch, and maybe give himself a bit of a run, maybe give himself a little bit of space, so that way he can have a proper run at the rear of the All-Australian Racers number 13 car. And again, just a little too hot on the pedal and oversteer into the tyre or into the concrete there for Will. He's really wringing the neck of this thing, but all-out attack isn't the way to go, I don't think. He needs to be a bit canny about it, because Lime Mitch is one of the greatest defenders that we have in ASR, and trying to just bully your way past him isn't going to work.
No, not at this juncture, it isn't. Ross still leads, though. How many laps have these guys led today? They've led a good portion of the second half of this race, and they've been there or thereabouts. They've qualified really well for both races. Very late look from Will Devenish. That's not the spot to do it. Keep saying you can't keep sticking your nose in there and thinking that it's going to unsettle the driver ahead. You've actually got to you've got to construct the pass. That's what we like to say, construct the pass.
Absolutely, all 3 of them with oversteer out of the final corner. It's now 3 laps to go for this group, or 4 laps to go rather. They come past Daniel Cox on the main straight, and yeah, Will's got to construct it. He's got to think whereabouts is he strong, whereabouts is Lime Mitch weak, and here is the moment now. He's held off, and Lime Mitch is going to dive down the inside to try and protect that position. That was almost the moment there. Devenish got a great run through the first chicane, and now he's right in the wheel tracks, and it's going to be very, very close. They head for the beach chicane. Devenish is all over the rear. They're going to go side by side. Can't go side by side through there. Devenish has to back out, and Lime Mitch prevails just once more.
Fantastic scrap, not just for the top, the second and third place, but first of all, down the outside, long way round for Will Devenish. He's going to make the fence. He does make the fence, but he somehow manages to wrap around the outside. Mitch is going to stick his nose in there. Now there's contact between the 2 of them, and now it's getting a little bit ugly and allowing Ross to get away.
They were so close. They just reeled Ross in. And now I think Lime Mitch is going to... I think his attitude here is that he's going to tear down anyone else.
Oh, and there's now turned.
That was a dump.
And that was coming. And I think that's a big problem for Will Devenish, and he's going to have to he's gonna. There'll be a post-race penalty for that one for sure. That was very silly.
Well, I reckon, truth be told, I reckon both of them deserve a post-race penalty. That was boiling over, and I think Mitch was always intent on tearing Will's opportunity down if it meant that he couldn't. If Mitch wasn't going to be able to win that race, he was going to make sure that Will wasn't going to be able to either. And I reckon both of them are just as guilty as each other as we're watching the onboard. And yeah, that's just a touch at the wrong moment. But
I know we're supposed to be somewhat impartial, but that was, I'm sorry, that was absolutely terrible in my eyes.
I
Both
agree.
parties, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. That one probably needs a little bit of a thing. I think race control will probably be looking at that one, and that's going to then hamper these guys' ability to make a good run of points through the final standings there.
You know what that does mean? Puts Dane Liccardo on the podium at the moment.
Yeah, potentially would actually. Now I'm just looking to see whether or not that's actually being looked at for the moment with the admin team in the server, but I don't believe that. I've actually tried to have a bit of a look there. I think they probably are looking at it, but Brendan Ross has got 2 laps to run.
And he has had the run of the last part of the race in all the frantic action of what we've been watching behind. We've kind of forgotten about Rossi for the moment. He enjoys a 1.8 second lead at the moment. And so much for the has-beens. They're the ones that are leading the race.
They're still ours.
They're still ours, yeah. Himself and Lewis Wedding.
Through they go. So as much as this margin is what it is right now, I am expecting to see, I'm not sure if I will see it or not, but it is going to be, I think it is in the race management channel, and I do expect it to be reviewed, and I think that's actually probably going to cop more than just a post-race drive-through penalty. There might be some more serious ramifications for that one, because I definitely wasn't far enough alongside to make that one work.
No chance.
Oh, and that's on both accounts as well, because Lime Mitch, after Will had done the audacious thing to go around the outside, did basically exactly the same thing, put it in Will's door through turn 12 and 13. So I reckon both of them deserve a fair bit more than a slap on the wrist in that instance, and hopefully we don't see anything like that in the future. But regardless of that, it is Brendan Ross who leads us around on the last lap of the race, coming through the through the first sector. Lap 68. We're not going to see a late race safety car, hopefully, so no elongated race length this time around.
No, we can't
but an entirely different podium compared to what we saw in race 1. And in fact, there's been an issue for Dane Liccardo because Lime Mitch has gone through once again.
Yeah, so so Lime Mitch has gone through on that one, and he'll be in 3rd place for this one with Ujit Mishra. So they'll stand on the podium, but I dare say there's probably going to be a fair bit of angst, I think, in the commentary box when we get these guys up to have a chat with them after this one, because the move was definitely not on. But yeah, I think Burko's agreed with it in the race here. He doesn't want to be a stewards to call that for this race, but. No. The has-beens, Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding, are going to get a victory here in race 2 of the ASR Gold Coast 400, and they led the back half of that race for Ford Mustang and Plebford, and they have won the second part of that. So they're going to be the ones that walk away with, along with Devish, with a very good chunk of points, because as we suspect, there's going to probably be a post-race penalty awarded to car 010. Sorry, not 010. It's car 10. It's not 0. That's Roddy's car. Yeah. But this car probably would, I dare say, is going to face a post-race penalty after that one. And there's also the other incident they've got to look at from race number 1 as well, down at the hairpin, which was a bit of an issue. Lime Mitch and Ujit Mishra, they'll be happy to stand on the podium, but I think they'll be expecting that that's going to be coming up to position number 2, and that if that is the case, that will put ERT car 288 on 3rd place, but we'll let all that figure out. I guess we have to interview it as it stands and figure out what's going on first.
Oh, we got a last lap run to the line. Lachlan Burke versus NZ Snipes. It's a drag race from the final corner for at 7th and 8th position. Car 420 has the lead as they come through to the end, and I reckon that's going to be how it finishes. Very almost for Lachlan Burke. taking that position at the end, but it will be NZ Snipes and the Kiwi Sim Sport Team Tanifa in 7th place.
That's it. So they're done. And then the next two cars were a couple of laps down, and that was with Daniel Cox in 9th and Matt Cecil in 10th. Then following through, Cam Rutledge, Lockie Lock, John McDonald and Rhodey were the ones that finished this race. Big list of non-finishers this one. We only had the 1 or 2 non-finishers in race 1. We got 5 in this one. So we had Steve Warwick with a money shift, Freakish with a major accident, Kemp and Burko with a major accident, Stancliffe and Redmond with computer trouble, and then Stenberg, who was driving angry, ended up being the first victim. Now someone's blown their engine there. Who's getting a lift home? Oh, it's actually Lewis and Rossi. Their engine's gone. So they're having to be pushed home here by Nathan.
They're getting the royal parade, the full lineup of cars behind them as well to help them home.
Yeah.
So he's basically burnt it down after that one, and then decided to money shift it, I think, after it was all said and done when he was doing the burnouts, I think, because I did see him throw it down. But that's a win that's been coming for a long time. Been a long time between wins for Brendan Ross and for Lewis Wedding. I think Lewis's last wins were coming in GT3s. I think it might have been all the way back to 2019, I think, was the last time we saw one of those happen. And they're parking themselves up over in the pits for presentations here. Now, Rossi can't make it because, of course, he's playing the engine. But, yeah, there's a few, obviously, question marks to come out of that one. But yeah, Brendan Ross, I'm thinking the last time I think I saw Brendan Ross with a race win, I'm going to have to be corrected here when he comes up. I think it was the either TCC or TCR, one of those series that he ended up with his last win. Maybe even in the Track Day Challenge series, which wasn't a broadcasted series, it was a fun series, but maybe that might even be his last win. And then yeah, Lewis Wedding, I think the last win for him in a supercar is going all the way back, I think, to either 2018 or 2019, and then from actually last win overall, I think, has probably got to be a GT3 victory somewhere.
Yeah, quite possibly. I'm thinking maybe Silverstone GT3 victory.
Yes, I think you're probably right, actually. It would have been Silverstone in the second half of 2019, I think it was, when he was driving the Loose Sim Sport Mercedes-Benz. I think would have been the one. So, yeah, that actually is probably quite some time ago.
Maybe 2020. He was quite pacey at the beginning of last year's GT3 World Challenge. So maybe in the early part of the season, he picked up a victory before Steve Bolger started parading his way through the series. But either way, they've won the race here today, and we've got both of them in here. We've got Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding. Congratulations on taking the second leg of the Gold Coast 400, lads.
Woo!
Brilliant.
Oh, thank goodness that's over. I am a sweating mess.
Hot. And you were put to the sword in that last stint, Brendan. How was that, leading the race and having to defend from behind?
I haven't been very confident of my overtakes and defending, but I sort of had to pull it all out there. But I knew I had to get past Mitch fast because once you're behind him for ages, and then just made the lunge early on. And then Will at the end, but that race was all set up in the first stint by Lewis, getting right to the minimum driver mark, which basically saved us a pit stop in the end, which was the master stroke behind it all.
Yeah, exactly. That was the master stroke that put you guys in the best position. You guys were one of the two teams that made it only on 2 pit stops. Lewis, great first stint from you. How close were you to missing that pit window?
Well, we had quite a margin, so we weren't too bad in both the races. We sort of figured if there was one safety car, we'd be able to just squeeze it. We'd be pretty much running out of fuel in the pit lane. Because there was 2 safety cars, we were able to do it easy. And really, it was just about managing who we were battling, because we didn't expect really to be battling for a win. And then, a couple cars, Kurt with their DNF and a couple others with their strategy, as soon as we saw them pitting and when they were pitting, we thought, well, I thought anyway, I don't know about Rossi, but I thought we're in with a chance, because they're going to have an extra stop that they're going to have to make, 40 kilometre pit lane. And then it was all about being nice and clean. And, me and Rossi this year, we've not been too good, but we were able to make the first stint work, and then just nice and smooth.
And you guys have called yourselves Team Has Been, but it's certainly not a name that rings true now. You guys are at the forefront for today's second race and the first one as well. You were in the mix right up to the very late stages.
Yeah, first one was a bit unlucky for us in the end. We were there or thereabouts, but I think we learnt a lot from that first race, and that really set us up for this second. So yeah, that was just awesome.
Are we going to see a name change for the second for the last race in the Enduro Cup now that you've got back and got a victory?
I don't know about Lewis, but I still feel like it has been.
Yeah, one win doesn't mean that we're back. I mean, we as I said, there's still one or two fast guys did DNF and stuff like that. So we're still a has been or has beens. But who knows? Maybe if we do well at Bathurst, it'll have to be retired. Maybe I don't know, but I think it's definitely staying.
Well, you guys might call yourself has-beens, but that was a very experienced race victory from the pair of you to put that car in the right strategy at the right point and be very cool and calm and collected at the very end of the race. So it was maybe an apt name for the right reasons in the end. So congratulations on your victory, Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding.
Thanks, Floody.
And we'll go to second place now, and we'll say very much clearly at this point that these results are provisional pending a string of post-race investigations after the late incident, late accident, and late occasions of that race. We've got Will Devonish and Peter Savage, guys. An eventful day's racing for the pair of you. A bit of carnage in both races for your car, but a podium position to finish off this race. You guys did it the hard way today.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, we did both races similarly. Get Pete in the car, get some fresh air, flip it up. Yeah, just unfortunately, I think we could have gotten that last race. Just a bit of lap traffic, and I'll bite my tongue with the rest of that. But yeah, look, I can't complain with how the car was by the end of it, given how many times it was smashed into a wall. So pretty happy with the result. And Pete couldn't have done any better today. So really happy with how everything went. And absolute masterstroke by Lewis and Rossi. We were kicking ourselves how it turned out, but absolutely fantastic drive by them.
Yeah, we'll ask Pete because Peter Savage, you've been contending with a few lag issues and buffering issues throughout the day. How was managing that in the midst of the race? How did you manage to do that?
Not very well, Floody. Considering all the, I won't say names, but all the issues that I was involved with today, including my lag and getting hit, and then watching Will get hit, and obviously, we're not saying that we're both saints either, because in both races we both hit other people as well. But yeah, overall, it wasn't the most pleasant day today, but I'm still happy to finish the race in second, even with the cloud over our head. And we just have to move on and focus on the next one.
And speaking of the next one, Bathurst 500, you guys, if my maths is correct, currently lead the Endurance Cup standings thanks to quite awful, an awful day for your two main championship rivals in the Evolution Racing team and in the Parramatta Speedway Racing. Is that something that you're keeping in the back of your mind heading into Bathurst, or is it all just about winning that 500 and the championship is just a bit of a flourish on top?
That would just be a little bit of icing on top. But looking at the pace, like obviously Kurt and Luke didn't finish today, but in both races we've been quite off the pace with some of the leaders, and there'd always be that question of if a few things didn't go wrong for them and they didn't have other commitments or have those little incidents, they definitely deserved to win it, and feel like. I would only feel like we deserve it if we go out there and we win the Bathurst race in 3 weeks' time, I think.
And Will, your thoughts?
Look, after the absolute heartbreak from last year, we want to go out there to have a strong result. Bathurst is a track we're both really good at. I think compared to street circuits, we're actually far better at a fixed circuit. So yeah, look, feeling pretty positive about it. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay. So that was second place for you guys in the Bogged Down Motorsport. Will Devonish and Peter Savage, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep.
And third place provisionally at the line was Lime Mitch and Ujit Mishra. We've got both of them in here. We'll start with Ujit. Just a quick note on your first race today, an engine failure while in the mix of the race. It was good to see you back in the mix for race 2, and you did a great job in the first stint.
Yeah, I mean, the first stint, the first race never really got off to a good start for me. I was making a few mistakes that I shouldn't have been making, and then I don't know whether it was a game glitch or lag or it was just a mistake on my end. But yeah, I was shifting down into the first chicane and blew the engine. So obviously, I was quite motivated to try and make up for that. And although we caught up at the start, afterwards, in the second race, we were just running in clean air behind Hans, just making our way through the traffic of the alternate strategy, and it turned out to be a pretty good strategy because at the end we had a lot of pace once we got in clear air, and we were able to catch up to the back of Lewis and Rossi. At first, I didn't actually think we were racing Lewis and Rossi, so their strategy was quite incredible. I don't know how they managed to pull it off. But yeah, it was a great race, and Mitch did a great job to bring it home after all the issues that happened throughout that second part of the race. Um, he was having a few lag issues as well, so he did a great job to overcome everything.
And your best result as a supercars driver, if I'm not mistaken, Ujit.
Well, I have one podium at Gold Coast, the same place.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So this track, it seems to shine on me a little bit, but yeah, this is the joint best result for me.
Well, congratulations for yourself, Ujit. Mitch. We'll tackle. Firstly, we'll tackle the first part of that last stint. Yourself and Rossi doing the undercut. Was that always the strategy going into that last part of the race, or was that just an opportunity that you had to take?
So basically our strategy was just pit lap 17, 34, and then go to the end from there, just to try and get the driver's steering out of the way. But with the safety car, we found out we could go a little bit longer, and it worked out really well for us in the second stint. And yeah, we basically came out the same as Rossi and Lewis, who were also on an alternate strategy. So I think we both those teams had excellent strategies.
Well, yeah, two contrasting strategies, really. You guys taking the safety car, whereas the has-beens electing to run the distance on the fuel. For you and the All-Australian Races teammate, you guys were pretty well placed in the middle part of the stint, but you guys seem to have the pace over the end. Was that something that you felt in the driver's seat, that you had the pace to push for the victory, or were you happy to, not happy, but more content to try and settle for second?
Well, obviously the other AR team had a unfortunate puncture very early in the stint. Otherwise, I reckon me and Berkey would have been up there on the podium with Rossi and Will. That would have been a great battle. But I wasn't super comfortable in the car, but it was enough.
And we got to talk about the fiery way that race ended between yourself and Will Devonish. A lot of very willing battling, very close quarters. We know that you're a very hard person to pass. Just from your perspective, just take us through your thoughts in that final battle.
I had a lot of fun. I'm sweating quite a bit after that, but I think it was pretty good racing. Yeah.
You
but
sound
I
very
think
convinced.
there was some questionable moves made, but I think in the end it was just we will see what comes out of the stewards.
Okay, very convincing there, Mitch. Either way, third place at the line for yourself and Ujit Mishra. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is your podium for the second leg of the Gold Coast 400. Nether, quite a few different thoughts and opinions about how the race ended, but truth be told, a very good win for Lewis Wedding and Brendan Ross. You can hear how excited and how ecstatic they were in that interview there.
Yeah, I completely agree. And on top of that, in both races, I think the winners that have come out shining after the two races today made all the right calls and were there to capitalise on the misfortunes of others when it happened. I mean, we said it from the outset today. Kiwi, that this place bites, and
It
it has bitten quite a few drivers today, and those that were there at the right time to capitalise on when it bit those people are the ones that have come up smelling roses.
Absolutely right. We saw some big names get bitten pretty hard, and we see it at this place. It's like going to a casino. Sometimes it comes up green, red, and sometimes you luck out. This case, these guys have got the good result.
Yeah, you're spot on.
Congratulations to our winners.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Let's actually give a big shout out to all the guys that are in the teams meeting as well, because there's still a few of them there. There's a few of the guys there. They can give us a wave. There's Ujit Mishra. He's third place up there as well, and a few guys still chatting. Dan Liccardo down there. They're looking at possibly whatever the post race stewarding is going to be, but no, everyone down there being very good sports on on what's happening, and we'll obviously see what happens on the other side of this one. So no, good to see that they've been great once again. And well, let's use a Repco expression here, guys. It's 2 weeks away, and we're bringing the Bathurst. It'll be Happy Bathurst Day for the ASR community, and we'll see you in 2 weeks from now. It's going to be the 16th and the 17th of August, and it's if it's anything like last year, it's October. I'm that far. My mind has gone after all this today. I've got to make that happen, but something better out of that. But yeah, 16th and 17th of October. It's going to be an absolute beauty. If anything like last year is to go off, it is going to be an absolute classic. So until next time, we'll see you then. Take care, everybody, and bye for now.